Chapter 25 of Louise de la Valliere. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines. Louise de la Valliere by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 25. Despair. As soon as the king was gone, La Valliere raised herself from the ground, and stretched out her arms, as if to follow and detain him. But when, having violently closed the door, the sound of his retreating footsteps could be heard in the distance, she had hardly sufficient strength left to totter towards and fall at the foot of her crucifix. There she remained, broken hearted, absorbed, and overwhelmed by her grief, forgetful and indifferent to everything but her profound sorrow, a grief she only vaguely realized, as though by instinct. In the midst of this wild tumult of thought, La Valliere heard her door open again. She started, and turned round, thinking it was the king who had returned. She was deceived, however, for it was Madame who had appeared at the door. What did she now care for Madame? Again she sank down, her head supported by her prie-dieu chair. It was Madame, agitated, angry, and threatening. But what was that to her? "Mademoiselle," said the princess, standing before La Valliere, "this is very fine, I admit, to kneel and pray, and make a pretense of being religious; but however submissive you may be in your address to Heaven, it is desirable that you should pay some little attention to the wishes of those who reign and rule here below." La Valliere raised her head painfully in token of respect. "Not long since," continued Madame, "a certain recommendation was addressed to you, I believe." La Valliere's fixed and wild gaze showed how complete her forgetfulness or ignorance was. "The queen recommended you," continued Madame, "to conduct yourself in such a manner that no one could be justified in spreading any reports about you." La Valliere darted an inquiring look towards her. "I will not," continued Madame, "allow my household, which is that of the first princess of the blood, to set an evil example to the court. You would be the cause of such an example. I beg you to understand, therefore, in the absence of any witness of your shame, for I do not wish to humiliate you, that you are from this moment at perfect liberty to leave, and that you can return to your mother at Blois." La Valliere could not sink lower, nor could she suffer more than she had already suffered. Her countenance did not even change, but she remained kneeling with her hands clasped, like the figure of the Magdalene. "Did you hear me?" said Madame. A shiver, which passed through her whole frame, was La Valliere's only reply; and as the victim gave no other signs of life, Madame left the room. And then, her very respiration suspended, and her blood almost congealed, as it were, in her veins, La Valliere by degrees felt that the pulsation of her wrists, her neck, and temples began to throb more and more painfully. These pulsations, as they gradually increased, soon changed into a species of brain fever, and in her temporary delirium she saw the figures of her friends contending with her enemies, floating before her vision. She heard, too, mingled together in her deafened ears, words of menace and words of fond affection. She seemed raised out of her existence, as though it were upon the wings of a mighty tempest, and in the dim horizons of the path along which her delirium hurried her, she saw the stone which covered her tomb upraised, and the grim, appalling texture of eternal night revealed to her distracted gaze. But the horror of the dream which possessed her senses faded away, and she was again restored to the habitual resignation of her character. A ray of hope penetrated her heart, as a ray of sunlight streams into the dungeon of some unhappy captive. Her mind reverted to the journey from Fontainebleau. She saw the king riding beside her carriage, telling her that he loved her, asking for her love in return, requiring her to swear, and himself to swear too, that never should an evening pass by, if ever a misunderstanding were to arise between them, without a visit, a letter, a sign of some kind, being sent, to replace the troubled anxiety of the evening with the calm repose of the night. It was the king who had suggested that, who had imposed a promise on her, and who had sworn it to himself. It was impossible, therefore, she reasoned, that the king should fail in keeping the promise which he had himself exacted from her. unless, indeed, Louis was a despot who enforced love as he enforced obedience; unless, too, the king were so indifferent that the first obstacle in his way was sufficient to arrest his further progress. The king, that kind protector, who by a word, a single word, could relieve her distress of mind, the king even joined her persecutors. Oh, his anger could not possibly last. Now that he was alone, he would be suffering all that she herself was a prey to; but he was not tied hand and foot as she was. He could act, could move about, could come to her, while she could do nothing but wait. And the poor girl waited and waited, with breathless anxiety, for she could not believe it possible that the king would not come. It was now about half past 10. He would either come to her, or write to her, or send some kind word by M. de Saint Aignan. If he were to come, oh, how she would fly to meet him, how she would thrust aside that excess of delicacy which she now discovered was misunderstood, how eagerly she would explain: "It is not I who do not love you, it is the fault of others who will not allow me to love you." And then, it must be confessed that she reflected upon it, and also the more she reflected, Louis appeared to her to be less guilty. In fact, he was ignorant of everything. What must he have thought of the obstinacy with which she remained silent? Impatient and irritable as the king was known to be, it was extraordinary that he had been able to preserve his temper so long. And yet, had it been her own case, she undoubtedly would not have acted in such a manner. She would have understood, have guessed everything. Yes, but she was nothing but a poor simple minded girl, and not a great and powerful monarch. Oh, if he would but come, if he would but come, how eagerly she would forgive him for all he had just made her suffer, how much more tenderly she would love him because she had so cruelly suffered. And so she sat, with her head bent forward in eager expectation towards the door, her lips slightly parted as if, and Heaven forgive her for the mental exclamation, they were awaiting the kiss which the king's lips had in the morning so sweetly indicated when he pronounced the word love. If the king did not come, at least he would write. It was a second chance, a chance less delightful certainly than the other, but which would show an affection just as strong, only more timid in its nature. Oh, how she would devour his letter, how eager she would be to answer it, and when the messenger who had brought it had left her, how she would kiss it, read it over and over again, press to her heart the lucky paper which would have brought her peace of mind, tranquillity, and perfect happiness. At all events, if the king did not come, if the king did not write, he could not do otherwise than send Saint Aignan, or Saint Aignan could not do otherwise than come of his own accord. Even if it were a third person, how openly she would speak to him, the royal presence would not be there to freeze her words upon her tongue, and then no suspicious feeling would remain a moment longer in the king's heart. Everything with La Valliere, heart and look, body and mind, was concentrated in eager expectation. She said to herself that there was an hour left in which to indulge hope, that until midnight struck the king might come, or write or send, that at midnight only would every expectation vanish, every hope be lost. Whenever she heard any stir in the palace, the poor girl fancied she was the cause of it. Whenever she heard any one pass in the courtyard below, she imagined they were messengers of the king coming to her. 11 o'clock struck, then 11:15, then half past. The minutes dragged slowly on in this anxiety, and yet they seemed to pass too quickly. And now it struck 11:45. Midnight, midnight was near, the last, the final hope that remained. With the last stroke of the clock, the last ray of light seemed to fade away, and with the last ray faded her final hope. And so the king himself had deceived her. It was he who had been the first to fail in keeping the oath which he had sworn that very day. 12 hours only between his oath and his perjured vow. It was not long, alas, to have preserved the illusion. And so, not only did the king not love her, but he despised her whom every one ill treated. He despised her to the extent even of abandoning her to the shame of an expulsion which was equivalent to having an ignominious sentence passed on her. And yet it was he, the king himself, who was the first cause of this ignominy. A bitter smile, the only symptom of anger which during this long conflict had passed across the angelic face, appeared upon her lips. What, in fact, now remained on earth for her, after the king was lost to her? Nothing. But heaven still remained, and her thoughts flew thither. She prayed that the proper course for her to follow might be suggested. It is from heaven, she thought, that I expect everything. It is from heaven I ought to expect everything. And she looked at her crucifix with a devotion full of tender love. There, she said, hangs before me a master who never forgets, and never abandons those who neither forget nor abandon him. It is to him alone that we must sacrifice ourselves. And thereupon, could any one have gazed into the recesses of that chamber, they would have seen the poor despairing girl adopt a final resolution, and determine upon one less plan in her mind. Then, as her knees were no longer able to support her, she gradually sank down upon the prie-dieu, and with her head pressed against the wooden cross, her eyes fixed, and her respiration short and quick, she watched for the earliest rays of approaching daylight. At 2 o'clock in the morning she was still in the same bewilderment of mind, or rather the same ecstasy of feeling. Her thoughts had almost ceased to hold a communion with things of the world, and when she saw the pale violet tints of early dawn visible over the roofs of the palace, and vaguely revealing the outlines of the ivory crucifix which she held embraced, she rose from the ground with a new-born strength, kissed the feet of the divine martyr, descended the staircase leading from the room, and wrapped herself from head to foot in a mantle as she went along. She reached the wicket at the very moment the guard of the musketeers opened the gate to admit the first relief guard belonging to one of the Swiss regiments, and then, gliding behind the soldiers, she reached the street before the officer in command of the patrol had even thought of asking who the young girl was who was making her escape from the palace at so early an hour. End of chapter 25. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Chapter 26 of Louise de la Valliere. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Louise de la Valliere by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 26. The Flight. La Valliere followed the patrol as it left the courtyard. The patrol bent its steps towards the right, by the Rue Saint Honoré, and mechanically La Valliere turned to the left. Her resolution was taken, her determination fixed. She wished to betake herself to the convent of the Carmelites at Chaillot, the superior of which enjoyed a reputation for severity which made the worldly-minded people of the court tremble. La Valliere had never seen Paris, she had never gone out on foot, and so would have been unable to find her way, even had she been in a calmer frame of mind than was then the case. And this may explain why she ascended instead of descending the Rue Saint Honoré. Her only thought was to get away from the Palais Royal, and this she was doing. She had heard it said that Chaillot looked out upon the Seine, and she accordingly directed her steps towards the Seine. She took the Rue de Coq, and not being able to cross the Louvre, bore towards the church of Saint Germain l'Auxerrois, proceeding along the site of the colonnade, which was subsequently built there by Perrault. In a very short time she reached the quays. Her steps were rapid and agitated. She scarcely felt the weakness which reminded her of having sprained her foot when very young, and which obliged her to limp slightly. At any other hour in the day her countenance would have awakened the suspicions of the least clear-sighted, attracted the attention of the most indifferent. But at 2:30 in the morning the streets of Paris are almost, if not quite, deserted, and scarcely is anyone to be seen but the hard-working artisan on his way to earn his daily bread, or the roistering idlers of the streets who are returning to their homes after a night of riot and debauchery. For the former the day was beginning, and for the latter it was just closing. La Valliere was afraid of both faces, in which her ignorance of Parisian types did not permit her to distinguish the type of probity from that of dishonesty. The appearance of misery alarmed her, and all she met seemed either vile or miserable. Her dress, which was the same she had worn during the previous evening, was elegant even in its careless disorder, for it was the one in which she had presented herself to the queen mother, and moreover, when she drew aside the mantle which covered her face in order to enable her to see the way she was going, her pallor and her beautiful eyes spoke an unknown language to the men she met, and unconsciously the poor fugitive seemed to invite the brutal remarks of the one class, or to appeal to the compassion of the other. La Valliere still walked on in the same way, breathless and hurried, until she reached the top of the Place de Grève. She stopped from time to time, placed her hand upon her heart, leaned against a wall until she could breathe freely again, and then continued on her course more rapidly than before. On reaching the Place de Grève, La Valliere suddenly came upon a group of 3 drunken men, reeling and staggering along, who were just leaving a boat which they had made fast to the quay. The boat was freighted with wines, and it was apparent that they had done ample justice to the merchandise. They were celebrating their convivial exploits in 3 different quays, when suddenly, as they reached the end of the railing leading down to the quay, they found an obstacle in their path, in the shape of this young girl. La Valliere stopped, while they, on their part, at the appearance of the young girl dressed in court costume, also halted, and seizing each other by the hand, they surrounded La Valliere, singing, "Oh, all ye weary wights who mope alone, come drink and sing and laugh round Venus's throne." La Valliere at once understood that the men were insulting her, and wished to prevent her passing. She tried to do so several times, but her efforts were useless. Her limbs failed her, she felt she was on the point of falling, and uttered a cry of terror. At the same moment, the circle which surrounded her was suddenly broken through in a most violent manner. One of her insulters was knocked to the left, another fell rolling over and over to the right, close to the water's edge, while the third could hardly keep his feet. An officer of the musketeers stood face to face with the young girl, with threatening brow and hand raised to carry out his threat. The drunken fellows, at the sight of the uniform, made their escape with what speed their staggering limbs could lend them, all the more eagerly for the proof of strength which the wearer of the uniform had just afforded them. "Is it possible," exclaimed the musketeer, "that it can be Mademoiselle de la Valliere?" La Valliere, bewildered by what had just happened, and confounded by hearing her name pronounced, looked up and recognized D'Artagnan. "Oh, Monsieur d'Artagnan, it is indeed I!" And at the same moment she seized his arm. "You will protect me, will you not?" she added in a tone of entreaty. "Most certainly I will protect you. But in heaven's name, where are you going at this hour?" "I am going to Chaillot." "You are going to Chaillot, by way of La Rapée? Why, mademoiselle, you are turning your back upon it." "In that case, monsieur, be kind enough to put me in the right way, and to go with me a short distance." "Most willingly." "But how does it happen that I have found you here? By what merciful intervention were you sent to my assistance? I almost seem to be dreaming, or to be losing my senses." "I happen to be here, mademoiselle, because I have a house in the Place de Grève, at the sign of the Notre Dame. the rent of which I went to receive yesterday, and where I, in fact, passed the night; and I also wish to be at the palace early, for the purposes of inspecting my posts." "Thank you," said La Valliere. "That is what I was doing," said D'Artagnan to himself. "But what is she doing? And why is she going to Chaillot at such an hour?" And he offered her his arm, which she took, and began to walk with increased precipitation, which ill concealed, however, her weakness. D'Artagnan perceived it, and proposed to La Valliere that she should take a little rest, which she refused. "You are ignorant, perhaps, where Chaillot is?" inquired D'Artagnan. "Quite so." "It is a great distance." "That matters very little." "It is at least a league." "I can walk it." D'Artagnan did not reply. He could tell, merely by the tone of a voice, when a resolution was real or not. He rather bore along than accompanied La Valliere, until they perceived the elevated ground of Chaillot. "What house are you going to, mademoiselle?" inquired D'Artagnan. "To the Carmelites, monsieur." "To the Carmelites!" repeated D'Artagnan in amazement. "Yes, and since Heaven has directed you towards me to give me your support on my road, accept both my thanks and my adieu." "To the Carmelites! Your adieu! Are you going to become a nun?" exclaimed D'Artagnan. "Yes, monsieur." "What, you?" There was in this "you," which we have marked by 3 notes of exclamation, in order to render it as expressive as possible, there was, we repeat, in this "you," a complete poem. It recalled to La Valliere her old recollections of Blois, and her new recollections of Fontainebleau. It said to her, "You, who might be happy with Raoul; you, who might be powerful with Louis; you, about to become a nun!" "Yes, monsieur," she said, "I am going to devote myself to the service of Heaven, and to renounce the world entirely." "But are you not mistaken with regard to your vocation? Are you not mistaken in supposing it to be the will of Heaven?" "No, since Heaven has been pleased to throw you in my way. Had it not been for you, I should certainly have sunk from fatigue on the road, and since Heaven, I repeat, has thrown you in my way, it is because it has willed that I should carry out my intention." "Oh," said D'Artagnan, doubtingly, "that is rather a subtle distinction, I think." "Whatever it may be," returned the young girl, "I have acquainted you with the steps I have taken, and with my fixed resolution. And now I have one last favor to ask of you, even while I return you my thanks. The king is entirely ignorant of my flight from the Palais Royal, and is ignorant also of what I am about to do." "The king ignorant, you say?" exclaimed D'Artagnan. "Take care, mademoiselle, you are not aware of what you are doing. No one ought to do anything with which the king is unacquainted, especially those who belong to the court." "I no longer belong to the court, monsieur." D'Artagnan looked at the young girl with increasing astonishment. "Do not be uneasy, monsieur," she continued. "I have well calculated everything, and were it not so, it would now be too late to reconsider my resolution. All is decided." "Well, mademoiselle, what do you wish me to do?" "In the name of that sympathy which misfortune inspires, by your generous feeling, and by your honour as a gentleman, I entreat you to promise me one thing." "Name it." "Swear to me, Monsieur d'Artagnan, that you will not tell the king that you have seen me, and that I am at the Carmelites." "I will not swear that," said D'Artagnan, shaking his head. "Why?" "Because I know the king, I know you, I know myself even, nay, the whole human race, too well. No, no, I will not swear that." "In that case," cried La Valliere, with an energy of which one would hardly have thought her capable, "instead of the blessing which I should have implored for you until my dying day, I will invoke a curse, for you are rendering me the most miserable creature that ever lived." We have already observed that D'Artagnan could easily recognize the accents of truth and sincerity, and he could not resist this last appeal. He saw by her face how bitterly she suffered from a feeling of degradation. He remarked her trembling limbs, how her whole slight and delicate frame was violently agitated by some internal struggle, and clearly perceived that resistance might be fatal. "I will do as you wish, then," he said. "Be satisfied, mademoiselle. I will say nothing to the king." "Oh, thank you, thank you!" exclaimed La Valliere. "You are the most generous man breathing." And in her extreme delight she seized hold of D'Artagnan's hands and pressed them between her own. D'Artagnan, who felt himself quite overcome, said, "This is touching, upon my word. She begins where others leave off." And La Valliere, who in the bitterness of her distress had sunk upon the ground, rose and walked towards the convent of the Carmelites, which could now, in the dawning light, be perceived just before them. D'Artagnan followed her at a distance. The entrance door was half open. She glided in like a shadow, and thanking D'Artagnan by a parting gesture, disappeared from his sight. When D'Artagnan found himself quite alone, he reflected very profoundly upon what had just taken place. "Upon my word," he said, "this looks very much like what is called a false position. To keep such a secret as that is to keep a burning coal in one's breeches pocket, and trust that it may not burn the stuff. And yet not to keep it, when I have sworn to do so, is dishonourable. It generally happens that some bright idea or other occurs to me as I am going along, but I am very much mistaken if I shall not now have to go a long way in order to find the solution of this affair. Yes, but which way to go? Oh, towards Paris, of course. That is the best way, after all. Only one must make haste, and in order to make haste, 4 legs are better than 2, and I, unhappily, only have 2. A horse, a horse, as I heard them say at the theatre in London. My kingdom for a horse! And now I think of it, it need not cost me so much as that, for at the Barriere de la Conférence there is a guard of musketeers, and instead of 1 horse I need, I shall find 10 there. So, in pursuance of this resolution, which he adopted with his usual rapidity, D'Artagnan immediately turned his back upon the heights of Chaillot, reached the guardhouse, took the fastest horse he could find there, and was at the palace in less than 10 minutes. It was striking 5 as he reached the Palais Royal. The king, he was told, had gone to bed at his usual hour, having been long engaged with M. Colbert, and in all probability was still sound asleep. "Come," said D'Artagnan, "she spoke the truth. The king is ignorant of everything. If he only knew one half of what has happened, the Palais Royal by this time would be turned upside down." Chapter 27 of Louise de la Valliere. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Louise de la Valliere, by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 27, showing how Louis, on his part, had passed the time from 10 to 12:30 at night. When Louis left the apartments of the maids of honor, he found Colbert awaiting him to take directions for the next day's ceremony, as the king was then to receive the Dutch and Spanish ambassadors. Louis XIV. Had serious causes of dissatisfaction with the Dutch. The States had already been guilty of many mean shifts and evasions with France, and without perceiving or without caring about the chances of a rupture, they again abandoned the alliance with his most Christian Majesty, for the purpose of entering into all kinds of plots with Spain. Louis XIV., at his accession, that is to say, at the death of Cardinal Mazarin, had found this political question roughly sketched out. The solution was difficult for a young man, but as at that time the king represented the whole nation, anything that the head resolved upon, the body could be found ready to carry out. Any sudden impulse of anger, the reaction of young hot blood upon the brain, would be quite sufficient to change an old form of policy and create another system altogether. The part that diplomatists had to play in those days was that of arranging among themselves the different coups d'état which their sovereign masters might wish to effect. Louis was not in that calm frame of mind which was necessary to enable him to determine on a wise course of policy. Still much agitated from the quarrel he had just had with La Valliere, he walked hastily into his cabinet, dimly desirous of finding an opportunity of producing an explosion after he had controlled himself for so long a time. Colbert, as he saw the king enter, knew the position of affairs at a glance, understood the king's intentions, and resolved, therefore, to manoeuvre a little. When Louis requested to be informed what it would be necessary to say on the morrow, Colbert began by expressing his surprise that his majesty had not been properly informed by Monsieur Fouquet. "Monsieur Fouquet," he said, "is perfectly acquainted with the whole of this Dutch affair. He received the dispatches himself direct." The king, who was accustomed to hear Monsieur Colbert speak in not over scrupulous terms of Monsieur Fouquet, allowed this remark to pass unanswered, and merely listened. Colbert noticed the effect it had produced, and hastened to back out, saying that Monsieur Fouquet was not on all occasions as blamable as at the first glance might seem to be the case, inasmuch as at the moment he was greatly occupied. The king looked up. "What do you allude to?" he said. "Sire, men are but men, and Monsieur Fouquet has his defects as well as his great qualities." "Ah, defects! Who is without them, Monsieur Colbert?" "Your majesty hardly," said Colbert boldly, for he knew how to convey a good deal of flattery in a light amount of blame, like the arrow which cleaves the air notwithstanding its weight, thanks to the light feathers which bear it up. The king smiled. "What defect has Monsieur Fouquet, then?" he said. "Still the same, sire. It is said he is in love." "In love! With whom?" "I am not quite sure, sire. I have very little to do with matters of gallantry." "At all events, you know, since you speak of it." "I have heard a name mentioned." "Whose?" "I cannot now remember whose, but I think it is one of Madame's maids of honor." The king started. "You know more than you like to say, Monsieur Colbert," he murmured. "I assure you, no, sire." "At all events, Madame's maids of honor are all known, and in mentioning their names to you, you will perhaps recollect the one you allude to." "No, sire." "At least try." "It would be useless, sire. Whenever the name of any lady who runs the risk of being compromised is concerned, my memory is like a coffer of bronze, the key of which I have lost." A dark cloud seemed to pass over the mind as well as across the face of the king. Then, wishing to appear as if he were perfect master of himself and his feelings, he said, "And now for the affair concerning Holland." "In the first place, sire, at what hour will your majesty receive the ambassadors?" "Early in the morning." 11 o'clock? That is too late. Say 9 o'clock." "That will be too early, sire." "For friends that would be a matter of no importance. One does what one likes with one's friends. But for one's enemies, in that case, nothing could be better than if they were to feel hurt. I should not be sorry, I confess, to have to finish altogether with these marsh birds, who annoy me with their cries." "It shall be precisely as your majesty desires. At 9 o'clock, therefore. I will give the necessary orders." "Is it to be a formal audience?" "No, I wish to have an explanation with them, and not to embitter matters, as is always the case when many persons are present. But at the same time I wish to clear up everything with them, in order not to have to begin over again." "Your majesty will inform me of the persons you wish to be present at the reception?" "I will draw out a list. Let us speak of the ambassadors. What do they want?" "Allies with Spain, they gain nothing. Allies with France, they lose much." "How is that?" "Allied with Spain, they see themselves bounded and protected by the possessions of their allies. They cannot touch them, however anxious they may be to do so. From Antwerp to Rotterdam is but a step, and that by way of the Scheldt and the Meuse. If they wish to make a bite at the Spanish cake, you, sire, the son in law of the King of Spain, could, with your cavalry, sweep the earth from your dominions to Brussels in a couple of days. Their design is, therefore, only to quarrel so far with you, and only to make you suspect Spain so far as will be sufficient to induce you not to interfere with their own affairs." "It would be far more simple, I should imagine," replied the king, "to form a solid alliance with me, by means of which I should gain something, while they would gain everything." "Not so; for if by chance they were to have you, or France rather, as a boundary, your majesty is not an agreeable neighbour. Young, ardent, warlike, the King of France might inflict some serious mischief on Holland, especially if he were to get near her." "I perfectly understand, Monsieur Colbert, and you have explained it very clearly. But be good enough to tell me the conclusion you have arrived at." "Your majesty's own decisions are never deficient in wisdom." "What will these ambassadors say to me?" "They will tell your majesty that they are ardently desirous of forming an alliance with you, which will be a falsehood. They will tell Spain that the three powers ought to unite so as to check the prosperity of England, and that will equally be a falsehood; for at present the natural ally of your majesty is England, who has ships while we have none; England, who can counteract Dutch influence in India; England, in fact, a monarchical country, to which your majesty is attached by ties of relationship." "Good. But how would you answer?" "I should answer, sire, with the greatest possible moderation of tone, that the disposition of Holland does not seem friendly towards the court of France, that the symptoms of public feeling among the Dutch are alarming as regards your majesty, that certain medals have been struck with insulting devices." "Towards me!" exclaimed the young king, excitedly. "Oh no, sire, no; insulting is not the word. I was mistaken. I ought to have said immeasurably flattering to the Dutch." "Oh, if that be so, the pride of the Dutch is a matter of indifference to me," said the king, sighing. "Your majesty is right, 1,000 times right. However, it is never a mistake in politics, your majesty knows better than myself, to exaggerate a little in order to obtain a concession in your own favour. If your majesty were to complain as if your susceptibility were offended, you would stand in a far higher position with them." "What are these medals you speak of?" inquired Louis; "for if I allude to them, I ought to know what to say." "Upon my word, sire, I cannot very well tell you. Some overweeningly conceited device, that is the sense of it. The words have little to do with the thing itself." "Very good. I will mention the word medal, and they can understand it if they like." "Oh, they will understand without any difficulty." "Your majesty can also slip in a few words about certain pamphlets which are being circulated." "Never. Pamphlets befoul those who write them, much more than those against whom they are written." "Monsieur Colbert, I thank you. You can leave now. Do not forget the hour I have fixed, and be there yourself." "Sire, I await your majesty's list." "True," returned the king. He began to meditate. He had not thought of the list in the least. The clock struck 11:30. The king's face revealed a violent conflict between pride and love. The political conversation had dispelled a good deal of the irritation which Louis had felt, and La Valliere's pale, worn features, in his imagination, spoke a very different language from that of the Dutch medals or the Batavian pamphlets. He sat for 10 minutes debating within himself whether he should or should not return to La Valliere. But Colbert, having with some urgency respectfully requested that the list might be furnished him, the king was ashamed to be thinking of mere matters of affection, where important state affairs required his attention. He therefore dictated: "The queen mother, the queen, Madame, Madame de Motteville, Madame de Chatillon, Madame de Navailles, and for the men, Monsieur le Prince, Monsieur de Gramont, Monsieur de Manicamp, Monsieur de Saint Aignan, and the officers on duty. The ministers? asked Colbert. As a matter of course, and the secretaries also. Sire, I will leave at once in order to get everything prepared. The orders will be at the different residences tomorrow. Say rather today, replied Louis mournfully, as the clock struck 12. It was the very hour when poor La Valliere was almost dying from anguish and bitter suffering. The king's attendants entered, it being the hour of his retirement to his chamber. The queen, indeed, had been waiting for more than an hour. Louis accordingly retreated to his bedroom with a sigh. But as he sighed, he congratulated himself on his courage, and applauded himself for having been as firm in love as in affairs of state. Chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of Louise de la Valliere. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Louise de la Valliere by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 28. The Ambassadors. D'Artagnan had, with very few exceptions, learned almost all of the particulars of what we have just been relating, for among his friends he reckoned all the useful, serviceable people in the royal household, officious attendants who were proud of being recognized by the captain of the musketeers, for the captain's influence was very great, and then, in addition to any ambitious views they may have imagined he could promote, they were proud of being regarded as worth being spoken to by a man as brave as D'Artagnan. In this manner D'Artagnan learned every morning what he had not been able either to see or to ascertain the night before, from the simple fact of his not being ubiquitous, so that, with the information he had been able by his own means to pick up during the day, and with what he had gathered from others, he succeeded in making up a bundle of weapons which he was in the prudent habit of using only when the occasion required. In this way D'Artagnan's 2 eyes rendered him the same service as the 100 eyes of Argus. Political secrets, bedside revelations, hints or scraps of conversation dropped by the courtiers on the threshold of the royal antechamber, in this way D'Artagnan managed to ascertain and to store away everything in the vast and impenetrable mausoleum of his memory, by the side of those royal secrets so dearly bought and faithfully preserved. He therefore knew of the king's interview with Colbert, and the appointment made for the ambassadors in the morning, and consequently that the question of the medals would be brought up for debate, and while he was arranging and constructing the conversation upon a few chance words which had reached his ears, he returned to his post in the royal apartments, so as to be there at the very moment the king awoke. It happened that the king rose very early, proving thereby that he too on his side had slept but indifferently. Towards 7 o'clock he half opened his door very gently. D'Artagnan was at his post. His majesty was pale and seemed wearied. He had not, moreover, quite finished dressing. "Send for Monsieur de Saint Aignan," he said. Saint Aignan was probably awaiting a summons, for the messenger, when he reached his apartment, found him already dressed. Saint Aignan hastened to the king in obedience of the summons. A moment afterwards the king and Saint Aignan passed by together, the king walking first. D'Artagnan went to the window which looked out upon the courtyard. He had no need to put himself to the trouble of watching in what direction the king went, for he had no difficulty in guessing beforehand where his majesty was going. The king, in fact, bent his steps towards the apartments of the maids of honor, a circumstance which in no way astonished D'Artagnan, for he more than suspected, although La Valliere had not breathed a syllable on the subject, that the king had some kind of reparation to make. Saint Aignan followed him as he had done the previous evening, rather less uneasy in his mind, though still slightly agitated, for he fervently trusted that at 7 o'clock in the morning there might be only himself and the king awake amongst the august guests at the palace. D'Artagnan stood at the window, careless and perfectly calm in his manner. One could almost have sworn that he noticed nothing, and was utterly ignorant who were these two hunters after adventures, passing like shadows across the courtyard, wrapped up in their cloaks. And yet, all the while that D'Artagnan appeared not to be looking at them at all, he did not for one moment lose sight of them, and while he whistled that old march of the musketeers, which he rarely recalled except under great emergencies, he conjectured and prophesied how terrible would be the storm which would be raised on the king's return. In fact, when the king entered La Valliere's apartment, and found the room empty and the bed untouched, he began to be alarmed, and called out to Montalais, who immediately answered the summons, but her astonishment was equal to the king's. All that she could tell his majesty was, that she had fancied she had heard La Valliere's weeping during a portion of the night, but knowing that his majesty had paid her a visit, she had not dared to inquire what was the matter. "But," inquired the king, "where do you suppose she has gone?" "Sire," replied Montalais, "Louise is of a very sentimental disposition, and as I have often seen her rise at daybreak in order to go out into the garden, she may, perhaps, be there now." This appeared probable, and the king immediately ran down the staircase in search of the fugitive. D'Artagnan saw him grow very pale, and talking in an excited manner with his companion as he went towards the gardens. Saint Aignan followed him, out of breath. D'Artagnan did not stir from the window, but went on whistling, looking as if he saw nothing, yet seeing everything. "Come, come," he murmured, when the king disappeared. "His majesty's passion is stronger than I thought. He is now doing, I think, what he never did for Mademoiselle de Mancini." In a quarter of an hour the king again appeared. He had looked everywhere, was completely out of breath, and, as a matter of course, had not discovered anything. Saint Aignan, who still followed him, was fanning himself with his hat, and in a gasping voice asking for information about La Valliere from such of the servants as were about; in fact, from every one he met. Among others, he came across Manicamp, who had arrived from Fontainebleau by easy stages; for whilst others had performed the journey in 6 hours, he had taken 24. "Have you seen Mademoiselle de la Valliere?" Saint Aignan asked him. Whereupon Manicamp, dreamy and absent as usual, answered, thinking that someone was asking him about De Guiche, "Thank you, the comte is a little better." As he continued on his way until he reached the antechamber where D'Artagnan was, whom he asked to explain how it was that the king looked, as he thought, so bewildered, to which D'Artagnan replied that he was quite mistaken, that the king, on the contrary, was as lively and merry as he could possibly be. In the midst of all this, 8 o'clock struck. It was usual for the king to take his breakfast at this hour, for the code of etiquette prescribed that the king should always be hungry at 8 o'clock. His breakfast was laid upon a small table in his bedroom, and he ate very fast. Saint Aignan, of whom he would not lose sight, waited on the king. He then disposed of several military audiences, during which he dispatched Saint Aignan to see what he could find out. Then, still occupied, full of anxiety, still watching Saint Aignan's return, who had sent out the servants in every direction to make inquiries, and who had also gone himself, the hour of 9 struck, and the king forthwith passed into his large cabinet. As the clock was striking 9, the ambassadors entered, and as it finished, the 2 queens and Madame made their appearance. There were 3 ambassadors from Holland and 2 from Spain. The king glanced at them and then bowed, and at the same moment Saint Aignan entered, an entrance which the king regarded as far more important, on a different sense, however, than that of the ambassadors, however numerous they might be, and from whatever country they came. And so, setting everything aside, the king made a sign of interrogation to Saint Aignan, which the latter answered by a most decisive negative. The king almost entirely lost his courage, but as the queens, the members of the nobility who were present, and the ambassadors had their eyes fixed upon him, he overcame his emotion by a violent effort, and invited the latter to speak; whereupon one of the Spanish deputies made a long oration, in which he boasted the advantages which the Spanish alliance would offer. The king interrupted him, saying, "Monsieur, I trust that whatever is best for France must be exceedingly advantageous for Spain." This remark, and particularly the peremptory tone in which it was pronounced, made the ambassadors pale, and brought the colour into the cheeks of the two queens, who, being Spanish, felt wounded in their pride of relationship and nationality by this reply. The Dutch ambassador then began to address himself to the king, and complained of the injurious suspicions which the king exhibited against the government of his country. The king interrupted him, saying, "It is very singular, monsieur, that you should come with any complaint, when it is I, rather, who have reason to be dissatisfied, and yet, you see, I do not complain." "Complain, sire, and in what respect?" The king smiled bitterly. "Will you blame me, monsieur," he said, "if I should happen to entertain suspicions against a government which authorises and protects international impertinence?" "Sire!" "I tell you," resumed the king, exciting himself by a recollection of his own personal annoyance, rather than from political grounds, "that Holland is a land of refuge for all who hate me, and especially for all who malign me." "Oh, sire!" "You wish for proofs, perhaps. Very good. They can be had easily enough. Whence proceed all those vile and insolent pamphlets which represent me as a monarch without glory and without authority? Your printing presses groan under their number. If my secretaries were here, I would mention the titles of the works as well as the names of the printers." "Sire," replied the ambassador, "a pamphlet can hardly be regarded as the work of a whole nation. Is it just, is it reasonable, that a great and powerful monarch like your majesty should render a whole nation responsible for the crime of a few madmen, who are, perhaps, only scribbling in a garret for a few sous to buy bread for their family?" "That may be the case, I admit; but when the mint itself at Amsterdam strikes off medals which reflect disgrace upon me, is that also the crime of a few madmen?" "Medals," stammered out the ambassador. "Medals," repeated the king, looking at Colbert. "Your majesty," the ambassador ventured, "should be quite sure—" The king still looked at Colbert, but Colbert appeared not to understand him, and maintained an unbroken silence, notwithstanding the king's repeated hints. D'Artagnan then approached the king, and taking a piece of money out of his pocket, he placed it in the king's hands, saying, "This is the medal your majesty alludes to." The king looked at it, and with a look which, ever since he had become his own master, was ever piercing as the eagle's, observed an insulting device representing Holland arresting the progress of the sun, with this inscription, "In conspectu meus stetis sol." "In my presence the sun stands still," exclaimed the king, furiously. "Ah, you will hardly deny it now, I suppose." "And the sun," said D'Artagnan, "is this," as he pointed to the panels of the cabinet, where the sun was brilliantly represented in every direction, with this motto, "Nec pluribus impar." Louis's anger, increased by the bitterness of his own personal sufferings, hardly required this additional circumstance to foment it. Every one saw, from the kindling passion in the king's eyes, that an explosion was imminent. A look from Colbert kept postponed the bursting of the storm. The ambassador ventured to frame excuses by saying that the vanity of nations was a matter of little consequence; that Holland was proud that, with such limited resources, she had maintained her rank as a great nation, even against powerful monarchs, and that if a little smoke had intoxicated his countrymen, the king would be kindly disposed, and would even excuse, this intoxication. The king seemed as if he would be glad of some suggestion. He looked at Colbert, who remained impassible, then at D'Artagnan, who simply shrugged his shoulders, a movement which was like the opening of the floodgates, whereby the king's anger, which he had restrained for so long a period, now burst forth. As no one knew what direction his anger might take, all preserved a dead silence. The second ambassador took advantage of it to begin his excuses also. While he was speaking, and while the king, who had again gradually returned to his own personal reflections, was automatically listening to the voice, full of nervous anxiety, with the air of an absent man listening to the murmuring of a cascade, D'Artagnan, on whose left hand Saint Aignan was standing, approached the latter, and, in a voice which was loud enough to reach the king's ears, said, "Have you heard the news?" "What news?" said Saint Aignan. "About La Valliere." The king started, and advanced his head. "What has happened to La Valliere?" inquired Saint Aignan, in a tone which can easily be imagined. "Ah, poor girl, she is going to take the veil." "The veil!" exclaimed Saint Aignan. "The veil!" cried the king, in the midst of the ambassador's discourse. But then, mindful of the rules of etiquette, he mastered himself, still listening, however, with rapt attention. "What order?" inquired Saint Aignan. "The Carmelites of Chaillot." "Who the deuce told you that? She did herself." "You have seen her, then?" "Nay, I even went with her to the Carmelites." The king did not lose a syllable of this conversation, and again he could hardly control his feelings. "But what was the cause of her flight?" inquired Saint Aignan. "Because the poor girl was driven away from the court yesterday," replied D'Artagnan. He had no sooner said this than the king, with an authoritative gesture, said to the ambassador, "Enough, monsieur, enough." Then, advancing towards the captain, he exclaimed, "Who says Mademoiselle de la Valliere is going to take the religious vows?" "Monsieur d'Artagnan," answered the favorite. "Is it true what you say?" said the king, turning towards the musketeer. "As true as truth itself." The king clenched his hands and turned pale. "You have something further to add, Monsieur d'Artagnan?" he said. "I know nothing more, sire." "You added that Mademoiselle de la Valliere had been driven away from the court." "Yes, sire." "Is that true also?" "Ascertain for yourself, sire." "And from whom?" "Ah!" sighed D'Artagnan, like a man who is declining to say anything further. The king almost bounded from his seat, regardless of ambassadors, ministers, courtiers, queens, and politics. The queen mother rose. She had heard everything, or, if she had not heard everything, she had guessed it. Madame, almost fainting from anger and fear, endeavored to rise as the queen mother had done, but she sank down again upon her chair, which by an instinctive movement she made roll back a few paces. "Gentlemen," said the king, "the audience is over. I will communicate my answer, or rather my will, to Spain and to Holland." And with a proud, imperious gesture, he dismissed the ambassadors. "Take care, my son," said the queen mother, indignantly. "You are hardly master of yourself, I think." "Ah, madame," returned the young lion, with a terrible gesture, "if I am not master of myself, I will be, I promise you, of those who do me a deadly injury. Come with me, Monsieur d'Artagnan, come." And he quitted the room in the midst of general stupefaction and dismay. The king hastily descended the staircase, and was about to cross the courtyard. "Sire," said D'Artagnan, "your majesty mistakes the way." "No, I am going to the stables." "That is useless, sire, for I have horses ready for your majesty." The king's only answer was a look, but this look promised more than the ambition of three D'Artagnans could have dared to hope. Chapter 29
of Louise de la Valliere. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Louise de la Valliere by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 29. Chaillot. Although they had not been summoned, Manicamp and Malicorne had followed the king and D'Artagnan. They were both exceedingly intelligent men, except that Malicorne was too precipitate, owing to ambition, while Manicamp was frequently too tardy, owing to indolence. On this occasion, however, they arrived at precisely the proper moment. 5 horses were in readiness. 2 were seized upon by the king and D'Artagnan, 2 others by Manicamp and Malicorne, while a groom belonging to the stables mounted the 5th. The cavalcade set off at a gallop. D'Artagnan had been very careful in his selection of the horses. They were the very animals for distressed lovers, horses which did not simply run, but flew. Within 10 minutes after their departure, the cavalcade, amidst a cloud of dust, arrived at Chaillot. The king literally threw himself off his horse, but notwithstanding the rapidity with which he accomplished this maneuver, he found D'Artagnan already holding his stirrup. With a sign of acknowledgment to the musketeer, he threw the bridle to the groom and darted into the vestibule, violently pushed open the door, and entered the reception room. Manicamp, Malicorne, and the groom remained outside, D'Artagnan alone following him. When he entered the reception room, the first object which met his gaze was Louise herself, not simply on her knees, but lying at the foot of a large stone crucifix. The young girl was stretched upon the damp flagstones, scarcely visible in the gloom of the apartment, which was lighted only by means of a narrow window, protected by bars, and completely shaded by creeping plants. When the king saw her in this state, he thought she was dead, and uttered a loud cry, which made D'Artagnan hurry into the room. The king had already passed one of his arms around her body, and D'Artagnan assisted him in raising the poor girl, whom the torpor of death seemed already to have taken possession of. D'Artagnan seized hold of the alarm bell and rang with all his might. The Carmelite sisters immediately hastened at the summons, and uttered loud exclamations of alarm and indignation at the sight of two men holding a woman in their arms. The superior also hurried to the scene of action, but far more a creature of the world than any of the female members of the court, notwithstanding her austerity of manners, she recognized the king at the first glance, by the respect which those present exhibited for him, as well as by the imperious and authoritative way in which he had thrown the whole establishment into confusion. As soon as she saw the king, she retired to her own apartments, in order to avoid compromising her dignity. But by one of the nuns she sent various cordials, Hungary water, etc., etc., and ordered that all the doors should immediately be closed, a command which was just in time, for the king's distress was fast becoming of a most clamorous and despairing character. He had almost decided to send for his own physician, when Valliere exhibited signs of returning animation. The first object which met her gaze as she opened her eyes was the king at her feet. In all probability she did not recognize him, for she uttered a deep sigh full of anguish and distress. Louis fixed his eyes devouringly upon her face, and when in the course of a few moments she recognized Louis, she endeavored to tear herself from his embrace. "Oh, heavens!" she murmured, "is not the sacrifice yet made?" "No, no," exclaimed the king, "and it shall not be made, I swear." Notwithstanding her weakness and utter despair, she rose from the ground, saying, "It must be made, however, it must be, so do not stay me in my purpose." "I leave you to sacrifice yourself? I? Never, never!" exclaimed the king. "Well," murmured D'Artagnan, "I may as well go now. As soon as they begin to speak, we may as well prevent there being any listeners." And he quitted the room, leaving the lovers alone. "Sire," continued La Valliere, "not another word, I implore you. Do not destroy the only future I can hope for my salvation. Do not destroy the glory and brightness of your own future for a mere caprice." "A caprice!" cried the king. "Oh, sire, it is now only that I can see clearly into your heart." "You, Louise? What mean you?" "An inexplicable impulse, foolish and unreasonable in its nature, may ephemerally appear to offer a sufficient excuse for your conduct; but there are duties imposed upon you which are incompatible with your regard for a poor girl such as I am. So forget me." "I forget you?" "You have already done so once." "Rather would I die." You cannot love one whose peace of mind you hold so lightly, and whom you so cruelly abandoned last night to the bitterness of death." "What can you mean? Explain yourself, Louise." "What did you ask me yesterday morning? To love you. What did you promise me in return? Never to let midnight pass without offering me an opportunity of reconciliation, if by any chance your anger should be roused against me." "Oh, forgive me, Louise, forgive me! I was mad with jealousy." "Jealousy is a sentiment unworthy of a king, a man. You may become jealous again, and will end by killing me. Be merciful, then, and leave me now to die." "Another word, mademoiselle, in that strain, and you will see me expire at your feet." "No, no, sire, I am better acquainted with my own demerits, and believe me that to sacrifice yourself for one whom all despise would be needless." "Give me the names of those you have cause to complain of." "I have no complaints, sire, to prefer against anyone, no one but myself to accuse. Farewell, sire, you are compromising yourself in speaking to me in such a manner." "Oh, be careful, Louise, in what you say. You are reducing me to the darkness of despair." "Oh, sire, sire, leave me at least the protection of Heaven, I implore you." "No, no, Heaven itself shall not tear me from you." "Save me, then," cried the poor girl, "from those determined and pitiless enemies who are thirsting to annihilate my life and honor too. If you have courage enough to love me, show at least that you have power enough to defend me. But no, she whom you say you love, others insult and mock, and drive shamelessly away." And the gentle hearted girl, forced by her own bitter distress to accuse others, wrung her hands in an uncontrollable agony of tears. "You have been driven away!" exclaimed the king. "This is the second time I have heard that said." "I have been driven away with shame and ignominy, sire. You see, then, that I have no other protector but Heaven, no consolation but prayer, and this cloister is my only refuge." "My palace, my whole court shall be your park of peace. Oh, fear nothing further now, Louise. Those, be they men or women, who yesterday drove you away, shall to morrow tremble before you. To morrow, do I say? Nay, this very day I have already shown my displeasure, have already threatened. It is in my power, even now, to hurl the thunderbolt I have hitherto withheld. Louise, Louise, you shall be bitterly revenged. Tears of blood shall repay for the tears you have shed. Give me only the names of your enemies." "Never, never." "How can I show any anger, then?" "Sire, those upon whom your anger would be prepared to fall would force you to draw back your hand upraised to punish." "Oh, you do not know me," cried the king, exasperated. "Rather than draw back, I would sacrifice my kingdom, and would abjure my family. Yes, I would strike until this arm had utterly destroyed all those who had ventured to make themselves the enemies of the gentlest and best of creatures." And as he said these words, Louis struck his fist violently against the oaken wainscoting with a force which alarmed La Valliere; for his anger, owing to his unbounded power, had something imposing and threatening in it, like the lightning, which may at any time prove deadly. She, who thought that her own sufferings could not be surpassed, was overwhelmed by a suffering which revealed itself by menace and by violence. "Sire," she said, "for the last time, I implore you to leave me. Already do I feel strengthened by the calm seclusion of this asylum, and the protection of Heaven has reassured me. For all the petty human meanness of this world are forgotten beneath the divine protection. Once more, then, sire, and for the last time, I implore you to leave me." "Confess rather," cried Louis, "that you have never loved me. Admit that my humility and my repentance are flattering to your pride, but that my distress affects you not; that the king of this wide realm is no longer regarded as a lover whose tenderness of devotion is capable of working out your happiness, but as a despot whose caprice has crushed your very heart beneath his iron heel. Do not say you are seeking heaven; say rather you are fleeing from the king." Louise's heart was wrung within her as she listened to his passionate utterance, which made the fever of hope course once more through her every vein. "But did you not hear me say that I have been driven away, scorned, despised?" "I will make you the most respected and most adored, and the most envied of my whole court." "Prove to me that you have not ceased to love me." "In what way?" "By leaving me." "I will prove it to you by never leaving you again." "But do you imagine, sire, that I shall allow that? Do you imagine that I will let you come to an open rupture with every member of your family? Do you imagine that for my sake you could abandon mother, wife, and sister?" "Ah, you have named them, then, at last? It is they, then, who have wrought this grievous injury? By the heaven above us, then, upon them shall my anger fall." "That is the very reason why my future terrifies me, why I refuse everything, why I do not wish you to revenge me. Tears enough have already been shed, sufficient sorrow and affliction have already been occasioned. I, at least, will never be the cause of sorrow, or affliction, or distress to whomsoever it may be, for I have mourned and suffered and wept too much myself." "And do you count my sufferings, my tears, as nothing?" "In Heaven's name, sire, do not speak to me in that manner. I need all my courage to enable me to accomplish the sacrifice." "Louise, Louise, I implore you, whatever you desire, whatever you command, whether vengeance or forgiveness, your slightest wish shall be obeyed, but do not abandon me." "Alas, sire, we must part." "You do not love me, then?" "Heaven knows I do." "It is false, Louise, it is false." "Oh, sire, if I did not love you, I should let you do what you please. I should let you revenge me in return for the insult which has been inflicted on me. I should accept the brilliant triumph to my pride which you propose. And yet you cannot deny that I reject even the sweet compensation your affection affords, that affection which for me is life itself, for I wished to die when I thought that you loved me no longer." "Yes, yes, I now know, I now perceive it. You are the sweetest and best and purest of women. There is no one so worthy as yourself, not alone of my respect and devotion, but also the respect and devotion of all who surround me. and therefore no one shall be loved like yourself. No one shall ever possess the influence over me that you wield. You wish me to be calm, to forgive. Be it so. You shall find me perfectly unmoved. You wish to reign by gentleness and clemency. I will be clement and gentle. Dictate for me the conduct you wish me to adopt, and I will obey blindly." "In Heaven's name, no, sire! What am I, a poor girl, to dictate to so great a monarch as yourself?" "You are my life, the very spirit and principle of my being. Is it not the spirit that rules the body?" "You love me, then, sire?" "On my knees, yes. With my hands upraised to you, yes. With all the strength and power of my being, yes. I love you so deeply that I would lay down my life for you, gladly, at your merest wish." "Oh, sire, now I know you love me, I have nothing to wish for in the world. Give me your hand, sire, and then farewell. I have enjoyed in this life all the happiness I was ever meant for." "Oh, no, no, your happiness is not a happiness of yesterday. It is of to day, of to morrow, ever enduring. The future is yours. Everything which is mine is yours too. Away with these ideas of separation, away with these gloomy, despairing thoughts. You will live for me as I will live for you, Louise." And he threw himself at her feet, embracing her knees with the wildest transports of joy and gratitude. "Oh, sire, sire, all that is but a wild dream." "Why a wild dream?" "Because I cannot return to the court. Exiled, how can I see you again? Would it not be far better to bury myself in a cloister for the rest of my life, with the rich consolation that your affection gives me, with the pulses of your heart beating for me, and your latest confession of attachment still ringing in my ears?" "Exiled! You!" exclaimed Louis XIV. "And who dares to exile, let me ask, when I recall?" "Oh, sire, something which is greater than and superior to the kings even, the world and public opinion. Reflect for a moment. You cannot love a woman who has been ignominiously driven away, love one whom your mother has stained with suspicions, one whom your sister has threatened with disgrace. Such a woman, indeed, would be unworthy of you." "Unworthy! One who belongs to me?" "Yes, sire, precisely on that account. From the very moment she belongs to you, the character of your mistress renders her unworthy." "You are right, Louise. Every shade of delicacy of feeling is yours. Very well, you shall not be exiled."
"Ah, from the tone in which you speak, you have not heard Madame, that is very clear."
"I will appeal from her to my mother."
"Again, sire, you have not seen your mother."
"She too! My poor Louise! Everyone's hand, then, is against you."
"Yes, yes, poor Louise, who was already bending beneath the fury of the storm, when you arrived and crushed her beneath the weight of your displeasure."
"Oh, forgive me!"
"You will not, I know, be able to make either of them yield. Believe me, the evil cannot be repaired, for I will not allow you to use violence or to exercise your authority.
Very well, Louise. To prove to you how fondly I love you, I will do one thing. I will see Madame. I will make her revoke her sentence. I will compel her to do so." "Compel? Oh, no, no." "True, you are right. I will bend her." Louise shook her head. "I will entreat her, if it be necessary," said Louis. "Will you believe in my affection after that?" Louise drew herself up. "Oh, never, never shall you humiliate yourself on my account. Sooner, 1,000 times, would I die." Louis reflected. His features assumed a dark expression. "I will love you as much as you have loved. I will suffer as keenly as you have suffered. This shall be my expiation in your eyes. Come, mademoiselle, put aside these paltry considerations. Let us show ourselves as great as our sufferings, as strong as our affection for each other." And as he said this, he took her in his arms and encircled her waist with both his hands, saying, "My own love, my own dearest and best beloved, follow me." She made a final effort, in which she concentrated, no longer all of her firmness of will, for that had long since been overcome, but all her physical strength. "No," she replied weakly, "no, no, I should die from shame." "No, you shall return like a queen. No one knows of your having left, except, indeed, D'Artagnan." "He has betrayed me, then?" "In what way?" "He promised faithfully—" "I promised to say nothing to the king," said D'Artagnan, putting his head through the half opened door, "and I kept my word. I was speaking to M. de Saint Aignan, and it was not my fault if the king overheard me, was it, sire?" "It is quite true," said the king. "Forgive him." La Valliere smiled, and held out her small white hand to the musketeer. "Monsieur d'Artagnan," said the king, "be good enough to see if you can find a carriage for Mademoiselle de la Valliere." "Sire," said the captain, "the carriage is waiting at the gate." "You are a magic mould of forethought," exclaimed the king. "You have taken a long time to find it out," muttered D'Artagnan, notwithstanding he was flattered by the praise bestowed upon him. La Valliere was overcome. After a little further hesitation, she allowed herself to be led away, half fainting, by her royal lover. But as she was on the point of leaving the room, she tore herself from the king's grasp, and returned to the stone crucifix, which she kissed, saying, "O Heaven, it was thou who drewest me hither, thou who hast rejected me, but thy grace is infinite. Whenever I shall return again, forget that I have ever separated myself from thee, for when I return, it will be never to leave thee again." The king could not restrain his emotion, and D'Artagnan even was overcome. Louis led the young girl away, lifted her into the carriage, and directed D'Artagnan to seat himself beside her, while he, mounting his horse, spurred violently towards the Palais Royal, where, immediately on his arrival, he sent to request an audience of Madame. Chapter 30 of Louise de la Valliere. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Louise de la Valliere by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 30. Madame. From the manner in which the king had dismissed the ambassadors, even the least clear sighted persons belonging to the court imagined war would ensue. The ambassadors themselves, but slightly acquainted with the king's domestic disturbances, had interpreted as directed against themselves the celebrated sentence, "If I be not master of myself, I at least will be so of those who insult me." Happily for the destinies of France and Holland, Colbert had followed them out of the king's presence for the purpose of explaining matters to them. But the two queens and Madame, who were perfectly aware of every particular that had taken place in their several households, having heard the king's remark, so full of dark meaning, retired to their own apartments in no little fear and chagrin. Madame especially felt that the royal anger might fall upon her, and as she was brave and exceedingly proud, instead of seeking support and encouragement from the queen mother, she had returned to her own apartments, if not without some uneasiness, at least without any intention of avoiding an encounter. Anne of Austria, from time to time, at frequent intervals, sent messages to learn if the king had returned. The silence which the whole palace preserved upon the matter, and upon Louise's disappearance, was indicative of a long train of misfortunes to all those who knew the haughty and irritable humour of the king. But Madame, unmoved in spite of all the flying rumours, shut herself up in her apartments, sent for Montalais, and with a voice as calm as she could possibly command, desired her to relate all she knew about the event itself. At the moment that the eloquent Montalais was concluding, with all kinds of oratorical precautions, and was recommending, if not in actual language, at least in spirit, that she should show forbearance towards La Valliere, M. Malicorne made his appearance to beg an audience of Madame on behalf of the king. Montalais's worthy friend bore upon his countenance all the signs of the very liveliest emotion. It was impossible to be mistaken. The interview which the king requested would be one of the most interesting chapters in the history of the hearts of kings and of men. Madame was disturbed by her brother in law's arrival. She did not expect it so soon, nor had she indeed expected any direct step on Louis's part. Besides, all women who wage war successfully by indirect means are invariably neither very skilful nor very strong when it becomes a question of accepting a pitched battle. Madame, however, was not one who ever drew back. She had the very opposite defect, or qualification, in whichever light it may be considered. She took an exaggerated view of what constituted real courage, and therefore the king's message, of which Malicorne had been the bearer, was regarded by her as the bugle note proclaiming the commencement of hostilities. She therefore boldly accepted the gage of battle. 5 minutes afterwards the king ascended the staircase. His colour was heightened from having ridden hard. His dusty and disordered clothes formed a singular contrast with the fresh and perfectly arranged toilet of Madame, who, notwithstanding rouge on her cheeks, turned pale as Louis entered the room. Louis lost no time in approaching the object of his visit. He sat down, and Montalais disappeared. "My dear sister," said the king, "you are aware that Mademoiselle de la Valliere fled from her room this morning, and that she has retired to a cloister, overwhelmed by grief and despair?" As he pronounced these words, the king's voice was singularly moved. "Your majesty is the first to inform me of it," replied Madame. "I should have thought that you might have learned it this morning, during the reception of the ambassadors," said the king. "From your emotions, sire, I imagined that something extraordinary had happened, but without knowing what." The king, with his usual frankness, went straight to the point. "Why did you send Mademoiselle de la Valliere away?" "Because I had reason to be dissatisfied with her conduct," she replied dryly. The king became crimson, and his eyes kindled with a fire which it required all Madame's courage to support. He mastered his anger, however, and continued: "A stronger reason than that is surely requisite for one so good and kind as you are, to turn away and dishonour not only the young girl herself, but every member of her family as well. You know that the whole city has its eyes fixed upon the conduct of the female portion of the court. To dismiss a maid of honour is to attribute a crime to her, at the very least a fault. What crime, what fault has Mademoiselle de la Valliere been guilty of?" "Since you constitute yourself the protector of Mademoiselle de la Valliere," replied Madame coldly, "I will give you those explanations which I should have a perfect right to withhold from everyone." "Even the king?" exclaimed Louis, as with a sudden gesture he covered his head with his hat. "You have called me your sister," said Madame, "and I am in my own apartments." "It matters not," said the youthful monarch, ashamed at having been hurried away by his anger. "Neither you nor anyone else in this kingdom can assert a right to withhold an explanation in my presence." "Since that is the way you regard it," said Madame, in a hoarse, angry tone of voice, "all that remains for me to do is bow submission to your majesty, and to be silent." "Not so. Let there be no equivocation between us." "The protection with which you surround Mademoiselle de la Valliere does not impose any respect." "No equivocation, I repeat. You are perfectly aware that, as the head of the nobility in France, I am accountable to all for the honour of every family. You dismiss Mademoiselle de la Valliere, or whoever else it may be" Madame shrugged her shoulders "or whoever else it may be, I repeat," continued the king, "and as, acting in that manner, you cast a dishonourable reflection upon that person, I ask you for an explanation, in order that I may confirm or annul the sentence." "Annul my sentence!" exclaimed Madame haughtily. "What! when I have discharged one of my attendants, do you order me to take her back again?" The king remained silent. "This would be sheer abuse of power, sire. It would be indecorous and unseemly." "Madame!" "As a woman, I should revolt against an abuse so insulting to me. I should no longer be able to regard myself as a princess of your blood, a daughter of a monarch. I should be the meanest of creatures, more humbled and disgraced than the servant I had sent away." The king rose from his seat with anger. "It cannot be a heart," he cried, "that you have beating in your bosom. If you act in such a way with me, I may have reason to act with corresponding severity." It sometimes happens that in a battle a chance ball may reach its mark. The observation which the king had made without any particular intention struck Madame home, and staggered her for a moment. Some day or other she might indeed have reason to dread reprisals. "At all events, sire," she said, "explain what you require." "I ask, madame, what has Mademoiselle de la Valliere done to warrant your conduct toward her?" "She is the most cunning fomenter of intrigues I know. She was the occasion of two personal friends engaging in mortal combat, and has made people talk of her in such shameless terms that the whole court is indignant at the mere sound of her name." "She! she!" cried the king. "Under her soft and hypocritical manner," continued Madame, "she hides a disposition full of foul and dark conceit." "She!" "You may possibly be deceived, sire, but I know her right well. She is capable of creating dispute and misunderstanding between the most affectionate relatives and the most intimate friends. You see that she has already sown discord betwixt us two." "I do assure you," said the king. "Sire, look well into the case as it stands. We were living on the most friendly understanding, and by the artfulness of her tales and complaints she has set your majesty against me." "I swear to you," said the king, "that on no occasion has a bitter word ever passed her lips. I swear that even in my wildest bursts of passion she would not allow me to menace anyone; and I swear, too, that you do not possess a more devoted and respectful friend than she is." "Friend!" said Madame, with an expression of supreme disdain. "Take care, madame," said the king; "you forget that you now understand me, and that from this moment everything is equalized. Mademoiselle de la Valliere will be whatever I may choose her to become, and to morrow, if I were determined to do so, I could seat her on a throne. She was not born to a throne, at least, and whatever you may do can affect the future alone, but cannot affect the past." "Madame, towards you I have shown every kind consideration, and every eager desire to please you. Do not remind me that I am master." "It is the second time, sire, that you have made that remark, and I have already informed you I am ready to submit." "In that case, then, you will confer upon me the favour of receiving Mademoiselle de la Valliere back again." "For what purpose, sire, since you have a throne to bestow upon her? I am too insignificant to protect so exalted a personage." "Nay, a truce to this bitter and disdainful spirit. Grant me her forgiveness." "Never." "You drive me, then, to open warfare in my own family." "I, too, have a family with whom I can find refuge." "Do you mean that as a threat? And could you forget yourself so far? Do you believe that if you push the affront to that extent, your family would encourage you?" "I hope, sire, that you will not force me to take any step which would be unworthy of my rank." "I hoped that you would remember our recent friendship, and that you would treat me as a brother." Madame paused for a moment. "I do not disown you for a brother," she said, "in refusing your majesty an injustice." "An injustice?" "Oh, sire, if I informed others of La Valliere's conduct, if the queen knew—" "Come, come, Henrietta, let your heart speak. Remember that for however brief a time you once loved me. Remember, too, that human hearts should be as merciful as the heart of a sovereign master. Do not be inflexible with others. Forgive La Valliere." "I cannot. She has offended me." "But for my sake." "Sire, it is for your sake I would do anything in the world, except that." "You will drive me to despair. You compel me to turn to the last resource of weak people, and seek counsel of my angry and wrathful disposition." "I advise you to be reasonable." "Reasonable! I can be so no longer." "Nay, sire, I pray you." "For pity's sake, Henrietta, it is the first time I entreated anyone, and I have no hope in anyone but in you." "Oh, sire, you are weeping." "From rage, from humiliation, that I, the king, should have been obliged to descend to entreaty. I shall hate this moment during my whole life. You have made me suffer, in one moment, more distress and more degradation than I could have anticipated in the greatest extremity in life." And the king rose and gave free vent to his tears, which in fact were tears of anger and shame. Madame was not touched exactly, for the best women, when their pride is hurt, are without pity; but she was afraid that the tears the king was shedding might possibly carry away every soft and tender feeling in his heart. "Give what commands you please, sire," she said, "and since you prefer my humiliation to your own, although mine is public and yours has been witnessed but by myself alone, speak. I will obey your majesty." "No, no, Henrietta!" exclaimed Louis, transported with gratitude. "You will have yielded to a brother's wishes." "I no longer have any brother, since I obey." "All that I have would be too little in return." "How passionately you love, sire, when you do love." Louis did not answer. He had seized upon Madame's hand and covered it with kisses. "And so you will receive this poor girl back again, and will forgive her. You will find how gentle and pure hearted she is." "I will maintain her in my household." "No, you will give her your friendship, my sister." "I never liked her." "Well, for my sake, you will treat her kindly, will you not, Henrietta?" "I will treat her as your mistress." The king rose suddenly to his feet. By this word, which had so infelicitously escaped her, Madame had destroyed the whole merit of her sacrifice. The king felt freed from all obligations. Exasperated beyond measure, and bitterly offended, he replied, "I thank you, Madame. I shall never forget the service you have rendered me." And saluting her with an affectation of ceremony, he took his leave of her. As he passed before a glass, he saw that his eyes were red, and angrily stamped his foot on the ground. But it was too late, for Malicorne and D'Artagnan, who were standing at the door, had seen his eyes. "The king has been crying," thought Malicorne. D'Artagnan approached the king with a respectful air, and said in a low tone of voice, "Sire, it would be better to return to your own apartments by the small staircase." "Why?" "Because the dust of the road has left its traces on your face," said D'Artagnan. "By heavens," he thought, "when the king has given way like a child, let those look to it who may make the lady weep for whom the king sheds tears." Chapter 31
of Louise de la Valliere. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eden Ray Hedrick. Louise de la Valliere by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 31. Mademoiselle de la Valliere's Pocket Handkerchief. Madame was not bad-hearted; she was only hasty and impetuous. The king was not imprudent; he was simply in love. Hardly had they entered into this compact, which terminated in La Valliere's recall, when they both sought to make as much as they could by their bargain. The king wished to see La Valliere every moment of the day, while Madame, who was sensible of the king's annoyance ever since he had so entreated her, would not relinquish her revenge on La Valliere without a contest. She planted every conceivable difficulty in the king's path. He was, in fact, obliged, in order to get a glimpse of La Valliere, to be exceedingly devoted in his attentions to his sister-in-law, and this, indeed, was Madame's plan of policy. As she had chosen someone to second her efforts, and as this person was our old friend Montalais, the king found himself completely hemmed in every time he paid Madame a visit. He was surrounded, and was never left a moment alone. Madame displayed in her conversation a charm of manner and brilliancy of wit which dazzled everybody. Montalais followed her, and soon rendered herself perfectly insupportable to the king, which was, in fact, the very thing she expected would happen. She then set Malicorne at the king, who found means of informing his majesty that there was a young person belonging to the court who was exceedingly miserable, and on the king inquiring who this person was, Malicorne replied that it was Mademoiselle de Montalais. To this the king answered that it was perfectly just that a person should be unhappy when she rendered others so, whereupon Malicorne explained how matters stood, for he had received his directions from Montalais. The king began to open his eyes; he remarked that, as soon as he made his appearance, Madame made hers too, that she remained in the corridors until after he had left, that she accompanied him back to his own apartments, fearing that he might speak in the antechambers to one of her maids of honor. One evening she went further still. The king was seated, surrounded by the ladies who were present, and holding in his hand, concealed by his lace ruffle, a small note which he wished to slip into La Valliere's hand. Madame guessed both his intention and the letter too. It was difficult to prevent the king's going wherever he pleased, and yet it was necessary to prevent his going near La Valliere or speaking to her, as by so doing he could let the note fall into her lap behind her fan, or into her pocket handkerchief. The king, who was also on the watch, suspected that a snare was being laid for him. He rose and pushed his chair, without affectation, near Mademoiselle de Chatillon, with whom he began to talk in a light tone. They were amusing themselves making rhymes. From Mademoiselle de Chatillon he went to Montalais, and then to Mademoiselle de Tonnay Charente. And thus, by this skillful maneuver, he found himself seated opposite to La Valliere, whom he completely concealed. Madame pretended to be greatly occupied, altering a group of flowers that she was working in tapestry. The king showed the corner of his letter to La Valliere, and the latter held out her handkerchief with a look that signified, "Put the letter inside." Then, as the king had placed his own handkerchief upon his chair, he was adroit enough to let it fall on the ground, so that La Valliere slipped her handkerchief on the chair. The king took it quietly, without anyone observing what he did, placed the letter within it, and returned the handkerchief to the place he had taken it from. There was only just time for La Valliere to stretch out her hand to take hold of the handkerchief with its valuable contents. But Madame, who had observed everything that had passed, said to Mademoiselle de Chatillon, "Chatillon, be good enough to pick up the king's handkerchief, if you please. It has fallen on the carpet." The young girl obeyed with the utmost precipitation, the king having moved from his seat, and La Valliere being in no little degree nervous and confused. "Ah, I beg your majesty's pardon," said Mademoiselle de Chatillon. "You have two handkerchiefs, I perceive." And the king was accordingly obliged to put into his pocket La Valliere's handkerchief as well as his own. He certainly gained that souvenir of Louise, who lost, however, a copy of verses which had cost the king 10 hours' hard labor, and which, as far as he was concerned, was perhaps as good as a long poem. It would be impossible to describe the king's anger and La Valliere's despair. But shortly afterwards a circumstance occurred which was more than remarkable. When the king left, in order to retire to his own apartments, Malicorne, informed of what had passed, one can hardly tell how, was waiting in the antechamber. The antechambers of the Palais Royal are naturally very dark, and in the evening they were but indifferently lighted. Nothing pleased the king more than this dim light. As a general rule, love, whose mind and heart are constantly in a blaze, condemns all light except the sunshine of the soul. And so the antechamber was dark. A page carried a torch before the king, who walked on slowly, greatly annoyed at what had recently occurred. Malicorne passed close to the king, almost stumbled against him, in fact, and begged his forgiveness with the profoundest humility. But the king, who was in an exceedingly ill temper, was very sharp in his reproof to Malicorne, who disappeared as soon and as quietly as he possibly could. Louis retired to rest, having a misunderstanding with the queen, and the very next day, as soon as he entered the cabinet, he wished to have La Valliere's handkerchief in order to press his lips to it. He called his valet. "Fetch me," he said, "the coat I wore yesterday evening, but be very sure you do not touch anything it may contain." The order being obeyed, the king himself searched the pocket of the coat. He found only one handkerchief, and that his own. La Valliere's had disappeared. Whilst busied with all kinds of conjectures and suspicions, a letter was brought to him from La Valliere. It ran thus: "How good and kind of you to have sent me those beautiful verses! How full of ingenuity and perseverance your affection! How is it possible to help loving you so dearly?" "What does this mean?" thought the king. "There must be some mistake. Look well about," he said to his valet, "for a pocket handkerchief must be in one of my pockets, and if you do not find it, or if you have touched it—" He reflected for a moment. To make a state matter of the loss of the handkerchief would be to act absurdly, and he therefore added, "There was a letter of some importance inside the handkerchief, which had somehow got among the folds of it." "Sire," replied the valet, "your majesty has only one handkerchief, and that is it." "True, true," replied the king, setting his teeth hard together. "Oh, poverty, how I envy you! Happy is the man who can empty his own pockets of letters and handkerchiefs." He read La Valliere's letter over again, endeavoring to imagine in what conceivable way his verses could have reached their destination. There was a postscript to the letter: "I send you back by your messenger this reply, so unworthy of what you sent me." "So far so good. I shall find out something now," he said delightedly. "Who is waiting, and who brought me this letter?" "Monsieur Malicorne," replied the valet de chambre, timidly. "Desire him to come in." Malicorne entered. "You come from Mademoiselle de la Valliere?" said the king, with a sigh. "Yes, sire." "And you took Mademoiselle de la Valliere something from me?" "I, sire?" "Yes, you." "Oh, no, sire." "Mademoiselle de la Valliere says so, distinctly." "Oh, sire, Mademoiselle de la Valliere is mistaken." The king frowned. "What jest is this?" he said. "Explain yourself. Why does Mademoiselle de la Valliere call you my messenger? What did you take to that lady? Speak, monsieur, and quickly." "Sire, I merely took Mademoiselle de la Valliere a pocket handkerchief, that was all." "A handkerchief? What handkerchief?" "Sire, at the very moment when I had the misfortune to stumble against your majesty yesterday, a misfortune which I shall deplore to the last day of my life, especially after the dissatisfaction which you exhibited, I remained, sire, motionless with despair, your majesty being at too great a distance to hear my excuses, when I saw something white lying on the ground." "Ah!" said the king. "I stooped down; it was a pocket handkerchief. For a moment I had an idea that when I stumbled against your majesty I must have been the cause of the handkerchief falling from your pocket; but as I felt it all over very respectfully, I perceived a cipher at one of the corners, and on looking at it closely, I found that it was Mademoiselle de la Valliere's cipher. I presumed that on her way to Madame's apartment in the earlier part of the evening, she must have let her handkerchief fall, and I accordingly hastened to restore it to her as she was leaving, and that is all I gave to Mademoiselle de la Valliere. I entreat your majesty to believe." Malicorne's manner was so simple, so full of contrition, and marked with such extreme humility, that the king was greatly amused in listening to him. He was as pleased with him for what he had done as if he had rendered him the greatest service. "This is the second fortunate meeting I have had with you, monsieur," he said. "You may count upon my good intentions." The plain and sober truth was, that Malicorne had picked the king's pocket of the handkerchief as dexterously as any of the pickpockets of the good city of Paris could have done. Madame never knew of this little incident, but Montalais gave La Valliere some idea of the manner in which it had really happened, and La Valliere afterwards told the king, who laughed exceedingly at it, and pronounced Malicorne to be a first-rate politician. Louis XIV. Was right, and it is well known that he was tolerably well acquainted with human nature. Chapter 32 of Louise de la Valliere. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eden Ray Hedrick. Louise de la Valliere by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 32, which treats of gardeners, of ladders, and of maids of honor. Miracles, unfortunately, could not always be happening whilst Madame's ill humor still continued. In a week's time, matters had reached such a point that the king could no longer look at La Valliere without a look full of suspicion crossing his own. Whenever a promenade was proposed, Madame, in order to avoid the recurrence of similar scenes to that of the thunderstorm or the royal oak, had a variety of indispositions ready prepared, and, thanks to them, she was unable to go out, and her maids of honor were obliged to remain indoors also. There was not the slightest chance of means of paying a nocturnal visit, for in this respect the king had, on the very first occasion, experienced a severe check, which happened in the following manner. As at Fontainebleau, he had taken Saint Aignan with him one evening, when he wished to pay La Valliere a visit, but he had found no one but Mademoiselle de Tonnay Charente, who had begun to call out "Fire!" and "Thieves!" in such a manner that a perfect legion of chambermaids, attendants, and pages ran to her assistance, so that Saint Aignan, who had remained behind in order to save the honor of his royal master, who had fled precipitately, was obliged to submit to a severe scolding from the queen mother, as well as from Madame herself. In addition, he had, the next morning, received 2 challenges from the de Mortemart family, and the king had been obliged to interfere. This mistake had been owing to the circumstance of Madame having suddenly ordered a change in the apartments of her maids of honor, and directed La Valliere and Montalais to sleep in her own cabinet. No gateway, therefore, was any longer open, not even communication by letter, to write under the eyes of so ferocious an Argus as Madame, whose temper and disposition were so uncertain, was to run the risk of exposure to the greatest danger. And it can well be conceived into what a state of continuous irritation, and ever increasing anger, all these petty annoyances threw the young lion. The king almost tormented himself to death endeavoring to discover a means of communication, and, as he did not think proper to call in the aid of Malicorne or D'Artagnan, the means were not discovered at all. Malicorne had, indeed, occasional brilliant flashes of imagination, with which he tried to inspire the king with confidence, but, whether from shame or suspicion, the king, who had at first begun to nibble at the bait, soon abandoned the hook. In this way, for instance, one evening, while the king was crossing the garden and looking up at Madame's window, Malicorne stumbled over a ladder lying beside a border of box, and said to Manicamp, then walking with him behind the king,
Did you not see that I just now stumbled against a ladder, and was very nearly thrown down?" "No," said Manicamp, as usual very absent-minded, "but it appears you did not fall." "That doesn't matter, but it is not on that account the less dangerous to leave ladders lying about in that manner." "True, one might hurt oneself, especially when troubled with fits of absence of mind." "I don't mean that. What I did mean was that it is dangerous to allow ladders to lie about so near the windows of the maids of honor." Louis started imperceptibly. "Why so?" inquired Manicamp. "Speak louder," whispered Malicorne, as he touched him with his arm. "Why so?" said Manicamp, louder. The king listened. "Because, for instance," said Malicorne, "a ladder 19 feet high is just the height of the cornice of those windows." Manicamp, instead of answering, was dreaming of something else. "Ask me, can't you, what windows I mean?" whispered Malicorne. "But what windows are you referring to?" said Manicamp, aloud. "The windows of Madame's apartments." "Eh?" "Oh, I don't say that anyone would ever venture to go up a ladder into Madame's room, but in Madame's cabinet, merely separated by a partition, sleep two exceedingly pretty girls, Mesdemoiselles de la Valliere and de Montalais." "By a partition?" said Manicamp. "Look, you see how brilliantly lighted Madame's apartments are. Well, do you see those two windows?" "Yes." "And that window close to the others, but more dimly lighted?" "Yes." "Well, that is the room of the maids of honor. Look, there is Mademoiselle de la Valliere opening the window. Ah, how many soft things could an enterprising lover say to her, if he only suspected that there were lying here a ladder 19 feet long, which would just reach the cornice." "But she is not alone. You said Mademoiselle de Montalais is with her." "Mademoiselle de Montalais counts for nothing. She is her oldest friend, and exceedingly devoted to her. A positive well, into which can be thrown all sorts of secrets one might wish to get rid of." The king did not lose a single syllable of this conversation. Malicorne even remarked that his majesty slackened his pace, in order to give him time to finish. So, when they arrived at the door, Louis dismissed everyone, with the exception of Malicorne, a circumstance which excited no surprise, for it was known that the king was in love, and they suspected he was going to compose some verses by moonlight, and although there was no moon that evening, the king might, nevertheless, have some verses to compose. Everyone, therefore, took his leave, and immediately afterwards the king turned towards Malicorne, who respectfully waited until his majesty should address him. "What were you saying just now about a ladder, Monsieur Malicorne?" he asked. "Did I say anything about ladders, sire?" said Malicorne, looking up as if in search of words which had flown away. "Yes, a ladder, 19 feet long." "Oh, yes, sire, I remember; but I spoke to Monsieur Manicamp, and I should not have said a word had I known your majesty was near enough to hear us." "And why would you not have said a word?" "Because I should not have liked to get the gardener into a scrape who left it there, poor fellow." "Don't make yourself uneasy on that account. What is this ladder like?" "If your majesty wishes to see it, nothing is easier, for there it is." "In that box hedge?" "Exactly." "Show it to me." Malicorne turned back and led the king up to the ladder, saying, "This is it, sire." "Pull it this way a little." When Malicorne had brought the ladder on the gravel walk, the king began to step its whole length. He said, "you say it is 19 feet long?" "Yes, sire." 19 feet, that is rather long. I hardly believe it can be so long as that." "You cannot judge very correctly with the ladder in that position, sire. If it were upright against a tree or a wall, for instance, you would be better able to judge, because the comparison would assist you a good deal." "Oh, it does not matter, Monsieur Malicorne, but I can hardly believe that the ladder is 19 feet high." "I know how accurate your majesty's glance is, and yet I would wager—" The king shook his head. "There is one unanswerable means of verifying it," said Malicorne. "What is that?" "Everyone knows, sire, that the ground floor of the palace is 18 feet high." "True, that is very well known." "Well, sire, if I place the ladder against the wall, we shall be able to ascertain." "True." Malicorne took up the ladder like a feather, and placed it upright against the wall, and, in order to try the experiment, he chose, or chance perhaps directed him to choose, the very window of the cabinet where La Valliere was. The ladder just reached the edge of the cornice, that is to say, the sill of the window, so that, by standing upon the last round but one of the ladder, a man of about middle height, as the king was, for instance, could easily talk with those who might be in the room. Hardly had the ladder been properly placed, when the king, dropping the assumed part he had been playing in the comedy, began to ascend the rounds of the ladder, which Malicorne held at the bottom. But hardly had he completed half the distance, when a patrol of Swiss guards appeared in the garden, and advanced straight toward him. The king descended with the utmost precipitation, and concealed himself among the trees. Malicorne at once perceived that he must offer himself as a sacrifice, for if he too were to conceal himself, the guard would search everywhere until they had found either himself or the king, perhaps both. It would be far better, therefore, that he alone should be discovered. And consequently, Malicorne hid himself so clumsily that he was the only one arrested. As soon as he was arrested, Malicorne was taken to the guard house, and there he declared who he was, and was immediately recognized. In the meantime, by concealing himself first behind one clump of trees and then behind another, the king reached the side door of his apartment, very much humiliated, and still more disappointed. More than that, the noise made in arresting Malicorne had drawn La Valliere and Montalais to their window, and even Madame herself had appeared at her own, with a pair of wax candles, one in each hand, clamorously asking what was the matter. In the meantime, Malicorne sent for D'Artagnan, who did not lose a moment in hurrying to him. But it was in vain he attempted to make him understand his reasons, and in vain also that D'Artagnan did understand them. And further, it was equally in vain that both their sharp and intuitive minds endeavored to give another turn to the adventure. There was no other resource left for Malicorne but to let it be supposed that he had wished to enter Mademoiselle de Montalais' apartment, as Saint Aignan had passed for having wished to force Mademoiselle de Tonnay Charente's door. Madame was inflexible. In the first place, because, if Malicorne had in fact wished to enter her apartment at night through the window and by means of the ladder, in order to see Montalais, it was a punishable offense on Malicorne's part, and he must be punished accordingly. And in the second place, if Malicorne, instead of acting in his own name, had acted as an intermediary between La Valliere and a person whose name was superfluous to mention, his crime was in that case even greater, since love, which is an excuse for everything, did not exist in the case as an excuse. Madame therefore made the greatest possible disturbance about the matter, and obtained his dismissal from Monsieur's household, without reflecting, poor blind creature, that both Malicorne and Montalais held her fast in their clutches, in consequence of her visit to De Guiche, and in a variety of other ways equally delicate. Montalais was perfectly furious, wished to revenge herself immediately, but Malicorne pointed out to her that the king's countenance would repay them for all the disgrace in the world, and that it was a great thing to have to suffer on his majesty's account. Malicorne was perfectly right, and therefore, although Montalais had the spirit of 10 women in her, he succeeded in bringing her round to his own opinion. And we must not omit to state that the king helped them to console themselves, for, in the first place, he presented Malicorne with 50,000 francs as a compensation for the post he had lost, and, in the next place, he gave him an appointment in his own household, delighted to have an opportunity of revenging himself in such a manner upon Madame for all she had made him and La Valliere suffer. But as Malicorne could no longer carry significant handkerchiefs for him, or plant convenient ladders, the royal lover was in a terrible state. There seemed to be no hope, therefore, of ever getting near La Valliere again, so long as she should remain at the Palais Royal. All the dignitaries and all the money in the world could not remedy that. Fortunately, however, Malicorne was on the lookout, and this so successfully that he met Montalais, who, to do her justice it must be admitted, was doing her best to meet Malicorne. "What do you do during the night in Madame's apartment?" he asked the young girl. "Why, I go to sleep, of course," she replied. "But it is very wrong to sleep. It can hardly be possible that, with the pain you are suffering, you can manage to do so." "And what am I suffering from, may I ask?" "Are you not in despair at my absence?" "Of course not, since you have received 50,000 francs and an appointment in the king's household." "That is a matter of no moment. You are exceedingly afflicted at not seeing me as you used to see me formerly, and, more than all, you are in despair at my having lost Madame's confidence. Come now, is that not true?" "Perfectly true." "Very good. Your distress of mind prevents you sleeping at night, and so you sob and sigh and blow your nose 10 times every minute as loud as possible." "But, my dear Malicorne, Madame cannot endure the slightest noise near her." "I know that perfectly well. Of course she can't endure anything, and so I tell you, when she hears your deep distress, she will turn you out of her rooms without a moment's delay." "I understand." "Very fortunate you do." "Well, and what will happen next?"
The next thing that will happen will be, that La Valliere, finding herself alone without you, will groan and utter such loud lamentations that she will exhibit despair enough for 2.
In that case she will be put into another room, don't you see?"
Precisely so."
Yes, but which?
Which?
Yes, that will puzzle you to say, Monsieur Inventor General.
Not at all. Whenever and whatever the room may be, it will always be preferable to Madame's own room.
That is true.
Very good. So begin your lamentations tonight.
I certainly will not fail to do so.
And give La Valliere a hint also.
Oh, don't fear her. She cries quite enough already by herself.
Very well. All she has to do is cry out loudly.
And they separated. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Louise de la Valliere. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eden Ray Hedrick. Louise de la Valliere by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 33, which treats of carpentry operations and furnishes details upon the mode of constructing staircases. The advice which had been given to Montalais was communicated by her to La Valliere, who could not but acknowledge that it was by no means deficient in judgment, and who, after a certain amount of resistance, rising rather from timidity than indifference to the project, resolved to put it into execution. This story of the two girls weeping and filling Madame's bedroom with the noisiest lamentations was Malicorne's chef d'oeuvre. As nothing is so probable as improbability, so natural as romance, this kind of Arabian Nights story succeeded perfectly with Madame. The first thing she did was to send Montalais away, and then, 3 days, or rather 3 nights afterward, she had La Valliere removed. She gave the latter one of the small rooms on the top story, situated immediately over the apartments allotted to the gentlemen of Monsieur's suite. 1 story only, that is to say, a mere floor separating the maids of honor from the officers and gentlemen of her husband's household. A private staircase, which was placed under Madame de Nivelles' surveillance, was the only means of communication. For greater safety, Madame de Nivelles, who had heard of his Majesty's previous attempts, had the windows of the rooms and the openings of the chimneys carefully barred. There was, therefore, every possible security provided for Mademoiselle de la Valliere, whose room now bore more resemblance to a cage than to anything else. When Mademoiselle de la Valliere was in her own room, and she was there very frequently, for Madame scarcely ever had any occasion for her services, since she knew she was safe under Madame de Nivelles' inspection, Mademoiselle de la Valliere had no better means of amusing herself than looking through the bars of her windows. It happened, therefore, that one morning, as she was looking out as usual, she perceived Malicorne at one of the windows exactly opposite to her own. He held a carpenter's rule in his hand, was surveying the buildings, and seemed to be adding up some figures on paper. La Valliere recognized Malicorne and nodded to him. Malicorne, in his turn, replied by a formal bow, and disappeared from the window. She was surprised at this marked coolness, so different from his usual unfailing good humour, but she remembered that he had lost his appointment on her account, and that he could hardly be very amiably disposed towards her, since, in all probability, she would never be in a position to make him any recompense for what he had lost. She knew how to forgive offences, and with still more readiness could she sympathize with misfortune. La Valliere would have asked Montalais her opinion, if she had been within hearing, but she was absent, it being the hour she commonly devoted to her own correspondence. Suddenly La Valliere observed something thrown from the window where Malicorne had been standing, pass across the open space which separated the iron bars, and roll upon the floor. She advanced with no little curiosity towards this object, and picked it up. It was a wooden reel for silk, only, in this instance, instead of silk, a piece of paper was rolled round it. La Valliere unrolled it, and read as follows: Mademoiselle, I am exceedingly anxious to learn 2 things. The first is, to know if the flooring of your apartment is wood or brick. The second, to ascertain at what distance your bed is placed from the window. Forgive my importunity, and will you be good enough to send me an answer by the same way you received this letter, that is to say, by means of the silk winder, only, instead of throwing it into my room, as I have thrown it into yours, which would be too difficult for you to attempt, have the goodness merely to let it fall. Believe me, mademoiselle, your most humble, most respectful servant, Malicorne. Write the reply, if you please, upon the letter itself. Ah, poor fellow! exclaimed La Valliere. He must have gone out of his mind. And she directed towards her correspondent, of whom she caught but a faint glimpse in consequence of the darkness of the room, a look full of compassionate consideration. Malicorne understood her, and shook his head as if he meant to say, No, no, I am not out of my mind. Be quite satisfied." She smiled, as if still in doubt. "No, no," he signified by a gesture, "my head is right," and pointed to his head; then, after moving his hand like a man who writes very rapidly, he put his hands together as if entreating her to write. La Valliere, even if he were mad, saw no impropriety in doing what Malicorne requested her. She took a pencil and wrote "wood," and then walked slowly from her window to her bed, and wrote 6 paces, and having done this, she looked again at Malicorne, who bowed to her, signifying that he was about to descend. La Valliere understood that it was to pick up the silk winder. She approached the window, and, in accordance with Malicorne's instructions, let it fall. The winder was still rolling along the flagstones as Malicorne started after it, overtook and picked it up, and, beginning to peel it as a monkey would do with a nut, he ran straight toward M. de Saint Aignan's apartment. Saint Aignan had chosen, or rather solicited, that his rooms might be as near the king as possible, as certain plants seek the sun's rays in order to develop themselves more luxuriantly. His apartment consisted of 2 rooms, in that portion of the palace occupied by Louis XIV himself. M. de Saint Aignan was very proud of this proximity, which afforded easy access to his majesty, and, more than that, the favour of occasional unexpected meetings. At the moment we are now referring to, he was engaged in having both his rooms magnificently carpeted, with expectation of receiving the honour of frequent visits from the king; for his majesty, since his passion for La Valliere, had chosen Saint Aignan as his confidant, and would not, in fact, do without him, either night or day. Malicorne introduced himself to the comte, and met with no difficulties, because he had been favourably noticed by the king, and also because the credit which one man may happen to enjoy is always a bait for others. Saint Aignan asked his visitor if he brought any news with him. "Yes, great news," replied the latter. "Ah, ah," said Saint Aignan, "what is it?" "Mademoiselle de la Valliere has changed her quarters." "What do you mean?" said Saint Aignan, opening his eyes very wide. "She was living in the same apartments as Madame." "Precisely so, but Madame got tired of her proximity, and has installed her in a room which is situated exactly above your future apartment." "What, up there?" exclaimed Saint Aignan with surprise, and pointing at the floor above him with his finger. "No," said Malicorne, "yonder," indicating the building opposite. "What do you mean, then, by saying that her room is above my apartment?" "Because I am sure that your apartment ought, providentially, to be under Mademoiselle de la Valliere's room." Saint Aignan, at this remark, gave poor Malicorne a look similar to one of those La Valliere had already given a quarter of an hour before; that is to say, he thought he had lost his senses. "Monsieur," said Malicorne to him, "I wish to answer what you are thinking about." "What do you mean by 'what I am thinking about'?" "My reason is that you have not clearly understood what I want to convey." "I admit it." "Well, then, you are aware that underneath the apartments set for Madame's maids of honor, the gentlemen in attendance on the king and on Monsieur are lodged." "Yes, I know that, since Manicamp, De Wardes, and others are living there." "Precisely. Well, monsieur, admire the singularity of the circumstance. The 2 rooms destined for Monsieur de Guiche are exactly the very 2 rooms situated underneath those which Madame de Montalais and Mademoiselle de la Valliere occupy." "Well, what then?" "What then, do you say? Why, these 2 rooms are empty, since Monsieur de Guiche is now lying wounded at Fontainebleau." "I assure you, my dear fellow, I cannot grasp your meaning." "Well, if I had the happiness to call myself Saint Aignan, I should guess immediately." "And what would you do then?" "I should at once change the rooms I am occupying here for those which Monsieur de Guiche is not using yonder." "Can you propose such a thing?" said Saint Aignan, disdainfully. "What? Abandon the chief post of honor, the proximity to the king, a privilege conceded only to princes of the blood, to dukes and peers? Permit me to tell you, my dear Monsieur Malicorne, that you must be out of your senses." "Monsieur," replied the young man, seriously, "you commit 2 mistakes. My name is Malicorne simply, and I am in perfect possession of all my senses." Then, drawing a paper from his pocket, he said, "Listen to what I am going to say, and afterwards I will show you this paper." "I am listening," said Saint Aignan. "You know that Madame looks after La Valliere as carefully as Argus did after the nymph Io." "I do." "You know that the king has sought for an opportunity, but uselessly, of speaking to the prisoner, and that neither you nor myself have yet succeeded in procuring him this piece of good fortune."
"You certainly ought to know something about that subject, my poor Malicorne," said Saint Aignan, smiling. "Very good. What do you suppose would happen to the man whose imagination devised some means of bringing the lovers together?" "Oh, the king would set no bounds to his gratitude." "Let me ask you, then, Monsieur de Saint Aignan, whether you would not be curious to taste a little of this royal gratitude?" "Certainly," replied Saint Aignan. "Any favor of my master, as a recognition of the proper discharge of my duty, would assuredly be most precious." "In that case, look at this paper, monsieur le comte." "What is it? A plan?" "Yes, a plan of M. de Guiche's 2 rooms, which, in all probability, will soon be your 2 rooms." "Oh, no, whatever may happen." "Why so?" "Because my rooms are the envy of too many gentlemen, to whom I certainly should not give them up. Monsieur de Roquelaure, for instance, Monsieur de la Fère, and Monsieur Dangeau would all be anxious to get them." "In that case I shall leave you, monsieur le comte, and I shall go and offer to one of those gentlemen the plan I have just shown you, together with the advantages annexed to it." "But why do you not keep them for yourself?" inquired Saint Aignan, suspiciously. "Because the king would never do me the honor of paying me a visit openly, whilst he would readily go and see any one of those gentlemen." "What! the king would go and see any one of those gentlemen?" "Go? Most certainly, he would go 10 times instead of once. Is it possible that you can ask me if the king would go to an apartment which would bring him nearer to Mademoiselle de la Valliere?" "Yes, indeed, delightfully near her, with a floor between them." Malicorne unfolded the piece of paper, which had been wrapped round the bobbin. "Monsieur le comte," he said, "have the goodness to observe that the flooring of Mademoiselle de la Valliere's room is merely a wooden flooring." "Well?" "Well, all you would have to do would be to get hold of a journeyman carpenter, lock him up in your apartments without letting him know where you have taken him to, and let him make a hole in your ceiling, and consequently in the flooring of Mademoiselle de la Valliere's room." "Good heavens!" exclaimed Saint Aignan, as if dazzled. "What is the matter?" said Malicorne. "Nothing, except that you have hit upon a singular bold idea, monsieur." "It will seem a very trifling one to the king, I assure you." "Lovers never think of the risk they run." "What danger do you apprehend, monsieur le comte?" "Why, effecting such an opening as that will make a terrible noise; it could be heard all over the palace." "Oh, monsieur le comte, I am quite sure that the carpenter I shall select will not make the slightest noise in the world. He will saw an opening 3 feet square, with a saw covered with tow, and no one, not even those adjoining, will know he is at work." "My dear Monsieur Malicorne, you astound, you positively bewilder me." "To continue," replied Malicorne, quietly. "In the room, the ceiling of which you will have to cut through, you will put up a staircase, which will either allow Mademoiselle de la Valliere to descend into your room, or the king to ascend into Mademoiselle de la Valliere's room." "But the staircase will be seen." "No, for in your room it will be hidden by a partition, over which you will throw a tapestry similar to that which covers the rest of the apartment. And in Mademoiselle de la Valliere's room it will not be seen, for the trapdoor, which will be a part of the flooring itself, will be made to open under the bed." "Of course," said Saint Aignan, whose eyes began to sparkle with delight. "And now, monsieur le comte, there is no occasion to make you admit that the king will frequently come to the room where such a staircase is constructed. I think that Monsieur Dangeau particularly will be struck by my idea, and I shall now go and explain to him." "But, my dear Monsieur Malicorne, you forget that you spoke to me about it first, and that I have, consequently, the right of priority." "Do you wish for the preference?" "Do I wish it? Of course I do." "The fact is, Monsieur de Saint Aignan, I am presenting you with the Jacob's ladder, which is better than the promise of an additional step in the peerage, perhaps, even with a good estate to accompany your dukedom." "At least," replied Saint Aignan, "it will give me an opportunity of showing the king that he is not mistaken in occasionally calling me his friend, an opportunity, dear Monsieur Malicorne, for which I am indebted to you." "And which you will not forget to remember?" inquired Malicorne, smiling. "Nothing will delight me more, monsieur." "But I am not the king's friend, I am simply his attendant." "Yes, and if you imagine that this staircase is as good as a dukedom for myself, I think there will certainly be letters of nobility at the top of it for you." Malicorne bowed. "All I have to do now," said Saint Aignan, "is to move as soon as possible. I do not think the king will object to it. Ask his permission, however. I will go and see him this very moment. And I will run and get the carpenter I was speaking of." "When will he be here?" "This very evening." "Do not forget your precautions." "He shall be brought with his eyes bandaged." "And I will send you one of my carriages." "Without arms." "And one of my servants, without livery. But stay, what will La Valliere say if she sees what is going on?" "Oh, I can assure you she will be very much interested in the operation, and I am equally sure that if the king has not courage enough to ascend to her room, she will have sufficient curiosity to come down to him." "We live in that hope," said Saint Aignan. "And now I am off to his majesty. At what time will the carpenter be here?" "At 8 o'clock." "How long do you suppose he will take to make this opening?" "About a couple of hours. Only afterwards he must have sufficient time to construct what may be called the hyphen between the two rooms. One night and a portion of the following day will do. We must not reckon upon less than 2 days, including putting up the staircase." 2 days, that is a very long time. Nay, when one undertakes to open up communications with paradise itself, we must at least take care that the approaches are respectable. "Quite right. So, farewell for a short time, dear Monsieur Malicorne. I shall begin to remove the day after tomorrow, in the evening."
Chapter 34
of Louise de la Valliere. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines. Louise de la Valliere by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 34. The Promenade by Torchlight. Saint Aignan, delighted with what he had just heard, and rejoiced at what the future foreshadowed for him, bent his steps toward De Guiche's 2 rooms. He, who a quarter of an hour previously would hardly yield up his own rooms for 1,000,000 francs, was now ready to expend 1,000,000, if it were necessary, upon the acquisition of the 2 happy rooms he coveted so eagerly. But he did not meet with so many obstacles. Monsieur de Guiche did not yet know where he was to lodge, and besides, was still too far ill to trouble himself about his lodgings, and so Saint Aignan obtained De Guiche's 2 rooms without difficulty. As for Monsieur d'Anjou, he was so immeasurably delighted that he did not even give himself the trouble to think whether Saint Aignan had any particular reason for removing. Within an hour after Saint Aignan's new resolution, he was in possession of the 2 rooms, and 10 minutes later Malicorne entered, followed by the upholsterers. During this time the king asked for Saint Aignan. The valet ran to his late apartments and found Monsieur d'Anjou there. D'Anjou sent him on to De Guiche's, and Saint Aignan was found there. But a little delay had of course taken place, and the king had already exhibited once or twice evident signs of impatience, when Saint Aignan entered his royal master's presence, quite out of breath. "You too abandon me, then," said Louis XIV., in a similar tone of lamentation to that of which Caesar, 1800 years previously, had pronounced "Et tu, roi?" "Sire, I am far from abandoning you, for, on the contrary, I am busily occupied in changing my lodgings." "What do you mean? I thought you had finished moving 3 days ago." "Yes, sire, but I don't find myself comfortable where I am, so I am going to change to the opposite side of the building." "Was I not right when I said you were abandoning me?" exclaimed the king. "Oh, this exceeds all endurance. But so it is. There was only one woman for whom my heart cared at all, and all my family is leagued together to tear her from me. And my friend, to whom I confided my distress, and who helped me to bear up under it, has become wearied of my complaints, and is going to leave me without even asking my permission." Saint Aignan began to laugh. The king at once guessed there must be some mystery in this want of respect. "What is it?" cried the king, full of hope. "This, sire, that the friend whom the king calumniates is going to try if he cannot restore to his sovereign the happiness he has lost." "Are you going to let me see La Valliere?" said Louis XIV. "I cannot say so positively, but I hope so." "How? Tell me that, Saint Aignan. I wish to know what your project is, and to help you with all my power." "Sire," replied Saint Aignan, "I cannot, even myself, tell very well how I must set about attaining success, but I have every reason to believe that from to morrow—" "To morrow, do you say? What happiness! But why are you changing your rooms?" "In order to serve your majesty to better advantage." "How can your moving serve me?" "Do you happen to know where the 2 rooms destined for De Guiche are situated?" "Yes." "Well, your majesty now knows where I am going." "Very likely, but that does not help me." "What! Is it possible that you do not understand, sire, that above De Guiche's lodgings are 2 rooms, one of which is Mademoiselle Montalais's, and the other La Valliere's? Is it not so, Saint Aignan?" "Oh, yes, yes. It is a brilliant idea, Saint Aignan, a true friend's idea, a poet's idea. By bringing me nearer her from whom the world seems to unite to separate me, you are far more than Pylades was for Orestes, or Patroclus for Achilles." "Sire," said Aignan with a smile, "I question whether, if your majesty were to know my projects in their full extent, you would continue to pronounce such a pompous eulogium upon me." "Ah, sire, I know how very different are the epithets which certain Puritans of the court will not fail to apply to me when they learn of what I intend to do for your majesty." "Saint Aignan, I am dying with impatience. I am in a perfect fervor. I shall never be able to wait until to morrow." "To morrow! Why, to morrow is an eternity." "And yet, sire, I shall require you, if you please, to go out presently and divert your impatience by a good walk." "With you. Agreed. We will talk about your projects, we will talk of her." "Nay, sire, I shall remain here." "Whom shall I go out with, then?" "With the queen and all the ladies of the court." "Nothing shall induce me to do that, Saint Aignan." "And yet, sire, you must." "Must! No, no, 1,000 times no. I will never again expose myself to the horrible torture of being close to her, of seeing her, of touching her dress as I pass by her, and yet not be able to say a word to her. No, I renounce a torture which you suppose will bring me happiness, but which consumes and eats away my very life. To see her in the presence of strangers, and not to tell her that I love her, when my whole being reveals my affection and betrays me to every one, no, I have sworn never to do it again, and I will keep my oath. Yet, sire, pray listen to me for a moment." "I will listen to nothing, Saint Aignan." "In that case, I will continue. It is most urgent, sire. Pray understand me. It is of the greatest importance that Madame and her maids of honor should be absent for 2 hours from the palace." "I cannot understand your meaning at all, Saint Aignan." "It is hard for me to give my sovereign directions what to do, but under the circumstances I do give you directions, sire, and either a hunting or a promenade party must be got up. But if I were to do what you wish, it would be a caprice, a mere whim. In displaying such an impatient humor, I show my whole court that I have no control over my own feelings. Do not people already say that I am dreaming of the conquest of the world, but that I ought previously to begin by achieving a conquest over myself? Those who say so, sire, are as insolent as they would like to be thought facetious. But whomever they may be, if your majesty prefers to listen to them, I have nothing further to say. In such a case, that which we have fixed to take place to morrow must be postponed indefinitely." "Nay, Saint Aignan, I will go out this evening. I will go by torchlight to Saint Germain. I will breakfast there to morrow, and will return to Paris by 3 o'clock. Will that do?" "Admirably. In that case I will set out this evening at 8 o'clock." "Your majesty has fixed upon the exact minute." "And you positively will tell me nothing more?" "It is because I have nothing more to tell you. Industry counts for something in this world, sire, but still chance plays so important a part in it, that I have been accustomed to leave her to the sidewalk, confident that she will manage so as to always take the street. Well, I abandon myself entirely to you, and you are quite right." Comforted in this manner, the king went immediately to Madame, to whom he announced the intended expedition. Madame fancied at the first moment that she saw in this unexpected arranged party a plot of the king's to converse with La Valliere, either on the road under cover of the darkness, or in some other way, but she took especial care not to show any of her fancies to her brother in law, and accepted the invitation with a smile upon her lips. She gave directions aloud that her maids of honor should accompany her, secretly intending in the evening to take the most effectual steps to interfere with his majesty's attachment. Then, when she was alone, and at the very moment the poor lover, who had issued orders for the departure, was reveling in the idea that Mademoiselle de la Valliere would form one of the party, luxuriating in the sad happiness persecuted lovers enjoy of realizing through the sense of sight alone all the transports of possession, Madame, who was surrounded by her maids of honor, was saying: "Two ladies will be enough for me this evening, Mademoiselle de Tonnay Charente and Mademoiselle de Montalais." La Valliere had anticipated her own omission, and was prepared for it, but persecution had rendered her courageous, and she did not give Madame the pleasure of seeing on her face the impression of the shock her heart received. On the contrary, smiling with that ineffable gentleness which gave an angelic expression to her features. "In that case, Madame, I shall be at liberty this evening, I suppose," she said. "Of course." "I shall be able to employ it, then, in progressing with that piece of tapestry which your highness has been good enough to notice, and which I have already had the honor of offering to you." And having made a respectful obeisance, she withdrew to her own apartment. Mesdemoiselles de Tonnay Charente and de Montalais did the same. The rumor of the intended promenade soon spread all over the palace. 10 minutes afterwards, Malicorne learned Madame's resolution, and slipped under Montalais's door a note in the following terms: "L.V. must positively pass the night with Madame." Montalais, in pursuance of the compact she had entered into, began by burning the letter, and then sat down to reflect. Montalais was a girl full of expedients, and so she very soon arranged her plan. Towards 5 o'clock, which was the hour for her to repair to Madame's apartment, she was running across the courtyard, and had reached within a dozen paces of a group of officers, when she uttered a cry, fell gracefully on one knee, rose again with difficulty, and walked on limpingly. The gentlemen ran forward to her assistance. Montalais had sprained her foot. Faithful to the discharge of her duty, she insisted, however, notwithstanding her accident, upon going to Madame's apartments. "What is the matter, and why do you limp so?" she inquired. "I mistook you for La Valliere." Montalais related how it had happened, that in hurrying on in order to arrive as quickly as possible, she had sprained her foot. Madame seemed to pity her, and wished to have a surgeon sent for immediately, but she, assuring her that there was nothing really serious in the accident, said: "My only regret, Madame, is that it will preclude my attendance on you, and I should have begged Mademoiselle de la Valliere to take my place with your royal highness, but," seeing that Madame frowned, she added, "I have not done so." "Why did you not do so?" inquired Madame. "Because poor La Valliere seemed so happy to have her liberty for a whole evening, and night too, that I did not feel courageous enough to ask her to take my place." "What! Is she so delighted as that?" inquired Madame, struck by these words. "She is wild with delight. She, who is always so melancholy, was singing like a bird. Besides, your highness knows how much she detests going out, and also that her character has a spice of wildness in it." "So," thought Madame, "this extreme delight hardly seems natural to me. She has already made all her preparations for dining in her own room, tete a tete with one of her favorite books. And then, as your highness has 6 other young ladies who would be delighted to accompany you, I did not make my proposal to La Valliere." Madame did not say a word in reply. "Have I acted properly?" continued Montalais, with a slight fluttering of the heart, seeing the little success that seemed to attend the Rue de Guerre, which she had relied upon with so much confidence that she had not thought it even necessary to try and find another. "Does Madame approve of what I have done?" she continued. Madame was reflecting that the king could very easily leave Saint Germain during the night, and that, as it was only 4 leagues and a half from Paris to Saint Germain, he might readily be in Paris in an hour's time. "Tell me," she said, "whether La Valliere, when she heard of your accident, offered at least to bear you company." "Oh, she does not yet know of my accident; but even did she know of it, I most certainly should not ask her to do anything that might interfere with her own plans. I think she wishes this evening to realize quietly by herself that amusement of the late king, when he said to M. de Saint Marce, 'Let us amuse ourselves by doing nothing, and make ourselves miserable.'" Madame felt convinced that some mysterious love adventure lurked behind this strong desire for solitude. The secret might be Louis' return during the night. It could not be doubted any longer La Valliere had been informed of his intended return, and that was the reason for her delight at having to remain behind at the Palais Royal. It was a plan settled and arranged beforehand. "I will not be their dupe, though," said Madame, and she took a decisive step. "Mademoiselle de Montalais," she said, "will you have the goodness to inform your friend, Mademoiselle de la Valliere, that I am exceedingly sorry to disarrange her projects of solitude, but that instead of becoming ennuyée by remaining behind alone as she wished, she will be good enough to accompany us to Saint Germain, and get ennui there." "Ah! poor La Valliere," said Montalais, compassionately, but with her heart throbbing with delight. "Oh, Madame, could there not be some means?" "Enough," said Madame, "I desire it. I prefer Mademoiselle la Baume le Blanc's society to that of any one else. Go and send her to me, and take care of your foot." Montalais did not wait for the order to be repeated. She returned to her room, almost forgetting to feign lameness, wrote an answer to Malicorne, and slipped it under the carpet. The answer simply said, "She shall." A Spartan could not have written more laconically. "By this means," thought Madame, "I will look narrowly after all on the road. She shall sleep near me during the night, and his majesty must be very clever if he can exchange a single word with Mademoiselle de la Valliere." La Valliere received the order to set off with the same indifferent gentleness with which she had received the order to play Cinderella, but inwardly her delight was extreme, and she looked upon this change in the princess's resolution as a consolation which Providence had sent her. With less penetration than Madame possessed, she attributed all to chance. While every one, with the exception of those in disgrace, of those who were ill, and those who were suffering from sprains, were being driven towards Saint Germain, Malicorne smuggled his workman into the palace in one of M. de Saint Aignan's carriages, and led him into the room corresponding to La Valliere's. The man set to work with a will, tempted by the splendid reward which had been promised him. As the very best tools and implements had been selected from the reserve stock belonging to the engineers attached to the king's household, and among others a saw with teeth so sharp and well tempered that it was able, under water even, to cut through oaken joists as hard as iron, the work in question advanced very rapidly, and a square portion of the ceiling, taken from between two of the joists, fell into the arms of the delighted Saint Aignan. Malicorne, the workman, and a confidential valet, the latter being one brought into the world to see and hear everything, but to repeat nothing. In accordance with a new plan indicated by Malicorne, the opening was effected in an angle of the room, and for this reason: as there was no dressing closet adjoining La Valliere's room, she had solicited, and had that very morning obtained, a large screen intended to serve as a partition. The screen that had been allotted her was perfectly sufficient to conceal the opening, which would, besides, be hidden by all the artifices skilled cabinet makers would have at their command. The opening having been made, the workman glided between the joists and found himself in La Valliere's room. When there, he cut a square opening in the flooring, and out of the boards he manufactured a trap so accurately fitting into the opening, that the most practiced eye could hardly detect the necessary interstices made by its lines of juncture with the floor. Malicorne had provided for everything. A ring and a couple of hinges, which had been bought for the purpose, were affixed to the trap door, and a small circular staircase, packed in sections, which had been bought ready made by the industrious Malicorne, who had paid 2,000 francs for it. It was higher than what was required, but the carpenter reduced the number of steps, and it was found to suit exactly. This staircase, destined to receive so illustrious a burden, was merely fastened to the wall by a couple of iron clamps, and its base was fixed into the floor of the comte's room by 2 iron pegs screwed down tightly, so that the king, and all his cabinet councilors too, might pass up and down the staircase without any fear. Every blow of the hammer fell upon a thick pad or cushion, and the saw was not used until the handle had been wrapped in wool and the blade steeped in oil. The noisiest part of the work, moreover, had taken place during the night and early in the morning, that is to say, when La Valliere and Madame were both absent. When, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the court returned to the Palais Royal, La Valliere went up into her own room. Everything was in its proper place; not the smallest particle of sawdust, not the smallest chip, was left to bear witness to the violation of her domicile. Saint Aignan, however, wishing to do his utmost in forwarding the work, had torn his fingers and his shirt too, and had expended no ordinary amount of perspiration in the king's service. The palms of his hands were covered with blisters, occasioned by his having held the ladder for Malicorne. He had, moreover, brought up, one by one, the 7 pieces of the staircase, each consisting of 2 steps. In fact, we can safely assert that, if the king had seen him so ardently at work, his majesty would have sworn an eternal gratitude towards his faithful attendant. As Malicorne anticipated, the workman had completely finished the job in 24 hours. He received 24 louis, and left overwhelmed with delight, for he had gained in one day as much as 6 months' hard work would have procured him. No one had the slightest suspicion of what had taken place in the room under Mademoiselle de la Valliere's apartment; but in the evening of the second day, at the very moment La Valliere had just left Madame's circle and returned to her own room, she heard a slight creaking sound in one corner. Astonished, she looked to see whence it proceeded, and the noise began again. "Who is there?" she said, in a tone of alarm. It is I, Louise," replied the well known voice of the king. You!" cried the young girl, who for a moment fancied herself under the influence of a dream. "But where? You, sire?" "Here," replied the king, opening one of the folds of the screen, and appearing like a ghost at the end of the room. La Valliere uttered a loud cry, and fell trembling into an armchair, as the king advanced respectfully towards her. Chapter 34. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 35 of Louise de la Valliere. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines. Louise de la Valliere by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 35. The Apparition. La Valliere very soon recovered from her surprise, for, owing to his respectful bearing, the king inspired her with more confidence by his presence than his sudden appearance had deprived her of. But as he noticed that which made La Valliere most uneasy was the means by which he had effected an entrance into her room, he explained to her the system of the staircase concealed by the screen, and strongly disavowed the notion of his being a supernatural appearance. "Oh, sire," said La Valliere, shaking her fair head with a most engaging smile, "present or absent, you do not appear, to my mind, more at one time than at another." "Which means, Louise." "Oh, what you know so well, sire, that there is not one moment in which the poor girl whose secret you surprised at Fontainebleau, and whom you came to snatch from the foot of the cross itself, does not think of you. Louise, you overwhelm me with joy and happiness." La Valliere smiled mournfully, and continued, "But, sire, have you reflected that your ingenious invention could not be of the slightest service to us?" "Why so? Tell me, I am waiting most anxiously." "Because this room may be subject to being searched at any moment of the day. Madame herself may, at any time, come here accidentally. My companions run in at any moment they please. To fasten the door on the inside is to denounce myself as plainly as if I had written above, 'No admittance, the king is within.' Even now, sire, at this very moment, there is nothing to prevent the door opening, and your majesty being seen here." "In that case," said the king, laughingly, "I should indeed be taken for a phantom, for no one can tell in what way I came here. Besides, it is only spirits that can pass through brick walls, or floors and ceilings." "Oh, sire, reflect for a moment how terrible the scandal would be. Nothing equal to it could ever have been previously said about the maids of honor, poor creatures, whom evil report, however, hardly ever spares." "And your conclusion from all this, my dear Louise? Come, explain yourself." "Alas! it is a hard thing to say, but your majesty must suppress staircase plots, surprises and all, for the evil consequences which would result from your being found here would be far greater than our happiness in seeing each other." "Well, Louise," replied the king, tenderly, "instead of removing this staircase by which I have ascended, there is a far more simple means, of which you have not thought." "A means? Another means?" "Yes, another. Oh, you do not love me as I love you, Louise, since my invention is quicker than yours." She looked at the king, who held out his hand to her, which she took and gently pressed between her own. "You were saying," continued the king, "that I shall be detected coming here, where any one who pleases can enter." "Stay, sire, at this very moment, even while you are speaking about it, I tremble with dread of your being discovered." "But you would not be found out, Louise, if you were to descend the staircase which leads to the room underneath." "Oh, sire! What do you say?" cried Louise, in alarm. "You do not quite understand me, Louise, since you get offended at my very first word. First of all, do you know to whom the apartments underneath belong?" "To M. de Guiche, sire, I believe." "Not at all; they are M. de Saint Aignan's." "Are you sure?" cried La Valliere; and this exclamation, which escaped from the young girl's joyous heart, made the king's heart throb with delight. "Yes, to Saint Aignan, our friend," he said. "But, sire," returned La Valliere, "I cannot visit M. de Saint Aignan's rooms any more than I could M. de Guiche's. It is impossible, impossible." "And yet, Louise, I should have thought that, under the safe conduct of the king, you would venture anything." "Under the safe conduct of the king," she said, with a look full of tenderness. "You have faith in my word, I hope, Louise." "Yes, sire, when you are not present; but when you are present, when you speak to me, when I look upon you, I have faith in nothing. What can possibly be done to reassure you? It is scarcely respectful, I know, to doubt the king, but, for me, you are not the king." "Thank Heaven! I, at least, hope so most devoutly. You see how anxiously I am trying to find or invent a means of removing all difficulty. Stay, would the presence of a third person reassure you?" "The presence of M. de Saint Aignan would, certainly." Really, Louise, you wound me by your suspicions." Louise did not answer; she merely looked steadfastly at him with that clear, piercing gaze which penetrates the very heart, and said softly to herself, "Alas, alas! it is not you of whom I am afraid, it is not you upon whom my doubts would fall." "Well," said the king, sighing, "I agree, and M. de Saint Aignan, who enjoys the inestimable privilege of reassuring you, shall always be present at our interviews, I promise you." "You promise that, sire?" "Upon my honor as a gentleman. And you, on your side " "Oh, wait, sire, that is not all yet; for such conversations ought, at least, to have a reasonable motive of some kind for M. de Saint Aignan. Dear Louise, every shade of delicacy of feeling is yours, and my only study is to equal you on that point. It shall be just as you wish. Therefore, our conversations shall have a reasonable motive, and I have already hit upon one, so that from to morrow, if you like " "To morrow? Do you mean that that is not soon enough?" exclaimed the king, caressing La Valliere's hand between his own. At this moment the sound of steps was heard in the corridor. "Sire, sire!" cried La Valliere, "some one is coming, do you hear? Oh, fly, fly, I implore you." The king made but one bound from the chair where he was sitting to his hiding place behind the screen. He had barely time, for as he drew one of the folds before him, the handle of the door was turned, and Montalais appeared at the threshold. As a matter of course, she entered quite naturally, and without any ceremony, for she knew perfectly well that to knock at the door beforehand would be showing a suspicion towards La Valliere which would be displeasing to her. She accordingly entered, and after a rapid glance around the room, in the brief course of which she observed two chairs very close to each other, she was so long in shutting the door, which seemed to be difficult to close, one can hardly tell how or why, that the king had ample time to raise the trap door, and to descend again to Saint Aignan's room. "Louise," she said to her, "I want to talk to you, and seriously, too." "Good heavens, my dear Aure, what is the matter now?" "The matter is, that Madame suspects everything." "Explain yourself." "Is there any occasion for us to enter into explanations, and do you not understand what I mean? Come, you must have noticed the fluctuations in Madame's humor during several days past. You must have noticed how she first kept you close beside her, then dismissed you, and then sent for you again." "Yes, I have noticed it, of course." "Well, it seems Madame has now succeeded in obtaining sufficient information, for she has now gone straight to the point, as there is nothing further left in France to withstand the torrent which sweeps away all obstacles before it. You know what I mean by the torrent?" La Valliere hid her face in her hands. "I mean," continued Montalais, pitilessly, "that torrent which burst through the gates of the Carmelites of Chaillot, and overthrew all the prejudices of the court, as well at Fontainebleau as at Paris." "Alas! alas!" murmured La Valliere, her face still covered by her hands, and her tears streaming through her fingers. "Oh, don't distress yourself in that manner, or you have only heard half of your troubles." "In Heaven's name," exclaimed the young girl, in great anxiety, "what is the matter?" "Well, then, this is how the matter stands. Madame, who can no longer rely upon any further assistance in France, for she has, one after the other, made use of the two queens, of Monsieur and the whole court too, now bethinks herself of a certain person who has certain pretended rights over you." La Valliere became as white as a marble statue. "This person," continued Madame, "is not in Paris at this moment, but, if I am not mistaken, is, just now, in England." "Yes, yes," breathed La Valliere, almost overwhelmed with terror. "And is to be found, I think, at the court of Charles II. Am I right?" "Yes." "Well, this evening a letter has been dispatched by Madame to St. James, with directions for the courier to go straight to Hampton Court, which I believe is one of the royal residences, situated about a dozen miles from London." "Yes, well?" Well, as Madame writes regularly to London once a fortnight, and as the ordinary courier left for London not more than 3 days ago, I have been thinking that some serious circumstances alone could have induced her to write again so soon, for you know she is a very indolent correspondent. Yes. This letter has been written, therefore, something tells me so, at least, on your account." "On my account?" repeated the unhappy girl, mechanically. "And I, who saw the letter lying on Madame's desk before she sealed it, fancied I could read—" "What did you fancy you could read? I might possibly have been mistaken, though. Tell me, what was it?" "The name of Bragelonne." La Valliere rose hurriedly from her chair, a prey to the most painful agitation. "Montalais," she said, her voice broken by sobs, "all my smiling dreams of youth and innocence have fled already. I have nothing now to conceal, either from you or any one else. My life is exposed to every one's inspection, and can be opened like a book, in which all the world can read, from the king himself to the first passer by. Aure, dearest Aure, what can I do? What will become of me?" Montalais approached close to her, and said, "Consult your own heart, of course." "Well, I do not love M. de Bragelonne. When I say I do not love him, understand that I love him as the most affectionate sister could love the best of brothers. But that is not what he requires, nor what I promised him." "In fact, you love the king," said Montalais, "and that is a sufficiently good excuse." "Yes, I do love the king," hoarsely murmured the young girl, "and I have paid dearly enough for pronouncing those words. And now, Montalais, tell me, what can you do either for me or against me in my position? You must speak more clearly still. What am I to say, then? And so you have nothing very particular to tell me?" "No," said Louise in astonishment. "Very good. And so all you have to ask me is my advice respecting Monsieur Raoul? Nothing else? It is a very delicate subject," replied Montalais. "No, it is nothing of the kind. Ought I to marry him in order to keep the promise I made, or ought I continue to listen to the king?" "You have really placed me in a very difficult position," said Montalais, smiling. "You ask me if you ought to marry Raoul, whose friend I am, and whom I shall mortally offend in giving my opinion against him; and then you ask me if you should cease to listen to the king, whose subject I am, and whom I should offend if I were to advise you in a particular way. Ah, Louise, you seem to hold a difficult position at a very cheap rate." "You have not understood me, Aure," said La Valliere, wounded by the slightly mocking tone of her companion. "If I were to marry M. de Bragelonne, I should be far from bestowing on him the happiness he deserves. But, for the same reason, if I listened to the king, he would become the possessor of one indifferent in very many aspects, I admit, but one whom his affection confers an appearance of value. What I ask you, then, is to tell me some means of disengaging myself honorably either from the one or from the other. Or rather, I ask you, from which side you think I can free myself most honorably." "My dear Louise," replied Montalais, after a pause, "I am not one of the 7 wise men of Greece, and I have no perfectly invariable rules of conduct to govern me. But, on the other hand, I have a little experience, and I can assure you that no woman ever asks for advice of the nature which you have just asked me, without being in a terrible state of embarrassment. Besides, you have made a solemn promise, which every principle of honor requires you to fulfill. If, therefore, you are embarrassed in consequence of having undertaken such an engagement, it is not a stranger's advice, every one is a stranger to a heart full of love, it is not my advice, I repeat, that can extricate you from your embarrassment. I shall not give it to you, therefore, and for a greater reason still, because were I in your place, I should feel much more embarrassed after the advice than before it. All I can do is, to repeat what I have already told you. Shall I assist you?" "Yes, yes." "Very well, that is all. Tell me in what way you wish me to help you. Tell me for and against whom. In this way we shall not make any blunders." But first of all," said La Valliere, pressing her companion's hand, "for whom or against whom do you decide? Are you not Madame's confidant?" "A greater reason for being of service to you. If I were not to know what is going on in that direction, I should not be of any service at all, and consequently you would not obtain any advantage from my acquaintance. Friendships live and thrive upon a system of reciprocal benefits. The result is, then, that you will remain at the same time Madame's friend also?" "Evidently. Do you complain of that?" "I hardly know," sighed La Valliere, thoughtfully, for this cynical frankness appeared to her an offense both to the woman and the friend. "All well and good, then," said Montalais, "for if you did, you would be very foolish." "You wish to serve me, then?" "Devotedly, if you will serve me in return." "One would almost say that you do not know my heart," said La Valliere, looking at Montalais with her eyes wide open. "Why, the fact is, that since we have belonged to the court, my dear Louise, we are very much changed." "In what way?" "It is very simple. Were you the second queen of France yonder at Blois?" La Valliere hung down her head and began to weep. Montalais looked at her in an indefinable manner, and murmured, "Poor girl," and then adding, "Poor king," she kissed Louise on the forehead, and returned to her apartment, where Malicorne was waiting for her. Chapter 35. Recording by Dion Gimes, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 36 of Louise de la Valliere. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gimes. Louise de la Valliere by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 36. The Portrait. In that malady which is termed love, the paroxysms succeed each other at intervals, ever accelerating from the moment the disease declares itself. By and by, the paroxysms are less frequent, in proportion as the cure approaches. This being laid down as a general axiom, and as the leading article of a particular chapter, we will now proceed with our recital. The next day, the day fixed by the king for the first conversation in Saint Aignan's room, La Valliere, on opening one of the folds of the screen, found upon the floor a letter in the king's handwriting. The letter had been passed through a slit in the floor, from the lower apartment to her own. No indiscreet hand or curious gaze could have brought or did bring this single paper. This, too, was one of Malicorne's ideas. Having seen how very serviceable Saint Aignan would become to the king on account of his apartment, he did not wish that the courtier should become still more indispensable as a messenger, and so he had, on his own private account, reserved this last post for himself. La Valliere most eagerly read the letter, which fixed 2 o'clock that same afternoon for the rendezvous, and which indicated the way of raising the trap door which was constructed out of the flooring. "Make yourself look as beautiful as you can," added the postscript of the letter, words which astonished the young girl, but at the same time reassured her. The hours passed away very slowly, but the time fixed, however, arrived at last. As punctual as the priestess Hero, Louise lifted up the trap door at the last stroke of the hour of 2, and found the king on the steps, waiting for her with the greatest respect, in order to give her his hand to descend. The delicacy and deference shown in this attention affected her very powerfully. At the foot of the staircase the two lovers found the comte, who, with a smile and a low reverence distinguished by the best taste, expressed his thanks to La Valliere for the honor she conferred upon him. Then, turning towards the king, he said, "Sire, our man is here." La Valliere looked at the king with some uneasiness. "Mademoiselle," said the king, "if I have begged you to do me the honor of coming down here, it was from an interested motive. I have procured a most admirable portrait painter, who is celebrated for the fidelity of his likenesses, and I wish you to be kind enough to authorize him to paint yours. Besides, if you positively wish it, the portrait shall remain in your own possession." La Valliere blushed. "You see," said the king to her, "we shall not be three as you wished, but four instead; and so long as we are not alone, there can be as many present as you please." La Valliere gently pressed her royal lover's hand. "Shall we pass into the next room, sire?" said Saint Aignan, opening the door to let his guest precede him. The king walked behind La Valliere, and fixed his eyes lingeringly and passionately upon that neck as white as snow, upon which her long fair ringlets fell in heavy masses. La Valliere was dressed in a thick silk robe of pearl gray color, with a tinge of rose, with jet ornaments, which displayed to greater effect the dazzling purity of her skin, holding in her slender and transparent hands a bouquet of heartsease, Bengal roses, and clematis, surrounded with leaves of the tenderest green, above which uprose, like a tiny goblet spilling magic influence, a Haarlem tulip of gray and violet tints, of a pure and beautiful species, which had cost the gardener 5 years' toil of combinations, and the king 5,000 francs. Louis had placed this bouquet in La Valliere's hand as he saluted her. In the room, the door of which Saint Aignan had just opened, a young man was standing, dressed in a purple velvet jacket, with beautiful black eyes and long brown hair. It was the painter. His canvas was quite ready, and his palette prepared for use. He bowed to La Valliere with the grave curiosity of an artist who is studying his model, saluted the king discreetly, as if he did not recognize him, and as he would, consequently, have saluted any other gentleman. Then, leading Mademoiselle de la Valliere to the seat he had arranged for her, he begged her to sit down. The young girl assumed an attitude graceful and unrestrained, her hands occupied and her limbs reclining on cushions, and in order that her gaze might not assume a vague or affected expression, the painter begged her to choose some kind of occupation so as to engage her attention, whereupon Louis XIV, smiling, sat down on the cushions at La Valliere's feet, so that she, in the reclining posture she had assumed, leaning back in the armchair, holding her flowers in her hand, and he, with his eyes raised towards her and fixed devouringly on her face, they, both together, formed so charming a group, that the artist contemplated painting it with professional delight, while on his side, Saint Aignan regarded them with feelings of envy. The painter sketched rapidly, and very soon, beneath the earliest touches of the brush, there started into life, out of the gray background, the gentle poetry breathing face, with its soft calm eyes and delicately tinted cheeks, enframed in the masses of hair which fell about her neck. The lovers, however, spoke but little, and looked at each other a great deal. Sometimes their eyes became so languishing in their gaze, that the painter was obliged to interrupt his work in order to avoid representing an Erycina instead of La Valliere. It was on such occasions that Saint Aignan came to the rescue, and recited verses, or repeated one of those little tales, such as Patru related, and Tallemant des Reaux wrote so cleverly. Or it might be that La Valliere was fatigued, and the sitting was therefore suspended for a while, and immediately a tray of precious porcelain laden with the most beautiful fruits which could be obtained, and rich wines distilling their bright colors in silver goblets, beautifully chased, served as accessories to the picture, of which the painter could but retrace the most ephemeral resemblance. Louis was intoxicated with love, La Valliere with happiness, Saint Aignan with ambition, and the painter was storing up recollections for his old age. 2 hours passed away in this manner, and 4 o'clock having struck, La Valliere rose and made a sign to the king. Louis also rose, approached the picture, and addressed a few flattering remarks to the painter. Saint Aignan also praised the picture, which, as he pretended, was already beginning to assume an accurate resemblance. La Valliere, in her turn, blushingly thanked the painter, and passed into the next room, where the king followed her, after having previously summoned Saint Aignan. "Will you not come to morrow?" he said to La Valliere. "Oh, sire, pray think that some one will be sure to come to my room, and will not find me there." "Well? What will become of me in that case?" "You are very apprehensive, Louise. But, at all events, suppose Madame were to send for me?" "Oh!" replied the king, "will the day never come when you yourself will tell me to brave everything so that I may not have to leave you again?" "On that day, sire, I shall be quite out of my mind, and you must not believe me." "To morrow, Louise." La Valliere sighed, but without the courage to oppose her royal lover's wish, she repeated, "To morrow, then, since you desire it, sire." And with these words she ran lightly up the stairs, and disappeared from her lover's gaze. "Well, sire?" inquired Saint Aignan, when she had left. "Well, Saint Aignan, yesterday I thought myself the happiest of men." "And does your majesty, then, regard yourself to day," said the comte, smiling, "as the unhappiest of men?" "No, but my love for her is an unquenchable thirst. In vain do I drink, in vain do I swallow the drops of water which your industry procures for me. The more I drink, the more unquenchable it becomes." "Sire, that is in some degree your own fault, and your majesty alone has made the position such as it is." "You are right." "In that case, therefore, the means to be happy is to fancy yourself satisfied, and to wait." "Wait! You know that word, then?" There, sire, do not despair. I have already been at work on your behalf. I have still other resources in store." The king shook his head in a despairing manner. "What, sire, have you not been satisfied hitherto?" "Oh, yes, indeed, yes, my dear Saint Aignan; but invent, for heaven's sake, invent some further project yet." "Sire, I undertake to do my best, and that is all that any one can do." The king wished to see the portrait again, as he was unable to see the original. He pointed out several alterations to the painter, and left the room. And then Saint Aignan dismissed the artist. The easel, paints, and painter himself had scarcely gone, when Malicorne showed his head in the doorway. He was received by Saint Aignan with open arms, but still with a little sadness, for the cloud which had passed across the royal sun veiled, in its turn, the faithful satellite, and Malicorne at a glance perceived the melancholy that brooded on Saint Aignan's face. "Oh, monsieur le comte," he said, "how sad you seem!" "And good reason, too, my dear Monsieur Malicorne. Will you believe that the king is still dissatisfied?" "With his staircase, do you mean?" "Oh, no; on the contrary, he is delighted with the staircase." "The decorations of the apartments, I suppose, don't please him?" "Oh, he has not even thought of that. No, indeed, it seems that what has dissatisfied the king, I will tell you, monsieur le comte, he is dissatisfied at finding himself the fourth person at a rendezvous of this kind. How is it possible you could not have guessed that?" "Why, how is it likely I could have done so, dear Monsieur Malicorne, when I followed the king's instructions to the very letter?" "Did his majesty really insist on your being present?" "Positively." "And also required that the painter, whom I met downstairs just now, should be here too?" "He insisted upon it." "In that case, I can easily understand why his majesty is dissatisfied." "What! Dissatisfied that I have so punctually and so literally obeyed his orders? I don't understand you." Malicorne began to scratch his ear, as he asked, "What time did the king fix for the rendezvous in your apartments?" "2 o'clock." "And you were waiting for the king?" "Ever since 1:30. It would have been a fine thing, indeed, to have been unpunctual with his majesty." Malicorne, notwithstanding his respect for Saint Aignan, could not help smiling. "And the painter," he said, "did the king wish him to be here at 2 o'clock also?" "No, but I had him waiting here from midday. Far better, you know, for a painter to be kept waiting a couple of hours than the king a single minute." Malicorne began to laugh aloud. "Come, dear Monsieur Malicorne," said Saint Aignan, "laugh less at me, and speak a little more freely, I beg. Well, then, monsieur le comte, if you wish the king to be a little more satisfied the next time he comes, ventre saint gris, as his grandfather used to say, of course I wish it. Well, all you have to do is, when the king comes to morrow, to be obliged to go away on a most pressing matter of business, which cannot possibly be postponed, and stay away for 20 minutes." "What! leave the king alone for 20 minutes?" cried Saint Aignan in alarm. "Very well, do as you like. Don't pay any attention to what I say," said Malicorne, moving towards the door. "Nay, nay, dear Monsieur Malicorne, on the contrary, go on. I begin to understand you. But the painter?" "Oh! the painter must be half an hour late." "Half an hour? Do you really think so?" "Yes, I do, decidedly." "Very well, then, I will do as you tell me. And my opinion is, that you will be doing perfectly right. Will you allow me to call upon you for the latest news to morrow?" "Of course." "I have the honor to be your most respectful servant, Monsieur de Saint Aignan," said Malicorne, bowing profoundly, and retiring from the room backwards. "There is no doubt that fellow has more invention than I have," said Saint Aignan, as if compelled by his conviction to admit it. Chapter 36. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 37 of Louise de la Valliere. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines. Louise de la Valliere by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 37. Hampton Court. The revelation we have witnessed, that Montalais made to La Valliere in a preceding chapter, very naturally makes us return to the principal hero of this tale, a poor wandering knight, roving about at the king's caprice. If our readers will be good enough to follow us, we will, in his company, cross that strait, more stormy than the Euripus, which separates Calais from Dover. We will speed across that green and fertile country, with its numerous little streams, through Maidstone and many other villages and towns, each prettier than the other, and finally arrive at London. From thence, like bloodhounds following a track, after having ascertained that Raoul had made his first stay at Whitehall, his second at St. James, and having learned that he had been warmly received by Monk, and introduced to the best society of Charles II's court, we will follow him to one of Charles II's summer residences, near the lively little village of Kingston, at Hampton Court, situated on the Thames. The river is not at that spot the boastful highway which bears upon its broad bosom its thousands of travelers, nor are its waters black and troubled as those of Cocytus, as it boastfully asserts, "I too am cousin of the old ocean." No, at Hampton Court it is a soft and murmuring stream, with moss fringed banks, reflecting in its broad mirror the willows and beeches which ornament its sides, and on which may occasionally be seen a light bark indolently reclining among the tall reeds, in a little creek formed of alders and forget me nots. The surrounding country on all sides smiled in happiness and wealth. The brick cottages, from whose chimneys the blue smoke was slowly ascending in wreaths, peeped forth from the belts of green holly which environed them. Children dressed in red frocks appeared and disappeared amidst the high grass, like poppies bowed by the gentler breath of the passing breeze. The sheep, ruminating with half closed eyes, lay lazily about under the shadow of the stunted aspens, while far and near the kingfishers, plumed with emerald and gold, skimmed swiftly along the surface of the water, like a magic ball heedlessly touching, as he passed, the line of his brother angler, who sat watching in his boat the fish as they rose to the surface of the sparkling stream. High above this paradise of dark shadows and soft light rose the palace of Hampton Court, built by Wolsey, a residence the haughty cardinal had been obliged, timid courtier that he was, to offer to his master, Henry VIII. who had glowered with envy and cupidity at the magnificent new home. Hampton Court, with its brick walls, its large windows, its handsome iron gates, as well as its curious bell turret, its retired covered walk, and interior fountains, like those of the Alhambra, was a perfect bower of roses, jasmine, and clematis. Every sense, sight, and smell particularly was gratified, and the reception rooms formed a very charming framework for the pictures of love which Charles II. Unrolled among the voluptuous paintings of Titian, of Pordenone, and of Van Dyck, the same Charles whose father's portrait, the martyr king, was hanging in his gallery, and who could show upon the wainscots of the various apartments the holes made by the balls of the puritanical followers of Cromwell, when, on the 24th of August, 1648, at the time they had brought Charles I. prisoner to Hampton Court. There it was that the king, intoxicated with pleasure and adventure, held his court. He, who, a poet in feeling, thought himself justified in redeeming, by a whole day of voluptuousness, every minute which had been formerly passed in anguish and misery. It was not the soft green sward of Hampton Court, so soft that it almost resembled the richest velvet in the thickness of its texture, nor was it the beds of flowers, with their variegated hues, which encircled the foot of every tree, with rose trees many feet in height, embracing most lovingly their trunks, nor even the enormous lime trees, whose branches swept the earth like willows, offering a ready concealment for love or reflection beneath the shade of their foliage. It was none of these things for which Charles II. Loved his palace of Hampton Court. Perhaps it might have been that beautiful sheet of water, which the cool breeze rippled like the wavy undulations of Cleopatra's hair, waters bedecked with cresses and white water lilies, whose chaste bulbs, coyly unfolding themselves beneath the sun's warm rays, reveal the golden gems which lie concealed within their milky petals. Murmuring waters, on the bosom of which black swans majestically floated, and the graceful waterfowl, with their tender broods covered with silken down, darted restlessly in every direction in pursuit of the insects among the reeds, or the frogs in their mossy retreats. Perhaps it might have been the enormous hollies, with their dark and tender green foliage, or the bridges uniting the banks of the canals in their embrace, or the fawns browsing in the endless avenues of the park, or the innumerable birds that hopped about the gardens, or flew from branch to branch amidst the emerald foliage. It might well have been any of these charms, for Hampton Court had them all, and possessed too almost forests of white roses, which climbed and trailed along the lofty trellises, showering down upon the ground their snowy leaves rich with soft perfumery. But no, what Charles II. Most loved in Hampton Court were the charming figures who, when midday was past, flitted to and fro along the broad terraces of the gardens. Like Louis XIV., he had their wealth of beauties painted for his gallery by one of the great artists of the period, an artist who well knew the secret of transferring to canvas the rays of light which escaped from beaming eyes heavy laden with love and love's delights. The day of our arrival at Hampton Court is almost as clear and bright as a summer's day in France. The atmosphere is heavy with the delicious perfume of geraniums, sweet peas, seringas, and heliotrope, scattered in profusion around. It is past midday, and the king, having dined after his return from hunting, paid a visit to Lady Castlemaine, the lady who was reputed at the time to hold his heart in bondage; and this proof of his devotion discharged, he was readily permitted to pursue his infidelities until evening arrived. Love and amusement ruled the entire court. It was the period when ladies would seriously interrogate their ruder companions as to their opinions upon a foot more or less captivating, according to whether it wore a pink or lilac silk stocking; for it was the period when Charles II. Had declared that there was no hope of safety for a woman who wore green silk stockings, because Miss Lucy Stewart wore them of that color. While the king is endeavoring in all directions to inculcate others with his preferences on this point, we will ourselves bend our steps towards an avenue of beech trees opposite the terrace, and listened to the conversation of a young girl in a dark colored dress, who was walking with another of about her own age dressed in blue. They crossed a beautiful lawn, from the center of which sprang a fountain, with the figure of a siren executed in bronze, and strolled on, talking as they went, towards the terrace, along which, looking out upon the park, and interspersed at frequent intervals, were erected summer houses, diverse in form and ornament. These summer houses were nearly all occupied. The two young women passed on, the one blushing deeply, while the other seemed dreamily silent. At last, having reached the end of the terrace which looks on the river, and finding there a cool retreat, they sat down close to each other. "Where are we going?" said the younger to her companion. "My dear, we are going where you yourself led the way." "I?" "Yes, you, to the extremity of the palace, towards that seat yonder, where the young Frenchman is seated, wasting his time in sighs and lamentations." Miss Mary Grafton hurriedly said, "No, no, I am not going there." "Why not? Let us go back, Lucy." "Nay, on the contrary, let us go on, and have an explanation." "What about?" "About how it happens that the Vicomte de Bragelonne always accompanies you in all your walks, as you invariably accompany him in his." "And you conclude either that he loves me or that I love him." "Why not? He is a most agreeable and charming companion. No one hears me, I hope," said Lucy Stewart, as she turned around with a smile, which indicated, moreover, that her uneasiness on the subject was not extreme. "No, no," said Mary, "the king is engaged in his summer house with the Duke of Buckingham." "Oh! apropos of the duke, Mary, it seems he has shown you great attention since his return from France. How is your own heart in that direction?" Mary Grafton shrugged her shoulders with seeming indifference. "Well, well, I will ask Bragelonne about it," said Stewart, laughing. "Let us go and find him at once." "What for?" "I wish to speak to him." "Not yet; one word before you do. Come, come, you who know so many of the king's secrets, tell me why M. de Bragelonne is in England." "Because he was sent as an envoy from one sovereign to another." "That may be; but seriously, although politics do not much concern us, we know enough to be satisfied that M. de Bragelonne has no mission of serious import here." "Well, then, listen," said Stewart, with assumed gravity. "For your sake I am going to betray a state secret. Shall I tell you the nature of the letter which King Louis XIV. Gave M. de Bragelonne for King Charles II.? "I will. These are the very words: 'My brother, the bearer of this, is a gentleman attached to my court, and the son of one whom you regard most warmly. Treat him kindly, I beg, and try and make him like England.'" "Did it say that?" "Word for word, or something very like it. I will not answer for the form, but the substance I am sure of." "Well, and what conclusion do you, or rather what conclusion does the king draw from that?" "That the king of France has his own reasons for removing M. de Bragelonne, and for getting him married anywhere else than in France." "So that, then, in consequence of this letter, King Charles received M. de Bragelonne, as you are aware, in the most distinguished and friendly manner. The handsomest apartments in Whitehall were allotted to him, and as you are the most valuable and precious person in his court, inasmuch as you have rejected his heart, nay, do not blush, he wished you to take a fancy to this Frenchman, and he was desirous to confer upon him so costly a prize. And this is the reason why you, the heiress of 300,000 pounds, a future duchess, so beautiful, so good, have been thrown in Bragelonne's way, in all the promenades and parties of pleasure to which he was invited. In fact, it was a plot, a kind of conspiracy." Mary Grafton smiled with that charming expression which was habitual to her, and pressing her companion's arm, said, "Thank the king, Lucy." "Yes, yes, but the Duke of Buckingham is jealous, so take care." Hardly had she pronounced these words when the duke appeared from one of the pavilions on the terrace, and approaching the two girls with a smile, said, "You are mistaken, Miss Lucy, I am not jealous; and the proof, Miss Mary, is yonder, in the person of M. de Bragelonne himself, who ought to be the cause of my jealousy, but who is dreaming in pensive solitude. Poor fellow! Allow me to leave you for a few minutes, while I avail myself of those few minutes to converse with Miss Lucy Stewart, to whom I have something to say." And then, bowing to Lucy, he added, "Will you do me the honor to accept my hand, in order that I may lead you to the king, who is waiting for us?" With these words, Buckingham, still smiling, took Miss Stewart's hand, and led her away. When by herself, Mary Grafton, her head gently inclined towards her shoulder, with that indolent gracefulness of action which distinguishes young English girls, remained for a moment with her eyes fixed on Raoul, but as if uncertain what to do. At last, after first blushing violently, and then turning deadly pale, thus revealing the internal combat which assailed her heart, she seemed to make up her mind to adopt a decided course, and with a tolerably firm step, advanced towards the seat on which Raoul was reclining, buried in the profoundest meditation, as we have already said. The sound of Miss Mary's steps, though they could hardly be heard upon the green sward, awakened Raoul from his musing attitude. He turned round, perceived the young girl, and walked forward to meet the companion whom his happy destiny had thrown in his way. "I have been sent to you, monsieur," said Mary Grafton. "Will you take care of me?" "To whom is my gratitude due for so great a happiness?" inquired Raoul. "To the Duke of Buckingham," replied Mary, affecting a gayety she did not really feel. "To the Duke of Buckingham, do you say? He who so passionately seeks your charming society? Am I really to believe you are serious, mademoiselle?" "The fact is, monsieur, you perceive that everything seems to conspire to make us pass the best, or rather the longest, part of our days together. Yesterday it was the king who desired me to beg you to seat yourself next to me at dinner; to day it is the Duke of Buckingham who begs me to come and place myself near you on this seat." "And he has gone away in order to leave us together?" asked Raoul, with some embarrassment. "Look yonder, at the turning of that path; he is just out of sight, with Miss Stewart." "Are these polite attentions usual in France, monsieur le vicomte?" "I cannot very precisely say what people do in France, mademoiselle, for I can hardly be called a Frenchman. I have resided in many countries, and almost always as a soldier; and then I have spent a long period of my life in the country. I am almost a savage. You do not like your residence in England, I fear?" "I scarcely know," said Raoul, inattentively, and sighing deeply at the same time. "What, you do not know?" "Forgive me," said Raoul, shaking his head and collecting his thoughts, "I did not hear you." "Oh!" said the young girl, sighing in her turn, "how wrong the duke was to send me here." "Wrong!" said Raoul, "perhaps so; for I am but a rude, uncouth companion, and my society annoys you. The duke did, indeed, very wrong to send you." "It is precisely," replied Mary Grafton, in a clear, calm voice, "because your society does not annoy me, that the duke was wrong to send me to you." It was now Raoul's turn to blush. "But," he resumed, "how happens it that the Duke of Buckingham should send you to me? And why did you come? The duke loves you, and you love him." "No," replied Mary, seriously, "the duke does not love me, because he is in love with the Duchesse d'Orleans; and as for myself, I have no affection for the duke." Raoul looked at the young lady with astonishment. "Are you a friend of the Duke of Buckingham?" she inquired. "The duke has honored me by calling me so ever since we met in France." "You are simple acquaintances, then?" "No, for the duke is the most intimate friend of one whom I regard as a brother." "The Duc de Guiche?" "Yes." "He who is in love with Madame la Duchesse d'Orleans?" "Oh! and what is that you are saying?" "And who loves him in return," continued the young girl, quietly. Raoul bent down his head, and Mary Grafton, sighing deeply, continued, "They are very happy. But leave me, Monsieur de Bragelonne, for the Duke of Buckingham has given you a very troublesome commission in offering me as a companion for your promenade. Your heart is elsewhere, and it is with the greatest difficulty you can be charitable enough to lend me your attention. Confess truly; it would be unfair on your part, vicomte, not to admit it." "Madame, I do confess it." She looked at him steadily. He was so noble and so handsome in his bearing, his eyes revealed so much gentleness, candor, and resolution, that the idea could not possibly enter her mind that he was either rudely discourteous or a mere simpleton. She only perceived clearly enough that he loved another woman, and not herself, with the whole strength of his heart. "Ah! I now understand you," she said. "You have left your heart behind you in France." Raoul bowed. "The duke is aware of your affection?" "No one knows it," replied Raoul. "Why, therefore, do you tell me? Nay, answer me." "I cannot." "It is for me, then, to anticipate an explanation." "You do not wish to tell me anything, because you are now convinced that I do not love the duke, because you see that I possibly might have loved you, because you are a gentleman of noble and delicate sentiments, and because, instead of accepting, even were it for the mere amusement of the passing hour, a hand which is almost pressed upon you, and because, instead of meeting my smiles with a smiling lip, you, who are young, have preferred to tell me, whom men have called beautiful, my heart is over the sea, it is in France. For this I thank you, Monsieur de Bragelonne. You are indeed a noble hearted, noble minded man, and I regard you all the more for it, as a friend only. And now let us cease speaking of myself, and talk of your own affairs. Forget that I have ever spoken to you of myself. Tell me why you are sad, and why you have become more than usually so during these past 4 days." Raoul was deeply and sensibly moved by these sweet and melancholy tones, and as he could not, at the moment, find a word to say, the young girl again came to his assistance. "Pity me," she said. "My mother was born in France, and I can truly affirm that I, too, am French in blood, as well as in feeling; but the leaden atmosphere and characteristic gloom of England seem to weigh upon me. Sometimes my dreams are golden hued and full of wonderful enjoyments, when suddenly a mist rises and overspreads my fancy, blotting them out forever. Such indeed is the case at the present moment. Forgive me. I have now said enough on that subject. Give me your hand, and relate your griefs to me as a friend. You say you are French in heart and soul?" "Yes. Not only, I repeat it, that my mother was French, but further, as my father, a friend of King Charles I., was exiled in France, I, during the trial of that prince, as well as during the protector's life, was brought up in Paris. At the restoration of King Charles II., my poor father returned to England, where he died almost immediately afterwards, and then the king created me a duchess, and has dowered me according to my rank." "Have you any relations in France?" Raoul inquired, with the deepest interest. "I have a sister there, my senior by 7 or 8 years, who was married in France, and was early left a widow. Her name is Madame de Valliere. Do you know her?" she added, observing Raoul start suddenly. "I have heard her name." "She, too, loves with her whole heart, and her last letters inform me she is happy, and her affection is, I conclude, returned. I told you, Monsieur de Bragelonne, that although I possess half of her nature, I do not share her happiness. But let us speak now of yourself. Whom do you love in France?" "A young girl, as soft and pure as a lily." "But if she loves you, why are you sad?" "I have been told that she ceases to love me." "You do not believe it, I trust." He who wrote me so does not sign his letter." "An anonymous denunciation? Some treachery, be assured," said Miss Grafton. "Stay," said Raoul, showing the young girl a letter which he had read over 1,000 times. She took it from his hand, and read as follows: "Vicomte, you are perfectly right to amuse yourself yonder with the lovely faces of Charles II.'s court, for at Louis XIV.'s court the castle in which your affections are enshrined is being besieged. Stay in London altogether, poor vicomte, or return without delay to Paris." "There is no signature," said Miss Mary. "None." "Believe it not, then." "Very good; but here is a second letter from my friend De Guiche, which says, I am lying here wounded and ill. Return, Raoul, oh, return." "What do you intend doing?" inquired the young girl, with a feeling of oppression at her heart. "My intention, as soon as I received this letter, was immediately to take my leave of the king." "When did you receive it?" "The day before yesterday." "It is dated Fontainebleau. A singular circumstance, do you not think, for the court is now at Paris? At all events, I would have set off, but when I mentioned my intention to the king, he began to laugh, and said to me, 'How comes it, monsieur l'ambassadeur, that you think of leaving? Has your sovereign recalled you?' I colored, naturally enough, for I was confused by the question; for the fact is, the king himself sent me here, and I have received no order to return." Mary frowned in deep thought, and said, "Do you remain, then?" "I must, mademoiselle." "Do you ever receive any letters from her to whom you are so devoted?" "Never." "Never, do you say? Does she not love you, then?" "At least, she has not written to me since my departure, although she used occasionally to write to me before. I trust she may have been prevented. Hush! the duke is coming." And Buckingham at that moment was seen at the end of the walk, approaching towards them, alone and smiling. He advanced slowly, and held out his hands to them both. "Have you arrived at an understanding?" he said. "About what?" "About whatever might render you happy, dear Mary, and make Raoul less miserable." "I do not understand you, my lord," said Raoul. "That is my view of the subject, Miss Mary. Do you wish me to mention it before M. de Bragelonne?" he added, with a smile. "If you mean," replied the young girl, haughtily, "that I was not indisposed to love M. de Bragelonne, that is useless, for I have told him so myself." Buckingham reflected for a moment, and, without seeming in any way discountenanced, as she expected, he said, "My reason for leaving you with M. de Bragelonne was, that I thoroughly knew your refined delicacy of feeling, no less than the perfect loyalty of your mind and heart, and I hoped that M. de Bragelonne's cure might be effected by the hands of a physician such as you are." "But, my lord, before you spoke of M. de Bragelonne's heart, you spoke to me of your own. Do you mean to effect the cure of two hearts at the same time?" "Perfectly true, madame; but you will do me the justice to admit that I have long discontinued a useless pursuit, acknowledging that my own wound is incurable." "My lord," said Mary, collecting herself for a moment before she spoke, "M. de Bragelonne is happy, for he loves and is beloved; he has no need of such a physician as I can be." "M. de Bragelonne," said Buckingham, "is on the very eve of experiencing a serious misfortune, and he has greater need than ever of sympathy and affection." "Explain yourself, my lord," inquired Raoul, anxiously. "No; gradually I will explain myself, but if you desire it, I can tell Miss Grafton what you may not listen to yourself." "My lord, you are putting me to the torture. You know something you wish to conceal from me?" "I know that Miss Mary Grafton is the most charming object that a heart ill at ease could possibly meet with in its way through life." "I have already told you that the Vicomte de Bragelonne loves elsewhere," said the young girl. "He is wrong, then." "Do you assume to know, my lord, that I am wrong?" "Yes." "Whom is it that he loves, then?" exclaimed the young girl. "He loves a lady who is unworthy of him," said Buckingham, with that calm, collected manner peculiar to Englishmen. Miss Grafton uttered a cry, which, together with the remark that Buckingham had that moment made, spread over De Bragelonne's features a deadly paleness, arising from the sudden surprise, and also from a vague fear of impending misfortune. "My lord," he exclaimed, "you have just pronounced words which compel me, without a moment's delay, to seek their explanation in Paris." "You will remain here," said Buckingham, "because you have no right to leave, and no one has the right to quit the service of the king for that of any woman, even were she as worthy of being loved as Mary Grafton is." "You will tell me all, then?" "I will, on condition that you will remain." "I will remain, if you will promise to speak openly and without reserve." Thus far had their conversation proceeded, and Buckingham, in all probability, was on the point of revealing, not indeed all that had taken place, but at least all he was aware of, when one of the king's attendants appeared at the end of the terrace, and advanced towards the summer house where the king was sitting with Lucy Stewart. A courier followed him, covered with dust from head to foot, and who seemed as if he had but a few moments before dismounted from his horse. "The courier from France! Madame's courier!" exclaimed Raoul, recognizing the princess's livery; and while the attendant and the courier advanced towards the king, Buckingham and Miss Grafton exchanged a look full of intelligence with each other. Chapter 37. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Chapter 38 of Louise de la Valliere. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Louise de la Valliere by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 38. The Courier from Madame. Charles II. was busily engaged in proving, or endeavouring to prove, to Miss Stewart, that she was the only person for whom he cared at all, and consequently was avowing to her an affection similar to that which his ancestor Henry IV. had entertained for Gabrielle. Unfortunately, Charles II. had hit upon an unlucky day, the very day Miss Stewart had taken it into her head to make him jealous, and therefore, instead of being touched by his offer, as the king had hoped, she laughed heartily. "Oh, sire, sire!" she cried, laughing all the while, "if I were to be unfortunate enough to ask you for a proof of the affection you possess, how easy it would be to see that you are telling a falsehood." "Nay, listen to me," said Charles. "You know my cartoons by Raphael. You know whether I care for them or not. The whole world envies me their possession, as you well know also. My father commissioned Van Dyck to purchase them. Would you like me to send them to your house this very day?" "Oh, no," replied the young girl. "Pray keep them yourself, sire. My house is far too small to accommodate such visitors." "In that case, you shall have Hampton Court to put the cartoons in." "Be less generous, sire, and learn to love a little while longer. That is all I have to ask you." "I shall never cease to love you. Is not that enough?" "You are smiling, sire." "Do you wish me to weep?" "No, but I should like to see you a little more melancholy." "Thank Heaven, I have been so long enough. 14 years of exile, poverty, and misery. I think I may well regard it as a debt discharged. Besides, melancholy makes people look so plain." "Far from that, for look at the young Frenchman." "What! The Vicomte de Bragelonne? Are you smitten too? By Heaven, they will all grow mad over him, one after the other. But he, on the contrary, has a reason for being melancholy." "Why so?" "Oh, indeed! You wish me to betray state secrets, do you?" "If I wish it, you must do so, for you told me you were quite ready to do everything I wished." "Well, then, he is bored in his own country. Does that satisfy you?" "Bored?" "Yes, a proof that he is a simpleton. I allow him to fall in love with Miss Mary Grafton, and he feels bored. Can you believe it?" "Very good. It seems, then, that if you were to find Miss Lucy Stewart indifferent to you, you would console yourself by falling in love with Miss Mary Grafton." "I don't say that. In the first place, you know that Mary Grafton does not care for me. Besides, A man can only console himself for a lost affection by the discovery of a new one. Again, however, I repeat, the question is not of myself, but of that young man. One might almost be tempted to call the girl he has left behind him a Helen before the little ceremony she went through with Paris, of course." "He has left someone, then?" "That is to say, someone has left him." "Poor fellow! So much the worse." "Why do you mean by 'so much the worse'?" "Why not? Why did he leave?" "Do you think it was of his own wish or will that he left?" "Was he obliged to leave, then?" "He left Paris under orders, my dear Stuart, and prepare to be surprised, by express orders of the king." "Ah, I begin to see now." "At least say nothing at all about it." "You know very well that I am just as discreet as anybody else." "And so the king sent him away?" "Yes." "And during his absence he takes his sweetheart from him?" "Yes. And will you believe it, the silly fellow, instead of thanking the king, is making himself miserable." "What! Thank the king for depriving him of the woman he loves? Really, sire, yours is a most ungallant speech." "But pray understand me. If she whom the king had run off with was either a Miss Grafton or a Miss Stuart, I should not be of his opinion; nay, I should even think him not half wretched enough. But she is a little thin lame thing. Deuce take such fidelity as that! Surely one can hardly understand how a man can refuse a girl who is rich for one who is poverty itself, a girl who loves him for one who deceives and betrays him." "Do you think that Mary seriously wishes to please the Vicomte, sire?" "I do, indeed." "Very good. The Vicomte will settle down in England, for Mary has a clear head, and when she fixes her mind upon anything she does so thoroughly." "Take care, my dear Miss Stuart. If the Vicomte has any idea of adopting our country, he has not long to do so, for it was only the day before yesterday that he again asked me for permission to leave." "Which you refused him, I suppose?" "I should think so, indeed. My royal brother is far too anxious for his absence, and for myself, my amour propre is enlisted on his side, for I will never have it said that I have held out as a bait to this young man, the noblest and gentlest creature in England." "You are very gallant, sire," said Miss Stuart, with a pretty pout. "I do not allude to Miss Stuart, for she is worthy of a king's devotion, and since she has captivated me, I trust that no one else will be caught by her. I say, therefore, finally, that the attention I have shown this young man will not have been thrown away. He will stay with us here, he will marry here, or I am very much mistaken." "And I hope that when he is once married and settled, instead of being angry with your majesty, he will be grateful to you, for everyone tries his utmost to please him, even the Duke of Buckingham, whose brilliancy, which is incredible, seems to pale before that of this young Frenchman." "Including Miss Stuart even, who calls him the most finished gentleman she ever saw." "Stay, sire, you have spoken quite enough and quite highly enough of Miss Grafton to overlook what I may have said about de Bragelonne. But by the by, sire, your kindness for some time past astonishes me." You think of those who are absent, you forgive those who have done you a wrong. In fact, you are as nearly as possible perfect. How does it happen?" "It is because you allow yourself to be loved," he said, beginning to laugh. "Oh, there must be some other reason." "Well, I'm doing all I can to oblige my brother Louis XIV." "Nay, I must have another reason." "Well, then, the true motive is, that Buckingham strongly recommended the young man to me, saying, 'Sire, I begin by yielding up all claim to Miss Grafton. I pray you follow my example.'" "The duke is indeed a true gentleman." "Oh, of course, of course. It is Buckingham's turn now, I suppose, to turn your head. You seem determined to cross me in everything to day." At this moment someone rapped at the door. "Who is it who presumes to interrupt us?" exclaimed Charles impatiently. "Really, sire, you are extremely vain with your 'who is it who presumes?' and in order to punish you for it—" She went to the door and opened it. "It is a courier from France," said Miss Stewart. "A courier from France!" exclaimed Charles. "From my sister, perhaps?" "Yes, sire," said the usher, "a special messenger." "Let him come in at once," said Charles. "You have a letter for me," said the king to the courier as he entered, "from the Duchess of Orleans?" "Yes, sire," replied the courier, "and so urgent in its nature that I have only been 26 hours in bringing it to your majesty, and yet I lost 3/4 of an hour at Calais." "Your zeal shall not be forgotten," said the king, as he opened the letter. When he had read it, he burst out laughing, and exclaimed, "Upon my word, I am at a loss to understand anything about it." He then read the letter a second time, Miss Stewart assuming a manner marked by the greatest reserve, and doing her utmost to restrain her ardent curiosity. "Francis," said the king to his valet, "see that this excellent fellow is well taken care of, and sleeps soundly, and that on waking to morrow he finds a purse of 50 sovereigns by his bedside." "Sire!" said the courier, amazed. "Begone, begone! My sister was perfectly right in desiring you to use the utmost diligence. The affair was most pressing." And he again began to laugh, louder than ever. The courier, the valet, and Miss Stewart hardly knew what sort of countenance to assume. "Ah!" said the king, throwing himself back in his armchair, "when I think that you have knocked up how many horses? 2 horses to bring this intelligence to me. That will do. You can leave us now." The courier retired with the valet. Charles went to the window, which he opened, and leaning forward, called out, "Duke! Buckingham! Come here, there's a good fellow." The duke hurried to him, in obedience to the summons, but when he reached the door and perceived Miss Stewart, he hesitated to enter. "Come in and shut the door," said the king. The duke obeyed, and perceiving in what an excellent humour the king was, he advanced, smiling, towards him. "Well, my dear duke, how do you get on with your Frenchman?" "Sire, I am in the most perfect state of utter despair about him." "Why so?" "Because charming Miss Grafton is willing to marry him, but he is unwilling." "Why, he is a perfect Boeotian," cried Miss Stewart. "Let him say either yes or no, and let the affair end." "But," said Buckingham, seriously, "you know, or you ought to know, madam, that Monsieur de Bragelonne is in love in another direction." "In that case," said the king, coming to Miss Stuart's help, "nothing is easier. Let him say no, then." "Very true. I have proved to him that he was wrong not to say yes." "You told him candidly, I suppose, that La Valliere was deceiving him?" "Yes, without the slightest reserve; and as soon as I had done so, he gave a start, as if he were going to clear the Channel at a bound." "At all events," said Miss Stuart, "he has done something, and a very good thing too, upon my word." "But," said Buckingham, "I stopped him. I have left him and Miss Mary in conversation together, and I sincerely trust that now he will not leave, as he seemed to have an idea of doing." "An idea of leaving England!" cried the king. "I, at one moment, hardly thought that any human power could have prevented him. But Miss Mary's eyes are now bent fully on him, and he will remain." "Well, that is the very thing which deceives you, Buckingham," said the king, with a peal of laughter. "The poor fellow is predestined." "Predestined to what?" "If it were to be simply deceived, that is nothing; but to look at him, it is a great deal." "At a distance, and with Miss Grafton's aid, the blow will be warded off." "Far from it, far from it. Neither distance nor Miss Grafton's help will be the slightest avail. Bragelonne will set off for Paris within an hour's time." Buckingham started, and Miss Stuart opened her eyes very wide in astonishment. "But, sire," said the duke, "your majesty knows that is impossible." "That is to say, my dear Buckingham, that it is impossible until it happens." "Do not forget, sire, that the young man is a perfect lion, and that his wrath is terrible." "I don't deny it, my dear duke." "And that if he sees that his misfortune is certain, so much the worse for the author of it." "I don't deny it; but what the deuce am I to do?" "Were it the king himself," cried Buckingham, "I would not answer for him." "Oh, the king has his musketeers to take care of him," said Charles, quietly. "I know that perfectly well, for I was kept dancing attendance in his antechamber at Blois. He has Monsieur d'Artagnan, and what better guardian could the king have than Monsieur d'Artagnan? I should make myself perfectly easy, with 20 storms of passion, such as Bragelonne might display, if I had 4 guardians like D'Artagnan. But I entreat your majesty, who is so good and kind, to reflect a little." "Stay," said Charles II., presenting the letter to the duke. "Read, and answer yourself what you would do in my place." Buckingham slowly took hold of Madame's letter, and, trembling with emotion, read the following words: "For your own sake, for mine, for the honour and safety of everyone, send Monsieur de Bragelonne back to France immediately. Your devoted sister, Henrietta." "Well, Villiers, what do you say?" "Really, sire, I have nothing to say," replied the duke, stupefied. "Nay, would you, of all persons," said the king, artfully, "advise me not to listen to my sister when she writes so urgently?" "Oh, no, no, sire! And yet you have not read the postscript, Villiers. It is under the fold of the letter, and escaped me at first. Read it, and as the duke turned down a fold of the letter, he read, "1,000 kind remembrances to those who love me." The duke's head sank gradually on his breast, the paper trembled in his fingers as if it had been changed to lead. The king paused for a moment, and seeing that Buckingham did not speak, "He must follow his destiny as we ours," continued the king. "Every man has his own share of grief in this world. I have had my own, I have had that of others who belong to me, and have thus had a double weight of woe to endure. But the deuce take all my cares now. Go and bring our friend here, Villiers." The duke opened the trellised door of the summer house, and pointing at Raoul and Mary, who were walking together side by side, said, "What a cruel blow, sire, for poor Miss Grafton!" "Nonsense, call him," said Charles II., knitting his black brows together. "Everyone seems to be sentimental here. There, look at Miss Stewart, who is wiping her eyes. Now, deuce take the French fellow." The duke called to Raoul, and taking Miss Grafton by the hand, he led her towards the king. "Monsieur de Bragelonne," said Charles II., "did you not ask me the day before yesterday for permission to return to Paris?" "Yes, sire," replied Raoul, greatly puzzled by this address. "And I refused you, I think?" "Yes, sire." "For which you were angry with me?" "No, sire." "Your majesty had, no doubt, excellent reasons for withholding it, for you are so wise and so good that everything you do is well done." "I alleged, I believe, as a reason, that the King of France had not recalled you." "Yes, sire, that was the reason you assigned." "Well, Monsieur de Bragelonne, I have reflected over the matter since. If the king did not in fact fix your return, he begged me to render your sojourn in England as agreeable as possible. Since, however, you ask my permission to return, it is because your longer residence in England is no longer agreeable to you." "I do not say that, sire." "No, but your request, at least," said the king, "signified that another place of residence would be more agreeable to you than this." At this moment Raoul turned towards the door, against which Miss Grafton was leaning, pale and sorrow stricken. Her other hand was passed through the duke's arm. "You do not reply," pursued Charles. "The proverb is plain enough, that silence gives consent. Very good, Monsieur de Bragelonne. I am now in a position to satisfy you. Whenever you please, therefore, you can leave for Paris, for which you have my authority." "Sire!" exclaimed Raoul, while Mary stifled an exclamation of grief which rose to her lips, unconsciously pressing Buckingham's arm. "You can be at Dover this evening," continued the king. "The tide serves at 2 o'clock in the morning." Raoul, astounded, stammered out a few broken sentences, which equally answered the purpose both of thanks and of excuse. "I therefore bid you adieu, Monsieur de Bragelonne, and wish you every sort of prosperity," said the king, rising. "You will confer a pleasure on me by keeping this diamond in remembrance of me. I had intended it as a marriage gift." Miss Grafton felt her limbs almost giving way, and as Raoul received the ring from the king's hand, he too felt his strength and courage failing him. He addressed a few respectful words to the king, a passing compliment to Miss Stewart, and looked for Buckingham to bid him adieu. The king profited by this moment to disappear. Raoul found the duke engaged in endeavouring to encourage Miss Grafton. "Tell him to remain, I implore you," said Buckingham to Mary. "No, I will tell him to go," replied Miss Grafton, with returning animation. "I am not one of those women who have more pride than heart. If she whom he loves is in France, let him return thither, and bless me for having advised him to go and seek his happiness there. If, on the contrary, she shall have ceased to love him, let him come back here again. I shall still love him, and his unhappiness will not have lessened him in my regard. In the arms of my house you will find that which Heaven has engraven on my heart: habenti parum, e genti cuncta. To the rich is accorded little, to the poor everything. I do not believe, Bragelonne, that you will find yonder the equivalent of what you leave behind here. I think, or at least I hope," said Raoul, with a gloomy air, "that she whom I love is worthy of my affection. But if it be true she is unworthy of me, as you have endeavoured to make me believe, I will tear her image from my heart, Duke, even if my heart breaks in the attempt." Mary Grafton gazed upon him with an expression of the most indefinable pity, and Raoul returned her look with a sweet sorrowful smile, saying, "Mademoiselle, the diamond which the king has given me was destined for you. Give me leave to offer it for your acceptance. If I marry in France, you will send it me back. If I do not marry, keep it." And he bowed and left her. "What does he mean?" thought Buckingham, while Raoul pressed Mary's icy hand with marks of the most reverential respect. Mary understood the look that Buckingham fixed upon her. "If it were a wedding ring, I would not accept it," she said. "And yet you were willing to ask him to return to you." "Oh, Duke!" cried the young girl, in heartbroken accents, "a woman such as I am is never accepted as a consolation by a man like him." "You do not think he will return, then?" "Never," said Miss Grafton, in a choking voice. "And I grieve to tell you, Mary, that he will find yonder his happiness destroyed, his mistress lost to him, his honour even has not escaped. What will be left him then, Mary, equal to your affection? Answer, Mary, you who know yourself so well." Miss Grafton placed her white hand on Buckingham's arm, and while Raoul was hurrying away with headlong speed, she repeated in dying accents the line from Romeo and Juliet: "I must be gone and live, or stay and die." As she finished the last word, Raoul disappeared. Miss Grafton returned to her own apartments, paler than death. Buckingham availed himself of the arrival of the courier who had brought the letter to the king, to write to Madame and to the Comte de Guiche. The king had not been mistaken, for at 2 in the morning the tide was at full flood, and Raoul had embarked for France. Chapter 38.
Chapter 39 of Louise de la Valliere. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wayne Donovan. Louise de la Valliere by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 39. Saint Aignan follows Malicorne's advice. The king most assiduously followed the progress which was made in La Valliere's portrait, and did so with the care and attention arising as much from a desire that it should resemble her, as from the wish that a painter should prolong the period of its completion as much as possible. It was amusing to observe him follow the artist's brush, awaiting the completion of a particular plan, or the result of a combination of colors, and suggesting various modifications to the painter, which the latter consented to adopt with the most respectful docility. And again, when the artist, following Malicorne's advice, was a little late in arriving, and when Saint Aignan had been obliged to be absent for some time, it was interesting to observe, though no one witnessed them, those moments of silence full of deep expression, which united in one sigh two souls most disposed to understand each other, and who by no means objected to the quiet meditation they enjoyed together. The minutes flew rapidly by, as if on wings, and as the king drew closer to Louise, and bent his burning gaze upon her, a noise was suddenly heard in the anteroom. It was the artist, who had just arrived. Saint Aignan, too, had returned full of apologies, and the king began to talk, and La Valliere to answer him very hurriedly, their eyes revealing to Saint Aignan that they had enjoyed a century of happiness during his absence. In a word, Malicorne, philosopher that he was, though he knew it not, had learned how to inspire the king with an appetite in the midst of plenty, and with desire in the assurance of possession. La Valliere's fears of interruption had never been realized. No one imagined she was absent from her apartment 2 or 3 hours every day. She pretended that her health was very uncertain. Those who went to her room always knocked before entering, and Malicorne, the man of so many ingenious inventions, had constructed an acoustic piece of mechanism, by means of which La Valliere, when in Saint Aignan's apartment, was always forewarned of any visits which were paid to the room she usually inhabited. In this manner, therefore, without leaving her room, and having no confidant, she was able to return to her apartment, thus removing by her appearance, a little tardy perhaps, the suspicions of the most determined skeptic. Malicorne having asked Saint Aignan the next morning what news he had to report, the latter was obliged to confess that the quarter's hours of liberty had made the king in the most excellent humor. "We must double the dose," replied Malicorne, "but by insensible degrees, waiting till they seem to wish it." They were so desirous for it, however, that on the evening of the 4th day, at the moment when the painter was packing up his implements, during Saint Aignan's continued absence, Saint Aignan, on his return, noticed upon La Valliere's face a shade of disappointment and vexation, which he could not conceal. The king was less reserved, and exhibited his annoyance by a very significant shrug of the shoulders, at which La Valliere could not help blushing. "Very good," thought Saint Aignan to himself. "Monsieur Malicorne will be delighted this evening," as he, in fact, was when it was reported to him. "It was very evident," he remarked to the comte, "that Mademoiselle de la Valliere hoped you would be at least 10 minutes later." "And the king that I should be a half an hour later, dear Monsieur Malicorne." "You would show but very indifferent devotion to the king," replied the latter, "if you were to refuse his majesty a half-hour's satisfaction." "But the painter," objected Saint Aignan. "I will take care of him," said Malicorne. "Only I must study the faces and circumstances a little better before I act. Those are my magical inventions and contrivances, while the sorcerer are enabled by means of their astral ball to take altitude of the sun, moon, and stars. I am satisfied merely by looking on the people's faces, in order to see if their eyes are encircled with dark lines, and if their mouths describe a convex or a concave arc." And the cunning Malicorne had every opportunity of watching narrowly and closely, for the very same evening the king accompanied the queen to Madame's apartment, and made himself so remarked by his serious face and his deep sigh, and looked at Valliere with such a languishing expression, that Malicorne said to Montalais during the evening, "Tomorrow and he went off to the painter's house in the street of Jardin Saint Paul to request him to postpone the next sitting for a couple of days. Saint Aignan was not within. When Valliere, who was now quite familiar with the lower story, lifted up the trap door and descended, the king, as usual, was waiting for her on the staircase, and held a bouquet in his hand. As soon as he saw her, he clasped her tenderly in his arms. Valliere, much moved at the action, looked around the room, but as she saw the king was alone, she did not complain of it. They sat down, the king reclining near the cushions on which Louise was seated, with his head supported by her knees, placed there as in an asylum, whence no one could banish him. He gazed inherently upon her, and as if the moment had arrived when nothing could interpose between their two hearts, she too gazed with similar passion upon him. And from her eyes, so softly pure, emanated a flame, whose rays first kindled and then inflamed the heart of the king, who trembled with happiness as Louise's hand rested on his head. He grew giddy from excess of joy, and momentarily awaited either the painter or Saint Aignan's return to break the sweet illusion. But the door remained closed, and neither Saint Aignan nor the painter appeared, nor did the hangings even move. A deep, mysterious silence reigned in the room, a silence which seemed infused even in the songbirds in their gilded prisons. The king, completely overcome, turned round his head and buried his burning lips in Valliere's hands, who, herself faint with an expression of emotion, pressed her trembling hands against her lover's lips. Louis threw himself upon his knees, and as Valliere did not move her head, the king's forehead being within reach of her lips, she furtively passed her lips across the perfumed locks which caressed her cheeks. The king seized her in his arms. Unable to resist the temptation, they exchanged their first kiss, a burning kiss which changes love into delirium. Suddenly a noise upon the upper floor was heard, which had in fact continued, though it had remained unnoticed for some time. It had at last aroused Valliere's attention, though but slowly so, and the noise, however, continued, as it forced itself upon the attention, and recalled the poor girl from her dreams of happiness to the sad realities of her life. She rose in a state of utter bewilderment, though beautiful in her disorder, saying, "Someone is waiting for me above. Louis, do you hear?" "Well, and I am not waiting for you also?" said the king with infinite tenderness of tone. "Let the others henceforth wait for you." But she gently shook her head as she replied,
"Happiness hidden, power concealed, my pride should be as silent as my heart."
The noise again resumed.
"I heard Montalais's voice,"
she said, and she hurried up the staircase. The king followed her, unable to let her leave his sight, and covering her hands with kisses.
Yes, yes," repeated
Valliere, who had passed halfway through the opening.
"Yes, it is Montalais who is calling me. Something important must have happened."
"Go then, dearest love," said the king, "but return quickly."
No, not today, sire. Adieu, adieu,"
she said as she stooped down once more to embrace her lover, and escaped. Montalais was in fact waiting for her, very pale and agitated.
Quick, he is coming."
"Who is coming?"
"Oh,"
murmured Montalais. "It is I, said a joyous voice upon the last step of the grand staircase. Valliere uttered a terrible shriek and threw herself back. "I am here, dear Louise," said Raoul, running towards her. "I knew but too well that you had not ceased to love me." Valliere, with a gesture partly of extreme terror and partly as if invoking a blessing, attempted to speak, but could not articulate one word.
No, she said,
as she fell into Montalais's arms, murmuring,
"Do not touch me. Do not come near."
Montalais made a sign to Raoul, who stood almost petrified at the door, and did not even attempt to advance another step into the room. Then, looking to the side of the room where the screen was, she exclaimed,
"Imperturbed girl, she has not even closed the trap door."
And she advanced towards the corner of the room to close the screen, and also, behind the screen, the trap door. But suddenly the king, who had heard Louise's explanation, darted through the opening, and hurried forward to her assistance. He threw himself on his knees before her, as he overwhelmed Montalais with questions, who had hardly knew where she was. At the moment, however, when the king threw himself on his knees, a cry of utter despair rang through the corridor, accompanied by the sound of retreating footsteps. The king wished to see who had uttered the cry, and whose were the footsteps he had heard. And it was in vain that Montalais sought to retain him, for Louis, quitting his hold of La Valliere, hurried towards the door. Too late, however, Raoul was already at a distance, and the king only beheld a shadow that quickly vanished in the silent corridor. End of chapter 39. Recording by Wayne Donovan.
Chapter 40 of Louise de la Valliere. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines. Louise de la Valliere by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 40. Two Old Friends. Whilst everyone at court was busily engaged with his own affairs, a man mysteriously took up his post behind the Place de Greve, in the house which we once saw besieged by D'Artagnan on the occasion of the émeute. The principal entrance of the house was in the Place Baudoyer. It was tolerably large, surrounded by gardens, enclosed in the Rue Saint Jean by the shops of toolmakers, which protected it from prying look, and was walled in by a triple rampart of stone, noise, and verdure, like an embalmed mummy in its triple coffin. The man we have just alluded to walked along with a firm step, although he was no longer in his early prime. His dark cloak and long sword plainly revealed one who seemed in search of adventures, and judging from his curling moustache, his fine smooth skin, which could be seen beneath his sombrero, it would not have been difficult to pronounce that gallantry had not a little share in his adventures. In fact, hardly had the cavalier entered the house when the clock struck 8, and 10 minutes afterwards a lady, followed by a servant armed to the teeth, approached and knocked at the same door, which an old woman immediately opened for her. The lady raised her veil as she entered. Though no longer beautiful or young, she was still active and of an imposing carriage. She concealed beneath a rich toilette and the most exquisite taste, an age which Ninon de l'Eclos alone could have smiled at with impunity. Hardly had she reached the vestibule when the cavalier, whose features we have only roughly sketched, advanced towards her, holding out his hand. "Good day, my dear duchess," he said. "How do you do, my dear Aramis?" replied the duchess. He led her to a most elegantly furnished apartment, on whose high windows were reflected the expiring rays of the setting sun, which filtered gaudily through the dark green needles of the adjacent firs. They sat down side by side. Neither of them thought of asking for additional light in the room, and they buried themselves as it were in the shadow, as if they wished to bury themselves in forgetfulness. "Chevalier," said the duchess, "you have never given me a single sign of life since our interview at Fontainebleau, and I confess that your presence there on the day of the Franciscan's death, and your initiation in certain secrets, caused me the liveliest astonishment I ever experienced in my whole life. I can explain my presence there to you as well as my initiation," said Aramis. "But let us, first of all," said the duchess, "talk a little of ourselves, for our friendship is by no means of recent date." "Yes, madame, and if Heaven wills it, we shall continue to be friends. I will not say for a long time, but forever." "That is quite certain, chevalier, and my visit is a proof of it." "Our interests, duchess, are no longer the same as they used to be," said Aramis, smiling without apprehension in the growing gloom by which the room was overcast, for it could not reveal that his smile was less agreeable and not so bright as formerly. "No, chevalier, at the present day we have other interests. Every period of life brings its own, and as we now understand each other in conversing, as perfectly as we formerly did without saying a word, let us talk, if you like." "I am at your orders, duchess. Ah, I beg your pardon. How did you obtain my address, and what was your object?" "You ask me why? I have told you. Curiosity in the first place." I wished to know what you could have to do with the Franciscan, with whom I had certain business transactions, and who died so singularly. You know that on the occasion of our interview at Fontainebleau in the cemetery, at the foot of the grave so recently closed, we were both so much overcome by our emotions that we omitted to confide in each other what we may have to say. Yes, madame. Well, then, I had no sooner left you than I repented, and have ever since been most anxious to ascertain the truth. You know that Madame de Longueville and myself are almost one, I suppose." "I was not aware," said Aramis, discreetly. "I remembered, therefore," continued the duchesse, "that neither of us said anything to the other in the cemetery; that you did not speak of the relationship in which you stood to the Franciscan, whose burial you superintended, and that I did not refer to the position in which I stood to him, all which seemed very unworthy of two such old friends as ourselves. And I have sought an opportunity of an interview with you in order to give you some information that I have recently acquired, and to assure you that Marie Michon, now no more, has left behind her one who has preserved her recollection of events." Aramis bowed over the duchess's hand, and pressed his lips upon it. "You must have had some trouble to find me again," he said. "Yes," she answered, annoyed to find the subject taking a turn which Aramis wished to give it; "but I knew you were a friend of M. Fouquet's, and so I inquired in that direction." "A friend! Oh!" exclaimed the chevalier, "I can hardly pretend to be that. A poor priest who has been favored by a generous protector, and whose heart is full of gratitude and devotion, is all that I pretend to be to M. Fouquet." "He made you a bishop?" "Yes, duchesse." "A very good retiring pension for so handsome a musketeer." "Yes, in the same way that political intrigue is for yourself," thought Aramis. "And so," he added, "you inquired after me at M. Fouquet's?" "Easily enough. You had been to Fontainebleau with him, and had undertaken a voyage to your diocese, which is Belle Ile en Mer, I believe?" "No, madame," said Aramis, "my diocese is Vannes." "I meant that; I only thought that Belle Ile en Mer is a property belonging to M. Fouquet, nothing more." "Ah! I had been told that Belle Ile was fortified. Besides, I know how great the military knowledge is you possess." "I have forgotten everything of the kind since I entered the church," said Aramis, annoyed. "Suffice it to know that I learned you had returned from Vannes, and I set off to one of our friends, Monsieur le Comte de la Fere, who is discretion itself, in order to ascertain it; but he answered that he was not aware of your address." "So like Porthos," thought the bishop; "the really good man never changes." "Well, then, you know that I cannot venture to show myself here, and that the queen mother has always some grievance or other against me." "Yes, indeed, and I am surprised at it." "Oh! there are various reasons for it. But to continue, being obliged to conceal myself, I was fortunate enough to meet with M. d'Artagnan, who was formerly one of your old friends, I believe." "A friend of mine still, duchesse. He gave me certain information, and sent me to M. Baisemeaux, the governor of the Bastile." Aramis was somewhat agitated at this remark, and a light flashed from his eyes in the darkness of the room, which he could not conceal from his keen sighted friend. "M. de Baisemeaux?" he answered. "Why did D'Artagnan send you to M. de Baisemeaux?" "I cannot tell you." "What can this possibly mean?" said the bishop, summoning all the resources of his mind to his aid, in order to carry on the combat in a befitting manner. "M. de Baisemeaux is greatly indebted to you, D'Artagnan told me." "True, he is so." "And the address of a creditor is as easily ascertained as that of a debtor." "Very true; and so Baisemeaux indicated to you Saint Mande, where I forwarded a letter to you, which I have in my hand, and which is most precious to me," said Aramis, "because I am indebted for it for the pleasure of seeing you here." The duchess, satisfied at having successfully overcome the various difficulties of so delicate an explanation, began to breathe freely again, which Aramis, however, could not succeed in doing. "We had got as far as your visit to M. Baisemeaux, I believe?" "Nay," she said, laughing, "farther than that." "In that case, we must have been speaking about the grudge you have against the queen mother." "Further still," she returned, "further still. We were talking of the connection which existed between you and the Franciscan," said Aramis, interrupting her eagerly. "Well, I am listening to you very attentively." "It is easily explained," returned the duchess. "You know that I am living at Brussels with M. de Laicques. I heard so. You know that my children have ruined and stripped me of everything. How terrible, dear duchess." "Terrible, indeed. This obliged me to resort to some means of obtaining a livelihood, and, particularly, to avoid vegetating for the remainder of my existence. I had old hatreds to turn to account, old friendships to make use of. I no longer had either credit or protectors." "You, who had extended protection towards so many persons," said Aramis, softly. "It is always the case, chevalier. Well, at the present time I am in the habit of seeing the king of Spain very frequently." "Ah! who has just nominated a general of the Jesuits, according to the usual custom." "It is usual, indeed? Were you not aware of it? I beg your pardon, I was inattentive." "You must be aware of that, you who were on such good terms with the Franciscan." "With the general of the Jesuits, you mean?" "Exactly. Well, then, I have seen the king of Spain, who wished to do me a service, but was unable. He gave me recommendations, however, to Flanders, both for myself and for Laicques too, and conferred a pension on me out of the funds belonging to the order." "Of Jesuits?" "Yes. The general, I mean the Franciscan, was sent to me, and for the purpose of conforming with the requisitions of the statutes of the order, and of entitling me to the pension, I was reputed to be in a position to render services. You are aware that that is the rule?" "No, I did not know it," said Aramis. Madame de Chevreuse paused to look at Aramis, but it was perfectly dark. "Well, such is the rule, however," she resumed. "I had, therefore, to appear to possess a power of usefulness of some kind or other, and I proposed to travel for the order, and I was placed on the list of affiliated travelers. You understand it was a formality, by means of which I received my pension, which was very convenient for me." "Good heavens, duchesse, what you tell me is like a dagger thrust. You obliged to receive a pension from the Jesuits?" "No, chevalier, from Spain." "Except for a conscientious scruple, duchesse, you will admit that it is pretty nearly the same thing." "No, not at all. But surely of your magnificent fortune there must remain Dampierre is all that remains." "And that is handsome enough." "Yes, but Dampierre is burdened, mortgaged, and almost fallen to ruin, like its owner." "And can the queen mother know and see all that without shedding a tear?" said Aramis, with a penetrating look, which encountered nothing but darkness. "Yes, she has forgotten everything. You, I believe, attempted to get restored to favor?" "Yes, but most singularly, the young king inherits the antipathy his dear father had for me. You will perhaps tell me that I am indeed a woman to be hated, and that I am no longer one who can be loved. Dear duchesse, pray come quickly to the cause that brought you here, for I think we can be of service to each other." "Such has been my own thought. I came to Fontainebleau with a double object in view. In the first place, I was summoned there by the Franciscan, whom you knew. By the by, how did you know him? For I have told you my story, and have not heard yours." "I knew him in a very natural way, duchesse. I studied theology with him at Parma. We became fast friends, and it happened from time to time that business, or travel, or war separated us from each other. You were, of course, aware that he was the general of the Jesuits?" "I suspected it." But by what extraordinary chance did it happen that you were at the hotel when the affiliated travelers met together?" "Oh," said Aramis, in a calm voice, "it was the merest chance in the world. I was going to Fontainebleau to see M. Fouquet, for the purpose of obtaining an audience of the king. I was passing by, unknown. I saw the poor dying monk in the road, and recognized him immediately. You know the rest. He died in my arms." "Yes, but bequeathing to you so vast a power that you issue your sovereign orders and directions like a monarch?" "He certainly did leave me a few commissions to settle." "And what for me?" "I have told you, a sum of 12,000 livres was to be paid to you. I thought I had given you the necessary signature to enable you to receive it. Did you not get the money?" "Oh, yes, yes. You give your orders, I am informed, with so much mystery, and such a majestic presence, that it is generally believed you are the successor of the defunct chief." Aramis colored impatiently, and the duchesse continued: "I have obtained my information," she said, "from the king of Spain himself, and he cleared up some of my doubts on the point. Every general of the Jesuits is nominated by him, and must be a Spaniard, according to the statutes of the order. You are not a Spaniard, nor have you been nominated by the king of Spain." Aramis did not reply to this remark, except to say, "You see, duchesse, how greatly you were mistaken, since the king of Spain told you that." "Yes, my dear Aramis, but there is something else which I have been thinking of." "What is that?" "You know, I believe, something about most things, and it occurred to me that you know the Spanish language." "Every Frenchman who has been actively engaged in the Fronde knows Spanish." "You have lived in Flanders?" "3 years." "And have stayed at Madrid?" "15 months." "You are in a position, then, to become a naturalized Spaniard when you like." "Really?" said Aramis, with a frankness which deceived the duchesse. "Undoubtedly. 2 years' residence and an acquaintance with the language are indispensable. You have upwards of 4 years, more than double the time necessary." "What are you driving at, duchesse?" "At this: I am on good terms with the king of Spain." "And I am not on bad terms," thought Aramis to himself. "Shall I ask the king," continued the duchesse, "to confer the succession to the Franciscan's post upon you?" "Oh, duchesse!" "You have it already, perhaps," she said. "No, upon my honor." "Very well, then, I can render you that service." "Why did you not render the same service to M. de Laicques, duchesse? He is a very talented man, and one you love, besides." "Yes, no doubt; but, at all events, putting Laicques aside, will you have it?" "No, I thank you, duchesse." She paused. "He is nominated," she thought, and then resumed aloud: "If you refuse me in this manner, it is not very encouraging for me, supposing I should have something to ask of you." "Oh, ask, pray ask." "Ask! I cannot do so, if you have not the power to grant what I want. However limited my power and ability, ask all the same." "I need a sum of money to restore Dampierre." "Ah!" replied Aramis, coldly, "money? Well, duchesse, how much would you require?" "Oh, a tolerably round sum." "So much the worse. You know I am not rich." "No, no, but the order is, and if you had been the general " "You know I am not the general, I think." "In that case, you have a friend who must be very wealthy, M. Fouquet." "M. Fouquet! He is more than half ruined, madame." "So it is said, but I did not believe it." "Why, duchesse?" "Because I have, or rather Laicques has, certain letters in his possession from Cardinal Mazarin, which establish the existence of very strange accounts." "What accounts?" "Relative to various sums of money borrowed and disposed of. I cannot very distinctly remember what they are, but they establish the fact that the superintendent, according to these letters, which are signed by Mazarin, had taken 13 millions of francs from the coffers of the state. The case is a very serious one." Aramis clenched his hands in anxiety and apprehension. "Is it possible," he said, "that you have such letters as you speak of, and have not communicated them to M. Fouquet?" "Ah!" replied the duchesse, "I keep such trifling matters as these in reserve. The day may come when they will be of service, and they can be withdrawn from the safe custody in which they now remain." "And that day has arrived?" said Aramis. "Yes." "And you are going to show those letters to M. Fouquet?" "I prefer to talk about them with you instead." "You must be in sad want of money, my poor friend, to think of such things as these; you, too, who held M. de Mazarin's prose effusions in such indifferent esteem." "The fact is, I am in want of money." "And then," continued Aramis, in cold accents, "it must have been very distressing to you to be obliged to have recourse to such a means. It is cruel." "Oh, if had wished to do harm instead of good," said Madame de Chevreuse, "instead of asking the general of the order, or M. Fouquet, for the 500,000 francs I require, I—" "500,000 francs!" "Yes, no more. Did you think it much? I require at least as much as that to restore Dampierre." "Yes, madame." "I say, therefore, that instead of asking for this amount, I should have gone to see my old friend the queen mother. The letters from her husband, Signor Mazarini, would have served me as an introduction, and I should have begged this mere trifle of her, saying to her, 'I wish, madame, to have the honor of receiving you at Dampierre. Permit me to put Dampierre in a fit state for that purpose.'" Aramis did not return a single word. "Well," she said, "what are you thinking about?" "I am making certain additions," said Aramis, "and M. Fouquet subtractions. I, on the other hand, am trying my hand at the art of multiplication." "What excellent calculators we all three are! How well we might understand one another." "Will you allow me to reflect?" said Aramis. "No, for with such an opening between people like ourselves, yes or no is the only answer, and that an immediate one." "It is a snare," thought the bishop. "It is impossible that Anne of Austria would listen to such a woman as this." "Well?" said the duchesse. "Well, madame, I should be very much astonished if M. Fouquet had 500,000 francs at his disposal at the present moment." "It is no use speaking of it, then," said the duchesse, "and Dampierre must get restored how best it may." "Oh, you are not embarrassed to such an extent as that, I suppose?" "No, I am never embarrassed." "And the queen," continued the bishop, "will certainly do for you what the superintendent is unable to do?" "Oh, certainly; but tell me, do you think it would be better that I should speak myself to M. Fouquet about these letters?" "Nay, duchesse, you will do precisely whatever you please in that respect. M. Fouquet either feels or does not feel himself to be guilty. If he really be so, I know he is proud enough not to confess it. If he be not so, he will be exceedingly offended at your menace." "As usual, you reason like an angel," said the duchesse, as she rose from her seat. "And so you are now going to denounce M. Fouquet to the queen?" said Aramis. "Denounce! Oh, what a disagreeable word! I shall not denounce, my dear friend. You know matters of policy too well to be ignorant how easily these affairs are arranged. I shall merely side against M. Fouquet, and nothing more; and, in a war of party against party, a weapon is always a weapon, no doubt. And once on friendly terms again with the queen mother, I may be dangerous towards some persons. You are at liberty to prove so, duchesse." "A liberty of which I shall avail myself. You are not ignorant, I suppose, duchesse, that M. Fouquet is on the best terms with the king of Spain." "I suppose so." "If, therefore, you begin a party warfare against M. Fouquet, he will reply in the same way, for he, too, is at perfect liberty to do so, is he not?" "Oh, certainly." "And as he is on good terms with Spain, he will make use of that friendship as a weapon of attack." "You mean that he is, naturally, on good terms with the general of the order of the Jesuits, my dear Aramis." "That may be the case, duchesse." "And that, consequently, the pension I have been receiving from the order will be stopped." "I am greatly afraid it might be." "Well, I must contrive to console myself in the best way I can; for after Richelieu, after the Fronde, After exile, what is there left for Madame de Chevreuse to be afraid of? The pension, you are aware, is 48,000 francs." "Alas! I am quite aware of it." "Moreover, in party contests, you know, the friends of one's enemy do not escape." "Ah! you mean that poor Laicques will have to suffer?" "I am afraid it is almost inevitable, duchesse." "Ah! he only receives 12,000 francs pension." "Yes, but the king of Spain has some influence left. Advised by M. Fouquet, he might get M. Laicques shut up in prison for a little while." "I am not very nervous on that point, my dear friend, because, once reconciled with Anne of Austria, I will undertake that France would insist upon M. Laicques's liberation." "True; in that case you will have something else to apprehend." "What can that be?" said the duchesse, pretending to be surprised and terrified. "You will learn, indeed, you must know it already, that having once been an affiliated member of the order, it is not easy to leave it, for the secrets that any particular member may have acquired are unwholesome, and carry with them the germs of misfortune for whosoever may reveal them." The duchesse paused and reflected for a moment, and then said, "That is more serious; I will think it over." And, notwithstanding the profound obscurity, Aramis seemed to feel a basilisk glance, like a white hot iron, escape from his friend's eyes and plunge into his heart. "Let us recapitulate," said Aramis, determined to keep himself on his guard, and gliding his hand into his breast where he had a dagger concealed. "Exactly; let us recapitulate. Short accounts make long friends. The suppression of your pension, 48,000 francs, and that of Laicques's 12, make together 60,000 francs. That is what you mean, I suppose?" "Precisely; and I was trying to find out what would be your equivalent for that. 500,000 francs, which I shall get from the queen." "Or which you will not get." "I know a means of procuring them," said the duchesse, thoughtlessly. This remark made the chevalier prick up his ears, and from the moment his adversary had committed this error, his mind was so thoroughly on its guard, that he seemed every moment to gain the advantage more and more, and she, consequently, to lose it. "I will admit, for argument's sake, that you obtain the money," he resumed. "You will lose twice as much, having 100,000 francs pension to receive instead of 60,000, and that for a period of 10 years." "Not so, for I shall only be subjected to this reduction of my income during the period of M. Fouquet's remaining in power, a period which I estimate at 2 months." "Ah!" said Aramis. "I am frank, you see." "I thank you for it, duchesse; but you would be wrong to suppose that after M. Fouquet's disgrace the order would resume the payment of your pension. I know a means of making the order pay, as I know a means of forcing the queen mother to concede what I require." "In that case, duchesse, we are all obliged to strike our flags to you. The victory is yours, and the triumph also. Be clement, I entreat you." "But it is possible," resumed the duchesse, without taking notice of the irony, "that you really draw back from a miserable sum of 500,000 francs." "But is it possible," resumed the duchesse, without taking notice of the irony, "that you really draw back from a miserable sum of 500,000 francs, when it is a question of sparing you, I mean your friend, I beg your pardon, I ought rather to say your protector, the disagreeable consequences which a party contest produces?" "Duchesse, I tell you why. Supposing the 500,000 francs were to be given you, M. Laicques will require his share, which will be another 500,000 francs, I presume. And then, after M. Laicques's and your own portions have been arranged, the portions which your children, your poor pensioners, and various other persons will require, will start up as fresh claims, and these letters, however compromising they may be in their nature, are not worth from 3 to 4 millions. Can you have forgotten the Queen of France's diamonds? They were surely worth more than these bits of waste paper signed by Mazarin, and yet their recovery did not cost a fourth part of what you ask for yourself." "Yes, that is true; but the merchant values his goods at his own price, and it is for the purchaser to buy or refuse." Stay a moment, duchess. Would you like me to tell you why I will not buy your letters?" "Pray tell me." "Because the letters you claim to be Mazarin's are false." "What an absurdity!" "I have no doubt of it; for it would, to say the least, be very singular that after you had quarreled with the queen through M. Mazarin's means, you should have kept up any intimate acquaintance with the latter. It would look as if you had been acting as a spy; and, upon my word, I do not like to make use of the word." "Oh! pray do." "Your great complaisance would seem suspicious, at all events." "That is quite true; but the contents of the letters are even more so. I pledge you my word, duchess, that you will not be able to make use of it with the queen." "Oh! yes, indeed, I can make use of everything with the queen." "Very good," thought Aramis. "Croak on, old owl; hiss, beldam viper." But the duchess had said enough, and advanced a few steps towards the door. Aramis, however, had reserved one exposure which she did not expect. He rang the bell, candles immediately appeared in the adjoining room, and the bishop found himself completely encircled by lights, which shone upon the worn, haggard face of the duchess, revealing every feature but too clearly. Aramis fixed a long, ironical look upon her pale, thin, withered cheeks, her dim, dull eyes, and upon her lips, which she kept carefully closed over her discolored, scanty teeth. He, however, had thrown himself into a graceful attitude, with his haughty and intelligent head thrown back. He smiled so as to reveal teeth still brilliant and dazzling. The antiquated coquette understood the trick which had been played her. She was standing immediately before a large mirror, in which her decrepitude, so carefully concealed, was only made more manifest. And thereupon, without even saluting Aramis, who bowed with the ease and grace of the musketeer of early days, she hurried away with trembling steps, which her very precipitation only the more impeded. Aramis sprang across the room like a zephyr to lead her to the door. Madame de Chevreuse made a sign to her servant, who resumed his musket, and she left the house where such tender friends had not been able to understand each other, only because they had understood each other too well. Chapter 40. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 41 of Louise de la Valliere. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines. Louise de la Valliere by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 41. Wherein may be seen that a bargain which cannot be made with one person can be carried out with another. Aramis had been perfectly correct in his supposition, for hardly had she left the house in the Place Baudoyer than Madame de Chevreuse proceeded homeward. She was doubtless afraid of being followed, and by this means thought she might succeed in throwing those who might be following her off their guard. But scarcely had she arrived within the door of the hotel, and hardly had assured herself that no one who could cause her any uneasiness was on her track, when she opened the door of the garden leading into another street, and hurried towards the Rue Croix des Petits Champs, where M. Colbert resided. We have already said that evening, or rather night, had closed in. It was a dark, thick night, besides. Paris had once more sunk into its calm, quiescent state, enshrouding alike within its indulgent mantle the high-born duchess carrying out her political intrigue, and the simple citizen's wife, who, having been detained late by a supper in the city, was making her way slowly homewards, hanging on the arm of a lover by the shortest possible route. Madame de Chevreuse had been too well accustomed to nocturnal political intrigues to be ignorant that a minister never denies himself, even at his own private residence, to any young and beautiful woman who may chance to object to the dust and confusion of a public office, or to old women as full of experience as of years, who dislike the indiscreet echo of official residences. A valet received the duchesse under the peristyle, and received her, it must be admitted, with some indifference of manner. He intimated, after having looked at her face, that it was hardly at such an hour that one so advanced in years as herself could be permitted to disturb M. Colbert's important occupations. But Madame de Chevreuse, without looking or appearing to be annoyed, wrote her name upon a leaf of her tablets, a name which had but too frequently sounded so disagreeably in the ears of Louis XIII. And of the great cardinal. She wrote her name in the large, ill formed characters of the higher classes of that period, handed it to the valet, without uttering a word, but with so haughty and imperious a gesture, that the fellow, well accustomed to judge of people from their manners and appearance, perceived at once the quality of the person before him, bowed his head, and ran to M. Colbert's room. The minister could not control a sudden exclamation as he opened the paper, and the valet, gathering from it the interest with which his master regarded the mysterious visitor, returned as fast as he could to beg the duchesse to follow him. She ascended to the first floor of the beautiful new house very slowly, rested herself on the landing place, in order not to enter the apartment out of breath, and appeared before M. Colbert, who, with his own hands, held both the folding doors open. The duchesse paused at the threshold, for the purpose of well studying the character of the man with whom she was about to converse. At the first glance, the round, large, heavy head, thick brows, and ill favored features of Colbert, who wore, thrust low down on his head, a cap like a priest's calotte, seemed to indicate that but with little difficulty was likely to be met with her in negotiations with him, but also that she was to expect as little interest in the discussion of particulars, for there was scarcely any indication that the rough and uncouth nature of the man was susceptible to the impulses of a refined revenge, or of an exalted ambition. But when, on closer inspection, the duchesse perceived the small, piercingly black eyes, the longitudinal wrinkles of his high and massive forehead, the imperceptible twitching of the lips, on which were apparent traces of rough good humor, Madame de Chevreuse altered her opinion of him, and felt she could say to herself, "I have found the man I want." "What is the subject, madame, which procures me the honor of a visit from you?" he inquired. "The need I have of you, monsieur," returned the duchesse, "as well as that which you have of me." "I am delighted, madame, with the first portion of your sentence; but as far as the second portion is concerned." Madame de Chevreuse sat down in the armchair which M. Colbert advanced towards her. "Monsieur Colbert, you are the intendant of finances, and are ambitious of becoming the superintendent?" "Madame!" "Nay, do not deny it; that would only unnecessarily prolong our conversation, and that is useless. And yet, madame, however well disposed and inclined to show politeness I may be towards a lady of your position and merit, nothing will make me confess that I have ever entertained the idea of supplanting my superior." "I said nothing about supplanting, Monsieur Colbert. Could I accidentally have made use of that word? I hardly think that likely. The word replace is less aggressive in its signification, and more grammatically suitable, as M. de Voiture would say. I presume, therefore, that you are ambitious of replacing M. Fouquet." "M. Fouquet's fortune, madame, enables him to withstand all attempts. The superintendent in this age plays the part of the Colossus of Rhodes. The vessels pass beneath him, and do not overthrow him." "I ought to have availed myself precisely of that very comparison. It is true, M. Fouquet plays the part of the Colossus of Rhodes, but I remember to have heard it said by M. Conrart, a member of the Academy, I believe, that when the Colossus of Rhodes fell from its lofty position, the merchant who had cast it down, a merchant, nothing more, M. Colbert, loaded 400 camels with the ruins. A merchant, and that is considerably less than an intendant of finances. Madame, I can assure you that I shall never overthrow M. Fouquet." Very good, Monsieur Colbert, since you persist in showing so much sensitiveness with me, as if you were ignorant that I am Madame de Chevreuse, and also that I am somewhat advanced in years; in other words, that you have to do with a woman who has had political dealings with the Cardinal Richelieu, and who has no time to lose, as, I repeat, you do not hesitate to commit such an imprudence. I shall go and find others who are more intelligent and more desirous of making their fortunes." "How, madame, how?" "You give me a very poor idea of negotiations of the present day. I assure you that if, in my earlier days, a woman had gone to M. de Cinq Mars, who was not, moreover, a man of a very high order of intellect, and had said to him about the cardinal what I have just said to you of M. Fouquet, M. de Cinq Mars would by this time have already set actively to work." "Nay, madame, show a little indulgence, I entreat you." "Well, then, do you really consent to replace M. Fouquet?" "Certainly I do, if the king dismisses M. Fouquet." "Again, a word too much. It is quite evident that, if you have not yet succeeded in driving M. Fouquet from his post, it is because you have not been able to do so. Therefore, I should be the greatest simpleton possible if, in coming to you, I did not bring the very thing you require." "I am distressed to be obliged to persist, madame," said Colbert, after a silence which enabled the duchesse to sound the depths of his dissimulation; "but I must warn you that, for the last 6 years, denunciation after denunciation has been made against M. Fouquet, and he has remained unshaken and unaffected by them. There is a time for everything, Monsieur Colbert. Those who were the authors of those denunciations were not called Madame de Chevreuse, and they had no proofs equal to the 6 letters from M. de Mazarin which established the offense in question." "The offense? The crime, if you like it better." "The crime committed by M. Fouquet?" "Nothing less. It is rather strange, Monsieur Colbert, but your face, which just now was cold and indifferent, is now positively the very reverse." "A crime! I am delighted to see that it makes an impression upon you. It is because that word, madame, embraces so many things. It embraces the post of superintendent of finance for yourself, and a letter of exile, or the Bastile, for M. Fouquet. Forgive me, Madame la Duchesse, but it is almost impossible that M. Fouquet can be exiled. To be imprisoned or disgraced, that is already a great deal." "Oh, I am perfectly aware of what I am saying," returned Madame de Chevreuse, coldly. "I do not live at such a distance from Paris as not to know what takes place there. The king does not like M. Fouquet, and he would willingly sacrifice M. Fouquet if an opportunity were only given him. It must be a good one, though." "Good enough, and one I estimate to be worth 500,000 francs." "In what way?" said Colbert. "I mean, monsieur, that holding this opportunity in my hands, I will not allow it to be transferred to yours except for a sum of 500,000 francs." "I understand you perfectly, madame; but since you have fixed a price for the sale, let me now see the value of the articles to be sold." "Oh, a mere trifle. 6 letters, as I have already told you, from M. de Mazarin, and the autographs will most assuredly not be regarded as too highly priced, if they establish, in an irrefutable manner, that M. Fouquet has embezzled large sums of money from the treasury and appropriated them to his own purposes." "In an irrefutable manner, do you say?" observed Colbert, whose eyes sparkled with delight. "Perfectly so. Would you like to read the letters?" "With all my heart. Copies, of course?" "Of course, the copies," said the duchesse, as she drew from her bosom a small packet of papers flattened by her velvet bodice. "Read," she said. Colbert eagerly snatched the papers and devoured them. "Excellent," he said. "It is clear enough, is it not?" "Yes, madame, yes. M. Mazarin must have handed the money to M. Fouquet, who must have kept it for his own purposes. But the question is, what money?" "Exactly, what money? If we come to terms, I will join to these 6 letters a seventh, which will supply you with the fullest particulars." Colbert reflected. "And the originals of these letters?" "A useless question to ask; exactly as if I were to ask you, Monsieur Colbert, whether the money bags you will give me will be full or empty." "Very good, madame. Is it concluded?" "No, for there is one circumstance to which neither of us has given any attention." "Name it." "M. Fouquet can be utterly ruined, under the legal circumstances you have detailed, only by means of legal proceedings." "Well?" "A public scandal, for instance, and yet neither the legal proceedings nor the scandal can be commenced against him." "Why not?" "Because he is procureur general of the parliament; because, too, in France, all public administrators, the army, justice itself, and commerce are intimately connected by ties of good fellowship, which people call esprit de corps. In such a case, madame, the parliament will never permit its chief to be dragged before a public tribunal, and never, even if he be dragged there by royal authority, never, I say, will he be condemned." "Well, Monsieur Colbert, I do not see what I have to do with that." "I am aware of that, madame, but I have to do with it, and it consequently diminishes the value of what you have brought to show me. What good can a proof of a crime be to me without the possibility of obtaining a condemnation?" "Even if he be only suspected, M. Fouquet will lose his post of superintendent." "Is that all?" exclaimed Colbert, whose dark, gloomy features were momentarily lighted up by an expression of hate and vengeance. "Ah, ah, Monsieur Colbert," said the duchesse, "forgive me, but I did not think you were so impressionable." "Very good; in that case, since you need more than I have to give you, there is no occasion to speak of the matter at all." "Yes, madame, we will go on talking of it; only, as the value of your commodities had decreased, you must lower your pretensions." "You are bargaining, then?" "Every man who wishes to deal loyally is obliged to do so." "How much will you offer me?" 200,000 francs," said Colbert. The duchesse laughed in his face, and then said suddenly, "Wait a moment, I have another arrangement to propose. Will you give me 300,000 francs?" "No, no." "Oh, you can either accept or refuse my terms; besides, that is not all." "More still? You are becoming too impracticable to deal with, madame." "Less so than you think, perhaps, for it is not money I am going to ask you for." "What is it, then?" "A service. You know that I have always been most affectionately attached to the queen, and I am desirous of having an interview with her majesty." "With the queen?" "Yes, Monsieur Colbert, with the queen, who is, I admit, no longer my friend, and who has ceased to be so for a long time past, but who may again become so if the opportunity be only given her." "Her majesty has ceased to receive any one, madame. She is a great sufferer, and you may be aware that the paroxysms of her disease occur with greater frequency than ever. That is the very reason why I wish to have an interview with her majesty, for in Flanders there is a great variety of these kinds of complaints." "What? Cancers? A fearful, incurable disorder?" "Do not believe that, Monsieur Colbert. The Flemish peasant is somewhat a man of nature, and his companion for life is not alone a wife, but a female laborer also; for while he is smoking his pipe, the woman works; it is she who draws the water from the well, she who loads the mule or the ass, and even bears herself a portion of the burden. Taking but a little care of herself, she gets knocked about first in one direction and then in another, and very often is beaten by her husband, and cancers frequently rise from the contusions." "True, true," said Colbert. "The Flemish women do not die the sooner on that account. When they are great sufferers from this disease, they go in search of remedies, and the Beguines of Bruges are excellent doctors for every kind of disease. They have precious waters of one sort or another, specifics of various kinds, and they give a bottle of it and a wax candle to the sufferer, whereby the priests are gainers, and Heaven is served by the disposal of both their wares. I will take the queen some of this holy water, which I will procure from the Beguines of Bruges. Her majesty will recover, and will burn as many wax candles as she may see fit." You see, Monsieur Colbert, to prevent my seeing the queen is almost as bad as committing the crime of regicide. You are undoubtedly, Madame la Duchesse, a woman of exceedingly great abilities, and I am more than astounded at their display. Still, I cannot but suppose that this charitable consideration towards the queen, in some measure covers a slight personal interest for yourself. I have not given myself the trouble to conceal it, that I am aware of, Monsieur Colbert. You said, I believe, that I had a slight personal interest? On the contrary, it is a very great interest, and I will prove it to you by resuming what I was saying. If you procure me a personal interview with her majesty, I will be satisfied with the 300,000 francs I have claimed. If not, I shall keep my letters, unless, indeed, you give me on the spot 500,000 francs." And rising from her seat with this decisive remark, the old duchesse plunged M. Colbert into a disagreeable perplexity. To bargain any further was out of the question, and not to bargain was to pay a great deal too dearly for them. "Madame," he said, "I shall have the pleasure of handing over 100,000 crowns, but how shall I get the actual letters themselves?" "In the simplest manner in the world, my dear Monsieur Colbert. Whom will you trust?" The financier began to laugh, silently, so that his large eyebrows went up and down like the wings of a bat, upon the deep lines of his yellow forehead. "No one," he said. "You surely will make an exception in your own favor, Monsieur Colbert." "In what way, madame?" "I mean that, if you would take the trouble to accompany me to the place where the letters are, they would be delivered into your own hands, and you would be able to verify and check them." "Quite true. You would bring the 100,000 crowns with you at the same time, for I, too, do not trust any one." Colbert colored to the tips of his ears. Like all eminent men in the art of figures, he was of an insolent and mathematical probity. "I will take with me, madame," he said, "two orders for the amount agreed upon, payable at my treasury. Will that satisfy you?" "Would that the orders on your treasury were for 2 millions, monsieur l'intendant." "I shall have the pleasure of showing you the way, then?" "Allow me to order my carriage?" "I have a carriage below, monsieur." Colbert coughed like an irresolute man. He imagined for a moment that the proposition of the duchesse was a snare, that perhaps some one was waiting at the door, and that she whose secret had just been sold to Colbert for 100,000 crowns, had already offered it to Fouquet for the same sum. As he still hesitated, the duchesse looked at him full in the face. "You prefer your own carriage?" she said. "I admit I do. You suppose I am going to lead you into a snare or trap of some sort or other? Madame la Duchesse, you have the character of being somewhat inconsiderate at times. As I am reputed a sober, solemn character, a jest or practical joke might compromise me." "Yes, the fact is, you are afraid. Well, then, take your own carriage, as many servants as you like. Only think well of what I am going to say. What we two may arrange between ourselves, we are the only persons who will know. If a third person is present, we might as well tell the whole world about it. After all, I do not make a point of it. My carriage shall follow yours, and I shall be satisfied to accompany you in your own carriage to the queen." "To the queen? Have you forgotten that already? Is it possible that one of the clauses of the agreement of so much importance to me can have escaped you so soon? How trifling it seems to you, indeed. If I had known it, I should have asked double what I have done." "I have reflected, madame, and I shall not accompany you." "Really? And why not?" "Because I have the most perfect confidence in you." "You overpower me; but provided I receive the 100,000 crowns?" "Here they are, madame," said Colbert, scribbling a few lines on a piece of paper, which he handed to the duchesse, adding, "You are paid." "That trade is a fine one, Monsieur Colbert, and I will reward you for it," she said, beginning to laugh. Madame de Chevreuse's laugh was a very sinister sound. A man with youth, faith, love, life itself, throbbing in his heart, would prefer a sob to such a lamentable laugh. The duchesse opened the front of her dress, and drew forth from her bosom, somewhat less white than it once had been, a small packet of papers, tied with a flame colored ribbon, and still laughing, she said, There, Monsieur Colbert, are the originals of Cardinal Mazarin's letters. They are now your own property," she added, refastening the body of her dress. "Your fortune is secured. And now accompany me to the queen." "No, madame, if you are again about to run the chance of her majesty's displeasure, and it were known at the Palais Royal that I had been the means of introducing you there, the queen would never forgive me while she lived. No, there are certain persons at the palace who are devoted to me, who will procure you an admission without my being compromised. Just as you please, provided I enter. What do you term those religious women at Bruges who cure disorders?" "Beguines." "Good. Are you one?" "As you please, but I must soon cease to be one." "That is your affair." "Excuse me, but I do not wish to be exposed to a refusal." "That again is your own affair, madame. I am going to give directions to the head valet of the gentleman in waiting on the queen to allow admission to a Beguine, who brings an effectual remedy for her majesty's sufferings. You are the bearer of my letter, you will undertake to be provided with the remedy, and will give every explanation on the subject. I admit a knowledge of a Beguine, but I deny all knowledge of Madame de Chevreuse. Here, madame, then, is your letter of introduction." Chapter 42. Of Louise de la Valliere. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines. Louise de la Valliere by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 42. The Skin of the Bear. Colbert handed the duchesse the letter, and gently drew aside the chair behind which she was standing. Madame de Chevreuse, with a very slight bow, immediately left the room. Colbert, who had recognized Mazarin's handwriting, and had counted the letters, rang to summon his secretary, whom he enjoined to go in immediate search of M. Vanel, the counselor of the parliament. The secretary replied that, according to his usual practice, M. Vanel had just that moment entered the house, in order to give the intendant an account of the principal details of the business which had been transacted during the day in parliament. Colbert approached one of the lamps, read the letters of the deceased cardinal over again, smiled repeatedly as he recognized the great value of the papers Madame de Chevreuse had just delivered, and, burying his head in his hands for a few minutes, reflected profoundly. In the meantime, a tall, loosely made man entered the room. His spare, thin face, steady look, and hooked nose, as he entered Colbert's cabinet, with a modest assurance of manner, revealed a character at once supple and decided. Supple towards the master who could throw him the prey, firm towards the dogs who might possibly be disposed to dispute its possession. M. Vanel carried a voluminous bundle of papers under his arm, and placed it on the desk on which Colbert was leaning both his elbows, as he supported his head. "Good day, M. Vanel," said the latter, rousing himself from his meditation. "Good day, monseigneur," said Vanel, naturally. "You should say monsieur, and not monseigneur," replied Colbert, gently. "We give the title of monseigneur to ministers," returned Vanel, with extreme self possession, "and you are a minister." "Not yet." "You are so in point of fact, and I call you monseigneur accordingly. Besides, you are seigneur for me, and that is sufficient. If you dislike my calling you monseigneur before others, allow me, at least, to call you so in private." Colbert raised his head as if to read, or try to read, upon Vanel's face how much or how little sincerity entered into this protestation of devotion. But the counselor knew perfectly well how to sustain the weight of such a look, even backed with the full authority of the title he had conferred. Colbert sighed; he could not read anything in Vanel's face, and Vanel might possibly be honest in his professions, but Colbert reflected that this man, inferior to himself in every other respect, was actually his master, in virtue of the fact of his having a wife. As he was pitying this man's lot, Vanel coldly drew from his pocket a perfumed letter, sealed with Spanish wax, and held it towards Colbert, saying, "A letter from my wife, monseigneur." Colbert coughed, took, opened, and read the letter, and then put it carefully away in his pocket, while Vanel turned over the leaves of the papers he had brought with him, with an unmoved and unconcerned air. "Vanel," he said suddenly to his protege, "you are a hard working man, I know. Would 12 hours daily labor frighten you?" "I work 15 hours every day." "Impossible! A counselor need not work more than 3 hours a day in parliament." "Oh, I am working up some returns for a friend of mine in the department of accounts, and, as I still have spare time on my hands, I am studying Hebrew." "Your reputation stands high in the parliament, Vanel." "I believe so, monseigneur." "You must not grow rusty in your post of counselor." "What must I do to avoid it?" "Purchase a high place. Mean and low ambitions are very difficult to satisfy." "Small purses are the most difficult ones to fill, monseigneur." "What post have you in view?" said Colbert. "I see none, not one." "There is one, certainly, but one need almost be the king himself to be able to buy it without inconvenience." "And the king will not be inclined, I suppose, to purchase the post of procureur general." At these words, Vanel fixed his peculiar, humble, dull look upon Colbert, who could hardly tell whether Vanel comprehended him or not. "Why do you speak to me, monseigneur," said Vanel, "of the post of procureur general to the parliament? I know no other post than the one M. Fouquet fills." "Exactly so, my dear counselor." "You are not over fastidious, monseigneur, but before the post can be bought, it must be offered for sale." "I believe, Monsieur Vanel, that it will be for sale before long." "For sale! What? M. Fouquet's post of procureur general?" "So it is said." "The post which renders him so perfectly invincible? For sale? Ha! ha!" said Vanel, beginning to laugh. "Would you be afraid, then, of the post?" said Colbert, gravely. "Afraid? No, but are you desirous of obtaining it?" "You are laughing at me, monseigneur," replied Vanel. "Is it likely that a counselor of the parliament would not be desirous of becoming procureur general?" "Well, Monsieur Vanel, since I tell you that the post, as report goes, will be shortly for sale, I cannot help repeating, monseigneur, that it is impossible. A man never throws away the buckler behind which he maintains his honor, his fortune, his very life." "There are certain men mad enough, Vanel, to fancy themselves out of the reach of all mischances." "Yes, monseigneur, but such men never commit their mad acts for the advantage of the poor Vanels of the world." "Why not?" "For the very reason that those Vanels are poor." "It is true that M. Fouquet's post might cost a good round sum. What would you bid for it, Monsieur Vanel?" "Everything I am worth." "Which means?" 300,000 or 400,000 francs." "And the post is worth?" "1,500,000 at the very lowest." "I know persons who have offered 1,700,000 francs without being able to persuade M. Fouquet to sell. Besides, supposing it were to happen that M. Fouquet wished to sell, which I do not believe, in spite of what I have been told." "Ah! you have heard something about it, then? Who told you?" "M. de Gourville, M. Pelisson, and others." "Very good. If, therefore, M. Fouquet did wish to sell, I could not buy it just yet, since the superintendent will only sell for ready money, and no one has 1,500,000 to put down at once." Colbert suddenly interrupted the counselor by an imperious gesture. He had begun to meditate. Observing his superior's serious attitude, and his perseverance in continuing the conversation on this subject, Vanel awaited the solution without venturing to precipitate it. "Explain to me the privileges which this post confers." "The right of impeaching every French subject who is not a prince of the blood." "The right of quashing all proceedings taken against any Frenchman who is neither king nor prince." "The procureur general is the king's right hand to punish the guilty. The office is the means whereby also he can evade the administration of justice." Monsieur Fouquet, therefore, would be able, by stirring up parliament, to maintain himself even against the king, and the king could as easily, by humoring Monsieur Fouquet, get his edicts registered in spite of every opposition and objection. The procureur general can be made a very useful or a very dangerous instrument. Vanel, would you like to be procureur general?" said Colbert suddenly, softening both his look and his voice. "I!" exclaimed the latter. "I have already had the honor to represent to you that I want about 1,100,000 francs to make up the amount. Borrow that sum from your friends." "I have no friends richer than myself." "You are an honest and honorable man, Vanel." "Ah, monseigneur, if the world would only think as you do." "I think so, and that is quite enough; and if it should be needed, I will be your security." "Do not forget the proverb, monseigneur." "What is it?" "That he who becomes responsible for another has to pay for his fancy." "Let that make no difference." Vanel rose, bewildered by this offer which had been so suddenly and unexpectedly made to him. "You are not trifling with me, monseigneur?" he said. "Stay, you say that Monsieur Gourville has spoken to you about Monsieur Fouquet's post?" "Yes, and Monsieur Pelisson also." "Officially so, or only through their own suggestion?" "These were their very words. The parliament members are as proud as they are wealthy. They ought to club together 2 or 3 millions among themselves to present to their protector and leader, Monsieur Fouquet." "And what did you reply?" "I said that, for my own part, I would give 10,000 francs if necessary." "Ah! you like Monsieur Fouquet, then?" exclaimed Colbert, with a look of hatred. "No, but Monsieur Fouquet is our chief; he is in debt, is on the high road to ruin, and we ought to save the honor of the body of which we are members." "Exactly; and that explains why Monsieur Fouquet will always be safe and sound so long as he occupies his present post," replied Colbert. Thereupon, said Vanel, Monsieur Gourville added, "If we were to do anything out of charity to Monsieur Fouquet, it could not be otherwise than most humiliating to him, and he would be sure to refuse it. Let the parliament subscribe among themselves to purchase, in a proper manner, the post of procureur general. In that case, all would go well, the honor of our body would be saved, and Monsieur Fouquet's pride spared." "That is an opening." "I consider it so, monseigneur." "Well, Monsieur Vanel, you will go at once and find out either Monsieur Gourville or Monsieur Pelisson. Do you know any other friend of Monsieur Fouquet?" "I know Monsieur de la Fontaine very well." "La Fontaine, the rhymester?" "Yes, he used to write verses to my wife, when Monsieur Fouquet was one of our friends." "Go to him, then, and try and procure an interview with the superintendent." "Willingly; but the sum itself?" "On the day and hour you arrange to settle the matter, Monsieur Vanel, you shall be supplied with the money, so do not make yourself uneasy on that account." "Monseigneur, such munificence! You eclipse kings even; you surpass Monsieur Fouquet himself." "Stay a moment; do not let us mistake each other. I do not make you a present of 1,400,000 francs, Monsieur Vanel, for I have children to provide for, but I will lend you that sum." "Ask whatever interest, whatever security you please, monseigneur; I am quite ready; and when all your requisitions are satisfied, I will still repeat that you surpass kings and Monsieur Fouquet in munificence." "What conditions do you impose?" "The repayment in 8 years, with a mortgage upon the appointment itself." "Certainly; is that all?" "Wait a moment. I reserve to myself the right of purchasing the post from you at 150,000 francs profit for yourself, if, in your mode of filling the office, you do not follow out a line of conduct in conformity with the interests of the king and with my projects." "Ah!" said Vanel, in an altered tone. "Is there anything in that which can possibly be objectionable to you, Monsieur Vanel?" said Colbert, coldly. "Oh, no, no," replied Vanel, nervously. "Very good; we will sign an agreement to that effect whenever you like. And now go as quickly as you can to Monsieur Fouquet's friend, obtain an interview with the superintendent. Do not be too difficult in making whatever concessions may be required of you, and when the arrangements are all made, I will press him to sign." "Be most careful to do nothing of the kind. Do not speak of signatures with M. Fouquet, nor of deeds, nor even ask him to pass his word. Understand this, otherwise you will lose everything. All you have to do is to get M. Fouquet to give you his hand on the matter. Go, go." Chapter 42. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 43 of Louise de la Valliere. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines. Louise de la Valliere by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 43. An interview with the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother was in the bedroom at the Palais Royal with Madame de Motteville and Signora Molina. King Louis, who had been impatiently expected the whole day, had not made his appearance, and the queen, who was growing impatient, had often sent to inquire about him. The moral atmosphere of the court seemed to indicate an approaching storm. The courtiers and the ladies of the court avoided meeting in the antechambers and the corridors in order not to converse on compromising subjects. Monsieur had joined the king early in the morning for a hunting party. Madame remained in her own apartment, cool and distant to everyone, and the queen mother, after she had said her prayers in Latin, talked of domestic matters with her two friends in pure Castilian. Madame de Motteville, who understood the language perfectly, answered her in French. When the three ladies had exhausted every form of dissimulation and of politeness, as a circuitous mode of expressing that the king's conduct was making the queen and the queen mother pine away through sheer grief and vexation, and when, in the most guarded and polished phrases, they had fulminated every variety of imprecation against Mademoiselle de Valliere, the queen mother terminated her attack by an exclamation indicative of her own reflections and character. "Estos hijos," said she to Molina, which means these children. Words full of meaning on a mother's lips, words full of terrible significance in the mouth of a queen, who, like Anne of Austria, hid many curious secrets in her soul. "Yes," said Molina, "children, children, for whom every mother becomes a sacrifice." "Yes," replied the queen, "a mother sacrifices everything, certainly." She did not finish her phrase, for she fancied, when she raised her eyes towards the full length portrait of the pale Louis XIII., that light once more flashed from her husband's dull eyes, and his nostrils grew livid with wrath. The portrait seemed animated by a living expression; speak it did not, but it seemed to threaten. A profound silence succeeded the queen's last remark. La Molina began to turn over ribbons and laces on a large work table. Madame de Motteville, surprised at the look of mutual intelligence which had been exchanged between the confidante and her mistress, cast down her eyes like a discreet woman, and pretended to be observant of nothing that was passing, listened with the utmost attention to every word. She heard nothing, however, but a very insignificant hum on the part of the Spanish duenna, who was the incarnation of caution, and a profound sigh on that of the queen. She looked up immediately. "You are suffering?" she said. "No, Motteville, no. Why do you say that? Your majesty almost groaned just now." "You are right. I did sigh, in truth. Monsieur Vallat is not far off. I believe he is in Madame's apartment." "Why is he with Madame?" "Madame is troubled with nervous attacks." "A very fine disorder, indeed. There is little good in Monsieur Vallat being there, when a very different physician could quickly cure Madame." Madame de Motteville looked up with an air of great surprise, as she replied, "Another doctor instead of Monsieur Vallat? Whom do you mean?" "Occupation, Motteville, occupation. If any one is really ill, it is my poor daughter." "And your majesty, too?" "Less so this evening, though." "Do not believe that too confidently, madame," said de Motteville; and, as if to justify her caution, a sharp, acute pain seized the queen, who turned deadly pale, and threw herself back in the chair with every symptom of a sudden fainting fit. Molina ran to a richly gilded tortoiseshell cabinet, from which she took a large rock crystal bottle of scented salts, and held it to the queen's nostrils, who inhaled it wildly for a few minutes, and murmured, "It is hastening my death, but Heaven's will be done." "Your majesty's death is not so near at hand," added Molina, replacing the smelling bottle in the cabinet. "Does your majesty feel better now?" inquired Madame de Motteville. "Much better," returned the queen, placing her finger on her lips to impose silence on her favorite. "It is very strange," remarked Madame de Motteville, after a pause. "What is strange?" said the queen. "Does your majesty remember the day when this pain attacked you for the first time?" "I remember only that it was a grievously sad day for me, Motteville." "But your majesty did not always regard that day as a sad one." "Why?" "Because 23 years ago, on that very day, his present majesty, your own glorious son, was born at the very same hour." The queen uttered a loud cry, buried her face in her hands, and seemed utterly prostrated for some minutes; but whether from recollections which arose in her mind, or from reflection, or even with sheer pain, was doubtful. La Molina darted a look at Madame de Motteville, so full of bitter reproach, that the poor woman, perfectly ignorant of its meaning, was in her own exculpation on the point of asking an explanation, when suddenly Anne of Austria arose and said, "Yes, the 5th of September. My sorrow began on the 5th of September. The greatest joy one day, the deepest sorrow the next. The sorrow," she added, "the bitter expiation of a too excessive joy." And from that moment Anne of Austria, whose memory and reason seemed to be suspended for the time, remained impenetrable, with vacant look, mind almost wandering, and hands hanging heavily down, as if life had almost departed. "We must put her to bed," said La Molina. "Presently, Molina. Let us leave the queen alone," added the Spanish attendant. Madame de Motteville rose. Large tears were rolling down the queen's pallid face, and Molina, having observed this sign of weakness, fixed her black, vigilant eyes upon her. "Yes, yes," replied the queen; "leave us, Motteville, go." The word us produced a disagreeable effect upon the ears of the French favorite, for it signified that an interchange of secrets, or of revelations of the past, was about to be made, and that one person was de trop in the conversation which seemed likely to take place. "Will Molina alone be sufficient for your majesty to night?" inquired the French woman. "Yes," replied the queen. Madame de Motteville bowed in submission, and was about to withdraw, when suddenly an old female attendant, dressed as if she had belonged to the Spanish court of the year 1620, opened the door, and surprised the queen in her tears. "The remedy!" she cried delightedly to the queen, as she unceremoniously approached the group. "What remedy?" asked Anne of Austria. "For your majesty's sufferings," the former replied. "Who brings it?" asked Madame de Motteville, eagerly. "Monsieur Valot?" "No, a lady from Flanders." "From Flanders? Is she Spanish?" inquired the queen. "I don't know. Who sent her?" "Monsieur Colbert." "Her name?" "She did not mention it." "Her position in life?" "She will answer that herself." "Who is she?" "She is masked." "Go, Molina, go and see," cried the queen. "It is needless," suddenly replied a voice, at once firm and gentle in its tone, which proceeded from the other side of the tapestry hangings, a voice which made the attendants start, and the queen tremble excessively. At the same moment a masked female appeared through the hangings, and, before the queen could speak a syllable, she added, "I am connected with the order of the Beguines of Bruges, and do, indeed, bring with me the remedy, which is certain to effect a cure of your majesty's complaint." No one uttered a sound, and the Beguine did not move a step. "Speak," said the queen. "I will, when we are alone," was the answer. Anne of Austria looked at her attendants, who immediately withdrew. The Beguine thereupon advanced a few steps towards the queen, and bowed reverently before her. The queen gazed with increasing mistrust at this woman, who, in her turn, fixed a pair of brilliant eyes upon her through her mask. "The queen of France must indeed be very ill," said Anne of Austria, "if it is known at the Beguinage of Bruges that she stands in need of being cured. Your majesty is not irremediably ill. But tell me how you happen to know I am suffering." "Your majesty has friends in Flanders." "Since these friends, then, sent you, mention their names." "Impossible, madame, since your majesty's memory has not been awakened by your heart." Anne of Austria looked up, endeavoring to discover through the mysterious mask and this ambiguous language the name of her companion, who expressed herself with such familiarity and freedom. Then suddenly, wearied by a curiosity which wounded every feeling of pride in her nature, she asked, "You are ignorant, perhaps, that royal personages are never spoken to with the face masked." "Deign to excuse me, madame," replied the Beguine, humbly. "I cannot excuse you. I may possibly forgive you, if you throw your mask aside. I have made a vow, madame, to attend and aid all afflicted and suffering persons, without ever permitting them to behold my face. I might have been able to administer some relief to your body and to your mind too, but since your majesty forbids me, I will take my leave. Adieu, madame, adieu." These words were uttered with a harmony of tone and respect of manner that disarmed the queen of all anger and suspicion, but did not remove her feeling of curiosity. "You are right," she said; "it ill becomes those who are suffering to reject the means of relief Heaven sends to them. Speak, then, and may you, indeed, be able, as you assert, to administer relief to my body." "Let us first speak a little of the mind, if you please," said the Beguine; "of the mind, which, I am sure, must also suffer." "My mind?" "There are cancers so insidious in their nature that their very pulsations cannot be felt. Such cancers, madame, leave the ivory whiteness of the skin unblemished, and putrefy not the firm, fair flesh, with their blue tints. The physician who bends over the patient's chest hears not, though he listens, the insatiable teeth of the disease grinding onward through the muscles, and the blood flows freely on. The knife has never been able to destroy, and rarely even temporarily to disarm the rage of these mortal scourges. Their home is in the mind, which they corrupt; they gnaw the whole heart until it breaks. Such, madame, are the cancers fatal to queens. Are you, too, free from their scourge?" Anne slowly raised her arm, dazzling in its perfect whiteness, and pure in its rounded outlines, as it was in the time of her earlier days. "The evils to which you allude," she said, "are the condition of the lives of the high in rank upon earth, to whom Heaven has imparted mind. When those evils become too heavy to be borne, Heaven lightens their burdens by penitence and confession. Thus, only, we lay down our burden and the secrets that oppress us. But forget not that the same gracious Heaven, in its mercy, apportions to their trials the strength of the feeble creatures of its hand, and my strength has enabled me to bear my burden. For the secrets of others, the silence of Heaven is more than sufficient. For my own secrets, that of my confessor is enough. You are as courageous, madame, I see, as ever, against your enemies. You do not acknowledge your confidence in your friends? Queens have no friends. If you have nothing further to say to me, if you feel yourself inspired by Heaven as a prophetess, leave me, I pray, for I dread the future." "I should have supposed," said the Beguine, resolutely, "that you would rather have dreaded the past." Hardly had these words escaped her lips, than the queen rose up proudly. "Speak," she cried, in a short, imperious tone of voice, Explain yourself, briefly, quickly, entirely, or, if not " "Nay, do not threaten me, your majesty," said the Beguine, gently. "I came here to you full of compassion and respect. I came here on the part of a friend." "Prove that to me. Comfort instead of irritating me." "Easily enough, and your majesty will see who is friendly to you. What misfortune has happened to your majesty during these 23 years past?" "Serious misfortunes, indeed. Have I not lost the king?" "I speak not of misfortunes of that kind. I wish to ask you, if, since the birth of the king, any discretion on a friend's part has caused your majesty the slightest serious anxiety or distress?" "I do not understand you," replied the queen, clenching her teeth in order to conceal her emotion. "I will make myself understood, then. Your majesty remembers that the king was born on the 5th of September, 1638, at a quarter past 11 o'clock?" "Yes," stammered out the queen. "At half past 12," continued the Beguine, "the dauphin, who had been baptized by Monseigneur de Meaux, in the king's and your own presence, was acknowledged as the heir of the crown of France. The king then went to the chapel of the old Chateau de Saint Germain to hear the Te Deum chanted." Quite true," murmured the queen. "Your majesty's conferment took place in the presence of Monsieur, his majesty's late uncle, of the princes, and of the ladies attached to the court. The king's physician, Bouvard, and Honore, the surgeon, were stationed in the ante chamber. Your majesty slept from 3 o'clock until 7, I believe." "Yes, yes; but you tell me no more than every one else knows, as well as you and myself." "I am now, madame, approaching that which very few persons are acquainted with." "Very few persons, did I say? Alas! I might say 2 only, for formerly there were but 5 in all, and, for many years past, the secret has been well preserved by the deaths of the principal participators in it. The late king sleeps now with his ancestors. Perronnette, the midwife, soon followed him. Laporte is already forgotten." The queen opened her lips as though to reply. She felt, beneath her icy hand, with which she kept her face half concealed, the beads of perspiration on her brow. "It was 8 o'clock," pursued the Beguine. "The king was seated at supper, full of joy and happiness. Around him on all sides arose wild cries of delight and drinking of healths. The people cheered beneath the balconies. The Swiss guards, the musketeers, and the royal guards wandered through the city, borne about in triumph by the drunken students. Those boisterous sounds of general joy disturbed the dauphin, the future king of France, who was quietly lying in the arms of Madame de Hausac, his nurse, and those eyes, as he opened them, and stared about, might have observed 2 crowns at the foot of his cradle. Suddenly your majesty uttered a piercing cry, and Dame Perronnette immediately flew to your bedside. The doctors were dining in a room at some distance from your chamber. The palace, deserted from the frequency of the irruptions made into it, was without either sentinels or guards. The midwife, having questioned and examined your majesty, gave a sudden exclamation as if in wild astonishment, and taking you into her arms, bewildered almost out of her senses from sheer distress of mind, dispatched Laporte to inform the king that her majesty the queen mother wished to see him in her room. Laporte, you are aware, madame, was a man of the most admirable calmness and presence of mind. He did not approach the king as if he were the bearer of alarming intelligence and wished to inspire the terror he himself experienced. Besides, it was not a very terrifying intelligence which awaited the king. Therefore, Laporte appeared with a smile upon his lips, and approached the king's chair, saying to him, 'Sire, the queen is very happy, and would be still more so to see your majesty.' On that day Louis XIII. Would have given his crown away to the veriest beggar for a God bless you." Animated, light hearted, and full of gayety, the king rose from the table, and said to those around him, in a hearty tone that Henry IV. might have adopted, "Gentlemen, I am going to see my wife." He came to your beside, madame, at the very moment Dame Perronnette presented to him a second prince, as beautiful and healthy as the former, and said, 'Sire, Heaven will not allow the kingdom of France to fall into the female line.' The king, yielding to a first impulse, clasped the child in his arms, and cried, 'Oh, Heaven, I thank thee!'" At this part of her recital, the Beguine paused, observing how intensely the queen was suffering. She had thrown herself back in her chair, and with her head bent forward and her eyes fixed, listened without seeming to hear, and her lips moved convulsively, either breathing a prayer to Heaven or imprecations on the woman standing before her. "Ah, I do not believe that, if, because there could be but one Dauphin in France," exclaimed the Beguine, "the woman allowed that child to vegetate. Banished from his royal parent's presence, she was on that account an unfeeling mother. Oh, no, no; there are those alive who have known and witnessed the passionate kisses she imprinted on that innocent creature, in exchange for a life of misery and gloom to which state policy condemned the twin brother of Louis XIV." "Oh, Heaven!" murmured the queen feebly. "It is admitted," continued the Beguine quickly, "that when the king perceived the effect which would result from the existence of two sons, equal in age and pretensions, he trembled for the welfare of France, for the tranquillity of the state; and it is equally well known that Cardinal de Richelieu, by the direction of Louis XIII., thought over the subject with deep attention, and after an hour's meditation on his majesty's cabinet, he pronounced the following sentence: 'One prince means peace and safety for the state; two competitors, civil war and anarchy.'" The queen rose suddenly from her seat, pale as death, and her hands clenched together. "You know too much," she said, in a hoarse, thick voice, "since you refer to secrets of state. As for the friends from whom you have acquired this secret, they are false and treacherous. You are their accomplice in the crime which is being now committed. Now throw aside your mask, or I will have you arrested by my captain of the guards. Do not think that this secret terrifies me. You have obtained it, you shall restore it to me. Never shall it leave your bosom, for neither your secret nor your own life belong to you from this moment." Anne of Austria, joining gesture to the threat, advanced a couple of steps towards the Beguine. "Learn," said the latter, "to know and value the fidelity, the honor, and secrecy of the friends you have abandoned." And then suddenly she threw aside her mask. "Madame de Chevreuse!" exclaimed the queen. "With your majesty, the sole living confidant of the secret." "Ah!" murmured Anne of Austria, "come and embrace me, duchesse. Alas! you kill your friend in thus trifling with her terrible distress." And the queen, leaning her head upon the shoulder of the old duchesse, burst into a flood of bitter tears. "How young you are still!" said the latter, in a hollow voice. "You can weep." Chapter 43. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 44 of Louise de la Valliere. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Johns. Louise de la Valliere, by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 44. Two Friends. The queen looked steadily at Madame de Chevreuse, and said, "I believe you just now made the use of the word happy in speaking of me. Hitherto, duchesse, I had thought it impossible that a human creature could anywhere be found more miserable than the queen of France. Your afflictions, madame, have indeed been terrible enough, but by the side of those great and grand misfortunes to which we, two old friends, separated by men's malice, were just now alluding, you possess sources of pleasure, slight enough in themselves it may be, but greatly envied by the world." "What are they?" said Anne of Austria, bitterly. "What can induce you to pronounce the word pleasure, duchesse, you who, just now, admitted that my body and my mind both stood in need of remedies? Madame de Chevreuse collected herself for a moment, and then murmured, "How far removed kings are from the people!" "What do you mean?" "I mean, that they are so far removed from the vulgar herd that they forget that others often stand in need of the bare necessities of life. They are like the inhabitant of the African mountains, who, gazing from the verdant tableland, refreshed by the rills of melted snow, cannot comprehend that the dwellers in the plains below are perishing from hunger and thirst in the midst of the desert burnt up by the heat of the sun." The queen colored, for she now began to perceive the drift of her friend's remark. "It was very wrong," she said, "to have neglected you. Oh, madame, I know the king has inherited the hatred his father bore me. The king would exile me if he knew I were in the Palais Royal." "I cannot say that the king is very well disposed towards you, duchesse," replied the queen, "but I could secretly, you know." The duchess's disdainful smile produced a feeling of uneasiness in the queen's mind. "Duchesse," she hastened to add, "you did perfectly right to come here, even were it only to give us the happiness of contradicting the report of your death. Has it been rumored, then, that I was dead?" "Everywhere." "And yet my children did not go into mourning." "Ah! you know, duchesse, the court is very frequently moving about from place to place. We see M. Albert de Luynes but seldom, and many things escape our minds in the midst of the preoccupations that constantly beset us. Your majesty ought not to have believed the report of my death." "Why not? Alas! we are all mortal, and you may perceive how rapidly I, your younger sister, as we used formerly to say, am approaching the tomb." "If your majesty believed me dead, you ought, in that case, to have been astonished not to have received the news. Death not unfrequently takes us by surprise, duchesse." "Oh! your majesty, those who are burdened with secrets such as we have just now discussed, must, as a necessity of their nature, satisfy their craving desire to divulge them, and they feel they must gratify that desire before they die. Among the various preparations for their final journey, the task of placing their papers in order is not omitted." The queen started. "Your majesty will be sure to learn, in a particular manner, the day of my death." "In what way?" "Because your majesty will receive the next day, under several coverings, everything connected with our mysterious correspondence of former times." "Did you not burn them?" cried Anne, in alarm. "Traitors only," replied the duchesse, "destroy a royal correspondence." "Traitors, do you say?" "Yes, certainly, or rather they pretend to destroy, instead of which they keep or sell it. Faithful friends, on the contrary, most carefully secrete such treasures, for it may happen that some day or other they would wish to seek out their queen in order to say to her, 'Madame, I am getting old, my health is fast failing me, in the presence of the danger of death, for there is the risk for your majesty that this secret may be revealed, take, therefore, this paper, so fraught with menace for yourself, and trust not to another to burn it for you.'" "What paper do you refer to?" "As far as I am concerned, I have but one, it is true, but that is indeed most dangerous in its nature." "Oh! duchesse, tell me what it is." "A letter, dated Tuesday, the 2nd of August, 1644, in which you beg me to go to Noisy le Sec to see that unhappy child." "In your own handwriting, madame, there are those words, 'that unhappy child.'" A profound silence ensued. The queen's mind was busy in the past. Madame de Chevreuse was watching the progress of her scheme. "Yes, unhappy, most unhappy," murmured Anne of Austria. "How sad the existence he led, poor child, to finish it in so cruel a manner." "Is he dead?" cried the duchesse suddenly, with a curiosity whose genuine accents the queen instinctively detected. "He died of consumption, died forgotten, died withered and blighted like the flowers a lover has given to his mistress, which she leaves to die secreted in a drawer where she had hid them from the gaze of others." "Died!" repeated the duchesse, with an air of discouragement, which would have afforded the queen the most unfeigned delight, had it not been tempered in some measure with a mixture of doubt. "Died? At Noisy le Sec? Yes, in the arms of his tutor, a poor honest man, who did not long survive him." "That can easily be understood. It is so difficult to bear up under the weight of such a loss and such a secret," said Madame de Chevreuse, the irony of which reflection the queen pretended not to perceive. Madame de Chevreuse continued: "Well, madame, I inquired some years ago at Noisy le Sec about this unhappy child. I was told that it was not believed he was dead, and that was my reason for not having at first condoled with your majesty; for most certainly, if I could have thought it were true, never should I have made the slightest allusion to so deplorable an event, and thus have reawakened your majesty's most natural distress. You say that it is not believed the child died at Noisy?" "No, madame." "What did they say about him, then?" "They said but no doubt they were mistaken." "Nay, speak, speak." "They said that one evening about the year 1645, a lady, beautiful and majestic in her bearing, which was observed notwithstanding the mask and the mantle that concealed her figure, a lady of rank, of very high rank, no doubt, came in a carriage to the place where the road branches off, the very same spot, you know, where I awaited news of the young prince when your majesty was graciously pleased to send me there." "Well, well?" "That the boy's tutor, or guardian, took the child to this lady." "Well, what next?" "That both the child and his tutor left that part of the country the very next day. You see there is some truth in what you relate, since, in point of fact, the poor child died from a sudden attack of illness, which makes the lives of all children, as doctors say, suspended as it were by a thread. What your majesty says is quite true. No one knows it better than yourself, no one believes it more strongly than myself. But yet, how strange it is!" "What can it be now?" thought the queen. "The person who gave me these details, who was sent to inquire after the child's health, did you confide such a charge to any one else? Oh, duchesse!" "Some one as dumb as your majesty, as dumb as myself. We will suppose it was myself, madame. This some one, some months after, passing through Touraine." "Touraine!" "Recognized both the tutor and the child too." "I am wrong, though he recognized them, both living, cheerful, happy, and flourishing." "I am wrong, thought he recognized them, both living, cheerful, happy, and flourishing, the one in a green old age, the other in the flower of his youth. Judge after that what truth can be attributed to the rumors which are circulated, or what faith, after that, placed in anything that may happen in the world. But I am fatiguing your majesty; it was not my intention, however, to do so, and I will take my leave of you, after renewing to you the assurance of my most respectful devotion." "Stay, duchesse, let us first talk a little about yourself." "Of myself, madame? I am not worthy that you should bend your looks upon me." "Why not, indeed? Are you not the oldest friend I have? Are you angry with me, duchesse?" "I, indeed! What motive could I have? If I had reason to be angry with your majesty, should I have come here?" "Duchesse, age is fast creeping on us both. We should be united against that death whose approach cannot be far off. You overpower me, madame, with the kindness of your language. No one has ever loved or served me as you have done, duchesse. Your majesty is too kind in remembering it." "Not so. Give me a proof of your friendship, duchesse." "My whole being is devoted to you, madame. The proof I require is, that you should ask something of me." "Ask?" "Oh, I know you well. No one is more disinterested, more noble, and truly loyal." "Do not praise me too highly, madame," said the duchesse, somewhat anxiously. "I could never praise you as much as you deserve to be praised." "And yet age and misfortune effect a terrible change in people, madame." "So much the better; for the beautiful, the haughty, the adored duchesse of former days might have answered me ungratefully, 'I do not wish for anything from you.' Heaven be praised, the misfortunes you speak of have indeed worked a change in you, for you will now, perhaps, answer me, 'I accept.'" The duchess's look and smile soon changed at this conclusion, and she no longer attempted to act a false part. Speak, dearest, what do you want?" "I must first explain to you." "Do so unhesitatingly." "Well, then, your majesty can confer the greatest, the most ineffable pleasure upon me." "What is it?" asked the queen, a little distant in her manner, from the uneasiness of feeling produced by this remark. "But do not forget, my good Chevreuse, that I am quite as much under my son's influence as I was formerly under my husband's." "I will not be too hard, madame." "Call me as you used to do; it will be a sweet echo of our happy youth." "Well, then, my dear mistress, my darling Anne, do you know Spanish still?" "Yes." "Ask me in Spanish, then." "Will your majesty do me the honor to pass a few days with me at Dampierre?" "Is that all?" said the queen, stupefied. "Nothing more than that? Good heavens, can you possibly imagine that, in asking you that, I am not asking you the greatest conceivable favor? If that really be the case, you do not know me. Will you accept?" "Yes, gladly, and I shall be happy," continued the queen, with some suspicion, "if my presence can in any way be useful to you." "Useful!" exclaimed the duchesse, laughing. "Oh! no, no, agreeable, delightful, if you like." "And you promise me, then?" "I swear it," said the queen, whereupon the duchesse seized her beautiful hand, and covered it with kisses. The queen could not help murmuring to herself, "She is a good hearted woman, and very generous, too." "Will your majesty consent to wait a fortnight before you come?" "Certainly; but why?" "Because," said the duchesse, "knowing me to be in disgrace, no one would lend me the 100,000 francs which I require to put Dampierre into a state of repair. But when it is known that I require that sum for the purpose of receiving your majesty at Dampierre properly, all the money in Paris will be at my disposal." "Ah!" said the queen, gently nodding her head in sign of intelligence. 100,000 francs! You want 100,000 francs to put Dampierre into repair?" "Quite as much as that." "And no one will lend you them?" "No one." "I will lend them to you, if you like, duchesse." "Oh! I hardly dare accept such a sum." "You would be wrong if you did not. Besides, 100,000 francs is really not much. I know but too well that you never set a right value upon your silence and secrecy. Push that table a little towards me, duchesse, and I will write you an order on M. Colbert; no, on M. Fouquet, who is a far more courteous and obliging man." "Will he pay it, though?" "If he will not pay it, I will; but it will be the first time he will have refused me." The queen wrote and handed the duchesse the order, and afterwards dismissed her with a warm embrace. Chapter 45. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah.